Blah. Hello,
What?
people. Blah. Blah.
Oh yeah, the Scorpion will just replace Warcry.
Blah.
Black.
He's a bookie.
People. Yeah, it's a boogie. Hello, everybody. Hello, Brushy. Hello, Raptor and Fru, and hello, Otto and Amon, and hello.
Jabuki.
Hello, Aaron, and hello, Goblin. I saw my outfit change, but it changed in the corner of my eyes. Like, what just happened? Something happened. Yes, unfortunately, game is not currently available yet. It's very sad. So that's why we're here. Like, ooh, hello, everybody.
Just let me double check for you if the Scorpion tree changed. Did you change?
Sure.
I should probably do the most difficult part of building a character right now.
What's that?
Looking up a name.
Make the character for you.
Thinking up a name.
Well, don't forget
Oh,
for
no,
the display names, it's just your account name. The character names are more or less for your own organization.
How do you even go sideways?
I like how this is sideways. Hold on.
That is really cool. If a bit weird.
I'm fixing it.
Okay, yeah, it does look like the Scorpion tree did change a little bit.
I'm fixing it. There you go. Oh, it's just a window capture, that's why. See, the game isn't even out. The update's not out for another hour. That's the issue with it. Really?
So we get to hang out.
Yeah, we get to hang out.
Which I guess in this case, I will refiddle the Scorpion skill because that tree did change a bit.
Yeah. So we're gonna chat, and we're gonna be in the just chatting, and we're gonna pretend that I'm not playing a game at the same time, right? Right? That's how this works. Yeah.
Are we gonna have a Manus join us today?
Is Manus joining? Is Manus free to join? Because I'm all for Manus joining. Hi, King. How are you? I'm not really doing like too much in this game anyways. I mean, I kind of already did all my dailies, so it's not like there's a lot that can be done, you know. By the way, Raptor, I have 4 characters below 10k power.
I don't think I have even one above.
I had to work really hard to just get them as close as they are. I don't know why she's so weak. Well, these two, apparently she's a lot stronger than I thought she was supposed to be. Because, like, all the top characters are, like all the top players are using her for, like, Gunsmoke, I guess, and I'm like, oh. And she's my second weakest character. It's like, okay. Quite awkward.
Yeah. Some days I just completely forget to log in, and mostly I'm just going through the motions on it.
I mean, to be fair, I go through the motions a lot in the game as well. Apparently they're going to be reworking Gunsmoke, they're going to be reworking PvP, and they're going to be reworking Boundary Push. Because let's be real, now that everybody's basically done Boundary Push, nobody plays Boundary Push.
I never played Boundary Push in the first place.
You should play Boundary Push. Still pretty good. It's a great game mode to, like, start with. But if you don't start with it, then it's not as good. I kind of just have it open. I'm not even playing the game. I'm kind of just messing around with it.
Did y'all hear the y'all were heard the I can't speak today. You know how I mentioned yesterday there was that new pet for Path of Exile 2?
Oh yeah, the one that eats other pets or kills them or whatever.
An activated ability, and apparently a lot of people are saying, from what I've been able to find, that it's because it's available in 1, they put a solution to a problem in 1 and 2. Specifically, apparently in 1 recently, there's a goblin band pet that just plays music all the time.
Oh no.
So apparently, a lot of people are saying they put the solution into a pack in 2 that has cross compatibility, so that they can have the pet to kill the goblin band in towns.
Not much. What's up with you, Green? Green? Flame, Flame, what's up with you? Why they call you Green? I don't know. Little kitty on the lap. How are you? Sorry, I'm not
Every
even
time
playing the game. I'm letting
every
the
time
game
I
go.
see their name, I think of Black Star from Soul
Soul
Eater.
Leader? You're right. Charlotte.
I just keep
Thank you,
thinking of that
kitty
one
kitty.
anime meme,
Which one?
the Fist of the North Star.
I
Mm.
haven't seen Fist of the North Star.
Oh, me neither. I
Neither
just
have
know
I,
the
but
meme.
it's a classic.
Everyone knows this
Um,
meme.
I don't know what meme you're talking about.
I mean, the most famous meme
Omeiwa.
is "You
Mo
are all
Shinderu.
already dead."
Nani?
Okay.
Yep, and
Okay, I
an
know what
explosion.
meme you're talking about, but I don't know
That's
anything about it.
that's literally all I know too.
Know a
That's
bit about it.
understandable.
I know a little bit about it. It's actually a really cool
Gotcha.
anime.
But yeah, so we're kind of just killing time. I can't wait for the 9th for this game, by the way, because on the 9th they're doing a big update for this game. I'm super excited. I leave my toes alone. Those are my toes, not your toes. You know what? I'm gonna play with your toes. What are you gonna do about it, kitty? Yeah, that's right. I'm playing with toe beans
Power
now.
of Toe Beans compels you.
This is the power of the toe beans. Yeah, it's funny because the platoon that I'm gonna be joining, they're just, I was talking to them and they're like, "Oh, you're using Desu?" And I was like, "Yeah, I really like Desu." Hey, Pingu! Oh, Pingu! Did you see what I mentioned about the platoon? Soul Eater's pretty peak anime. I did not like Soul Eater not, but I like Soul Eater a lot. Like, Soul Eater was
Like
pretty
you-
good. Yeah, so I talked to them already, and they are fine with the 4 of us joining. And I told them I would only join if the 4 of you guys would join. They're also really nice. They helped me beat the deer boss in Crossroads. And they told me Desi was very useless, and that made me sad.
When I'm the
Desi was useless until Ro and one other character comes out. And that's because they're both ice characters, and unfortunately, Desu doesn't do very much for buffing ice characters when there's only one that does DPS. The other 2 ice DPS characters aren't out yet. So, kind of sucks. Poop the kitty. But yeah, so as long as the 3 of you guys are fine with joining, then after Gunsmoke, we can move over there. They made some room for us. They're a casual clan, but apparently they're also like really big into learning about the game too. So that's pretty neat.
oh no,
And apparently
learning
they're
is my major weakness.
like very happy to get their hands on my Kokai. Because apparently when you put as much resources into what I put in my Kokai, people like having her around.
Hi,
Hi,
Dandy.
Dandy. Wow, 12 months. Cool.
Hey, Dandy.
12 months, 29 months. An incoming hype train. Choo choo. Yes, we did beat Final Fantasy yesterday. It was actually a lot of fun. The ending was kind of expected. But there's nothing wrong with it being expected. No, like, So we're currently waiting for Last Epoch to come out. I'm just kind of doing this stuff. Nice Crim. Thank you, Crimson. I appreciate that. Ooh. Brandon, thank you for
I
the
just,
gifts of the Inari Domo.
I just had to
Yeah.
fiddle the Spooky Scorpion tree, which actually didn't really need that much fiddling. It was like one skill changed.
That's not so bad.
Let me throw your reminder uniques in here.
Meow. Thank you, Raptor. Appreciate. Yeah. What do you mean no damage? What do you mean no damage? You didn't do no damage. Hey, stop shooting my cool guy. Oi. I'm so excited that your name has been legally changed. Nice, congrats. Clap, 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 clap.
Congrats, yay. Wait, there's a hype train, hang on.
Why are they doing no damage? But why are you doing damage?
Number.
They're doing damage now. I'm not gonna pretend to understand. 100 damage. I hope we do more than 100 damage. Thank you for the bits, everybody. Oh, you know what? I probably should have said it so that my team would. Can you stop shooting Kolkai? Kind of annoying. Kolkai's doing like very little damage. I would have been there longer to see the end, but he says I got rage bait by your brother, so that distracts you. Don't worry, we had a rage baiter on as well. They were really annoying. What an idiot. I got a little movie in the corner. Cute. I was about to say, like, wait, did I bring a healer? Yeah, Necky's a healer. I always forget that Necky's a healer. Let me in. Let me. You missed the loser. They were talking about magical genetics.
Oh, yeah, that
absolutely
one.
nothing to do with
Yeah.
anything. Yeah, it was pretty funny. It was weird.
Super weird.
It really was. I'm glad we're done with the game. Damn it, we're doing no damage again. What? Don't worry about it. Damn it, why am I doing it? Am I gonna like lose to this boss strictly because like I'm not doing any damage to it half the time? I don't know. It was really weird, and it was clearly meant just to infuriate people.
It just confused the crap out of me.
Right?
And this is where I gave Raptor some hints about how to identify rage bait and how to deal with rage bait.
Right?
Increased my brain size 3 times. Still small though.
I love how every time that I do a turn where I'm not doing any damage, Pololo's just like, yeah, I'm gonna do damage instead. It's like, yeah, alright, sure, you go for it. How much damage did I do to this thing? Nexie's really only here to heal. Actually, that's not true, because she also makes it so Kolkai does an extra, like, 40% damage. And so Bridgman does, like, a 40% more damage, too. I probably should have brought Macchiato instead of Kolkai, not Kolkai, instead of Pololo. So what are we doing here? We're kind of just waiting and chilling. I was expecting more chatting about the excitement of the update from Fro.
I decided
Although,
to fiddle with the build more and actually put in like some of the other basic gear.
I gotcha.
Just kind of like for like stuff to plant to grab.
What necklace did you end up giving me anyways? Because I see that there's a necklace in this.
Oh, the Eye of Storms. Because that'll help you cast Maelstrom on, you know, it's automatic, so you don't have to think about it, and then increase lightning damage with it.
85?
Well, it's a much late plan once we get that high.
I see that.
We might have, as you can see, we might have to farm Lagan.
Why? Oh.
Because it drops from Lagan.
Yeah, that's upsetting. I mean, thankfully it's like a 45% chance, but damn.
Yeah.
I mean, the other Stormbreaker's not so bad.
Oh yeah, that is what was I think was a pretty common job, because all of us got multiple copies of that as we were playing last time, so you're gonna get that.
It's a little sad that it's level 35, so it basically have to use basic gear until that point.
Actually, I'm lazy. I'll send this to you now.
Okay.
Because we have to decide what primal unique for this one.
Whoa. What?
Those primal uniques. Hype chest. What did I get? What did I get?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the unique that I was looking at was the necklace, but if I need that necklace, it's gonna be a bit more annoying.
We don't necessarily need that necklace, but because I think the way I built this, you do have ways to get Maelstrom other ways.
That's fair.
What is it?
Yeah, because you're gathering Storm. Whatever that procs, you have a 10% chance to cast Maelstrom.
Really 100k damage? Wow, she did really little damage. Okay, whatever.
See, and then when you kill an enemy or hit a boss or rare, you have a chance to cast it as well.
I see.
Like there are ways built into this that you don't have to cast Maelstrom on your own. It was just the necklace was another way to help you keep your stacks going.
Well, you know me, I hate casting spells, so...
And I like doing auto trigger builds, so that's like the less thing to think about, the easier it is.
My build boils down to old song lyrics. Everybody do the dinosaur.
Look, the less times I have to press a button, the happier I am. I don't like pressing buttons. Why when I played Path of Exile, I had the no button build, so I don't have to press button. I'm lazy.
Well, that one helmet could be good. The Mask of Indifference. See, that was you are immune to blind, bleed, slow, chill, shock, and stun.
It's Twitch streamer, right? I mean, that's not that big of a deal.
It also has reduced damage from crits taken, some damage reflect, armor, and endurance threshold.
Hmm.
Ooh, or the Butcher's Crown.
What's that one?
You have Frenzy. Just straight up, you have Frenzy, period.
Wait, is that the one where you also take damage for having Frenzy?
No, that was the belt. This one, you do not regenerate mana.
No, I mean, well, how do I get mana back?
Oh, actually, this one, you do lose health per second. Ooh, maybe we don't want that one.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, that's more for a ward build.
Yeah, that'd be good for a ward build. I can see that. Vethly. I like Vethly. Vethly's adorable.
Did you all hear that Nike's getting a really weird crossover here soon?
Oh? It's Mr. Pizza.
Nike's
You guys like
having a
Mr. Pizza? What?
Yeah, the Nikkei Goddess of Victory is having a crossover with Resident Evil.
Interesting. Mr. Pizza. You like Mr. Pizza?
Fluffy
Who is Mr.
dinosaur.
Pizza?
Wait, sorry.
Mr.
Loser.
Pizza's her backpack.
Ah.
That's Mr. Pizza.
Truly an amazing thing.
Is it eating your hair?
Right? No,
It looked like the
Maybe
backpack was
kind of-
eating your hair.
not mine. I don't play Vethly. As much as I like Vethly, unfortunately in this game, physical characters are useless. It's very sad. Lizard.
Lizard.
They screwed up with physical characters,
Lizard. Lizard.
in my opinion.
Lizard.
Gathering
Because it's
Storm
like,
is 0 mana
Lizard.
scale. It is.
Lizard.
Okay.
it's like every
Alright.
physical character in this game, they do their
Lizard.
own thing, and they have absolutely
Lizard.
no cohesion with each other whatsoever. Lizard.
Lizard.
But it's like, if you go to all of the burn characters,
Lizard.
they're all based off of doing a follow-up
Lizard.
attack. So generally, if one of them attacks,
Lizard.
the rest of them attack. So it's
Lizard.
like you'll have one shoot, then another shoot, then the third shoot, then the
Lizard.
fourth shoot, then the first one will shoot again, and then the third one will shoot again, then the fourth
Lizard.
one will shoot. Lizard. It's ridiculous.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard.
Lizard.
And they all do it. If you go to corrosive, all of the corrosive characters do AoE damage. I'm doing well, Ninja. How are you? So they're all about doing AoE damage. Like she does a follow-up for AoE attacks. These two do AoE attacks. She doesn't fit the mold because she doesn't actually do AoE damage, which is really weird.
Lizard.
But all of the other ones do, and then the next one that comes out, hello science. Alright, to update your payment for Game Pass. Oh, nice. Let's see. I would love to tell you what all the electric characters do, but it's kind of hard to tell you what they all do.
Isn't there only like one so far? Or is it
There's
two
only
now?
one. There's one. There's only one. She has paralysis. So that's pretty cool. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, Ninja. Freeze characters, I don't really know what their whole shtick is. Aside from just big damage. They just kind of do their own thing. There's not really enough of them in order to tell what they do, especially since they're all considered support. Which, doesn't help. I mean, technically two of them are support and then one is offense.
Don't be sad. Be licked.
All right, how? I think I know which one we could use for you. The Reliquary Nest. Stats on your non-unique idols have increased effect.
This room's interesting? Yeah.
It also gives you more endurance threshold. Yes.
Apparently, by the way, Raptor, we're getting one of the Chinese doll characters for free on the night.
What?
You get to pick, apparently. It's them or one of their weapons. So it'll be Zhao He, who are all of them? I think it's Daiga, Zhao He. There's only the two. I think there's only the two. Technically, there's Kyoshi as well, but you're not gonna pick her. If you pick her, it's a big mistake.
Yeah, I already have her.
Well, even then, her weapon is like the easiest one of the three to get to. I didn't have the other two.
My priority is
like
always
it.
to use her.
I like her picture. She just looks so bored. I always think that she's a pistol user, not a SMG user too, like Perry. She looks so dead in the eyes. It's very sad. Mickey. I can't wait to see if they'll introduce like some of the things that they had in the first game, like being able to recruit enemy faction characters or like mortars and stuff like that. I don't think they will, but it'd be pretty cool.
I'm curious if they're going to do the first game with crossover characters from other series.
Actually, there's supposed to be a crossover coming soon.
Interesting. I wonder what with.
I had it written down. But I kind of forget. I had it written down somewhere. I sent it to Pingu. I sent a lot of stuff about this game to Pingu. Oh, did you see what our lovely Randy Pitchford decided to yak about this time?
The link to side quest.
Lizard.
What about side quests?
Apparently, one of the things he mentions is that side quests are like 2 or 3 times as long as they were in 3.
That's not necessarily a big
Might be
deal.
overall,
I'm
but
so
that's
stupid, he
all I
just got
heard.
it right. He thinks Borderlands 4 should have cost $200.
Whew. That's expensive.
Right?
I've heard
He's
that he
like,
was
yeah,
using that as a part of a story or something. It was weird.
I don't care what he's using it part of. I know game's worth $200. Like, he's such an idiot.
I actually heard a very
200
funny meme about that. About Randy Pitchford.
He's like the worst person for this game. Every
I
time he
believe-
opens his mouth, I want to strangle him.
The meme was every time he opens his mouth, the dev team has to go into overdrive to make the game better.
Right? I'm not surprised he's not demoted or fired. He's the CEO is the problem. It's only the shareholders that can do it. And they're not going to do it as long as his games keep making money, because anytime it dips, you can just blame someone else. Hey, Charlotte.
I remember correctly, the joke was
Right.
something like, I remember correctly, the joke was something like, "Oh no, Randy's speaking again. There goes our off time."
Right. Why are the shareholders listening to him? Because they hear money. That's
Yeah.
all they hear. They don't care if the game is good. They hear money. Yeah, everybody only cares about short-term money. Because short-term money makes you the most money in the short term. They don't care. Like, as soon as the game launches, anybody who buys the game in a month from now, it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
I like her pet. Looks really cool. Cool, cool. It's cool that we're getting more summon. What?
I was gonna say the pet looks a little bit like a Blade Wolf from Metal Gear Revengeance.
Right? It's interesting. So we have 3 pet characters right now. And the sad thing about them, aside from the fact that all of mine are laid down here somewhere, is so we have her, a Hydro character. Then we have her, a Hydro character. I have no idea. Oh, and then we have Papa Shot, a physical character. Why couldn't they all be Hydro? Here's my argument to that. If they want short-term profits, then they'll need Randy to show the trap, because more he talks, the less pre-orders there will be. You are completely right about that. By the way, the one thing that's also nice about joining the next platoon, yes, King, is the other platoons are also level 8. Which means that there's a chance that we can just buy our frog right away, or at least I can. I'm very happy. We got our clan up to level 7 before we stopped with it. I'm okay with that. Point ranking wise, we're in the top 25%. That's cool. We used to be the top 20, but unfortunately the people in our clan who did the top 2 kind of haven't been playing this time. Which is Blam and Crovis. Those 2 have always done better than I have, so the fact that they're not playing anymore kind of sucks. So Candy, oh hey, only keep them on for short-term profit. You're not wrong, except the problem is though, is they don't see that he's doing bad. That's the issue. They don't see that he is bad
It does seem like the advertising team is working overtime to compensate every time he opens his mouth.
Right. That being said, we will be playing Borderlands 4. The downside of it being one of the top hit games for this year, right? Yeah, we'll be playing it on launch. Yeah.
Would you be willing to play co-op on it?
Yes, I'm willing to play co-op on it. I'm willing to play co-op on it. Randy Pitchford, if he's anything to go by, it'll be a few years before Borderlands 4 goes on sale. So if you're gonna wait for that, good luck.
I don't think he has the authority to say that, though.
I really hope he doesn't, but that is what he has stated.
It'd be really funny if he said that, and literally the month after, it's on Game Pass.
I would believe it being on sale the day after. Just say, I would believe it being on sale the day after. I am hoping that it's on Game Pass, but I doubt they're gonna put it on Game Pass.
Probably not.
Oh yeah, there are so many games better than Borderlands 4. The only reason I'm playing it is because it's supposed to be popular. Yes! That's the only reason I'm playing it.
That's fair.
Look at me, chasing that clout. What's my thoughts on it? Never played it, and I don't know anything about it.
I just got a super weird mental image.
Hope that Borderlands 3 people go back to Borderlands 2, right? It's on Game Pass, doesn't mean I've played it. You realize I have like, if I'm not streaming something, hello Alexander. Can I persuade you to play with me? Probably not. Not in the near future. Not with Last Epoch being out. Maybe later. Unfortunately, whenever Last Epoch drops, we play it for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's gonna be a minute.
Look, I want to actually... Look. I actually want to do the end game content this time. Like, I almost made it. I was super
You did.
close.
You did, and then we kind of stopped.
Was it the second to last epoch? Only the third to last epoch counts. Look, through, I think I was missing 2 of the hunter people thingamajiggies.
Because I think you stopped at what, like 250 corruption.
Actually, I stopped at like 300.
Okay, so then you had the corruption. It was basically just getting those last 2 dead and then killing the guy.
Yeah, I literally... Actually, I could load up my other character just to check the corruption, couldn't I?
Don't forget, I'm here, Ninja.
Probably.
I can have them.
I even look like a plushie. At least my PNG does.
I'm just putting in your idols right now.
Here, I'll put you guys on the shelf. Because, unfortunately, one of you would have to be behind the plant.
Put me behind the plant. I am a raptor.
I hate when Game Pass removes good games. They remove Persona. Yeah, there's Raptor and Fru. I put them on the shelf. I figured the shelf would be fine. Yeah, unfortunately, the plant's in the way. I'm gonna be having the room redesigned as well. I'm gonna have, like, more picture frames and stuff, put around. Maybe we could just have the artist make it into like a GIF and have the pictures changed and all that. And then that way, if they have the pictures, then they'll be able to make the frames around what the pictures look like and all that stuff.
Like a revolving door of spooky friends.
Then I had Persona 4 Golden, so lose one Persona, but get another. Just kind of win-lose. That's fair. I actually like Persona 4. I never beat it. I never played 3. I've beaten 5. Not the remake of 5. 5. What was the remake called? Not really.
Royal Edition?
Yeah,
think
where they
it's,
added the other character.
Yeah, and the whole extra storyline that takes place after the end of the game. A whole nother
Is she
season.
playable? Like, is she like supposed to be an alternate for the main character?
No.
Okay, because I thought some people said that she was like able to be the playable character. I was confused
I
about
think you
that.
can play as her in a certain few sequences, but she's not a main character. She's another party member.
Okay. That makes sense. Trying to find something to play on cloud gaming.
I hope you find something good.
Right? How many days are left of the event? Exchange closes on the 9th. Okay. Wait. Oh no, on the oh, I gotta do it. I beat it. It's okay. You don't feel like RoboCop at all. It's okay, game. The voice acting is absolutely dreadful. But the game's fine. Fine. And I mean, you're gonna play the game for free, who cares, right? I would not expect to complete all the side objectives in that game. Or you will kill yourself. Because it is that bad. It's that bad. The beginning of the game has like protect these hostages, and you're not doing it. You might be able to do the first one. You are not doing the second one at all. At all.
The hostages have really bad AI. It just run immediately into enemies. Like, give me a hug.
No. The first one is like 4 guys that you can kill in slow motion, but the second one has well, there's like 4 enemies and 3 hostages. The second one has like 9 people that you have to kill. You're not killing them. Also, I think Alien Fireteam Elite back in game. Oh, that's not bad. I didn't mind playing RoboCop. It was okay. It was okay. That's all I can say about it. It was okay. But at the beginning of the game, you feel more like a wet paper bag than RoboCop. Like, 9 mils are doing decent chunks of damage to you. So that's cool. Makes me wonder how the normal police officers get anything done.
Isn't there a point in the lore that they really don't?
Yeah, they don't because there's so many gang people. But I just mean like in general. 4,000 attack? Damn. Oh, she's actually almost. Oh, that's because I'm like super shooting her right now. Duh. I need to change out one of her attachments. This attachment here, I need to get a different one. Funny enough, not the one that I actually currently have. I mean, I guess I can farm out another attachment. Boy, that's mine.
Yoink.
Boy, I had $5 in there. Mine.
$5. Wow.
I know. Give me my money back.
You know.
Boy, that's my money. So my issue is, that I have with,
Well,
I know I've been stolen. I don't like the Moki. I love how she just gets 40% additional crit rate. So now mine has 102.5% crit. Which is really nice.
Feel the brushy who stole the Buki. 2 for 1 deal.
Oh no, it's a 2 for 1! Yeah, let's get my second thing for, let's get the thing that I need for Macchiato. Let's see, Macchiato, yes. Rifles and snipers.
Oh no, my empty wallet has been stolen.
Oh no, wait, no, because you stole $5 from me.
I gave it back.
Oh, did you? I appreciate that.
I hope you enjoy the fly farm that is my empty wallet.
The
Every time I
fly,
open up,
not
another
the
fly comes out.
fly. Rifle tactical underbarrel crit. I don't need crit. I need a tactical underbarrel that has attack boost, and I really don't care what the third stat is, really. The third stat doesn't really matter to me. Wow, there are no tactical underbarrels in this one. It's just all blade polymers. I am going to have enough pieces to make a really nice ice sword person. Too bad there's no ice sword people. Thanks, Reggie. Attack boost. Nope. Just attack. Nope. You. Trash. Here we go. Wait, that's a laser. I need under... Wait, this... What piece do I need? Should probably make sure that I know what piece I'm after, eh? Oh, okay. The laser does count. Perfect. There, so I guess I'll get health boost. Praise be the Kirby! Yes, praise be the Kirby. There. Now I have all the pieces that I need for Macchiato. There we go. 140, 160, 160. It's actually really good. Can I get better? Can I be greedy and get better? Those are all 100s. Those are trash. Good thing we can restore. Do that again. To be fair, getting higher than 100 is actually pretty rare. 170, except with 2 100s. Right again. 160, 160. Nope. I'll just leave it like that. Because then I can just extreme calibrate them to finish them off anyways. So I need 19 extreme calibrations for the laser. That's not bad. That's 2 weeks? Plus whatever I need for these 2. You are 6
Excuse me.
and 7, so that's also 2 weeks.
Bark.
And then you are also 2. Okay, so it's gonna take me 6 weeks to finish the sniper rifle. Damn.
Oof.
Actually, 5 if we count the event that comes out. So it should be 5. And then that will have Macchiato finished until I can get her sniper rifle maxed out, because her sniper rifle's only level 2. I need it to be level 6. Hey, Drew, is it, go time yet?
14 minutes by the looks of it.
just figured that you'd be mashing the button trying to get in the whole time.
Oh no, I've been fiddling with your build.
Oh, okay.
Just like putting in like the standard gear stuff.
That's fair.
Just so that we have a plan of like what kind of things to look for. And
I
also
like
double
a
checking,
lot of
can
the
I get your
characters.
resistances capped easily?
Head empty.
Oh,
Empty
that's fair.
dinosaur.
That's kind of one of the reasons that I wanted the necklace, was because then capping your resistances means like nothing.
Oh, this one, like, even like with all these open like slots for exalted, yeah, I can easily sneak in capped resistances.
Oh yeah, that's fair. But yeah, so right now I'm working on capping out Macchiato here. And then once I'm done capping out Macchiato, I'm going to be saving up my stuff so that when either Lind or Ro come out, that I'll be getting them and capping them. Yeah, Lind is supposed to be the ice DPS. Apparently, I didn't know that. I took one look at Ro and I looked at her abilities and was like, I do not like her abilities. And then she looked really bad. And then the other people were like, yeah, no, Lind is, oh, sorry, Ro is like ridiculously powerful. I'm like, oh, okay. That's good to know. I don't know how any of this stuff works.
Oh, we have to sacrifice one bit of health or armor.
Oh no! I sacrifice health over armor. Armor protects health.
I have recently something. I can import loot filters now.
Yay!
Let's see, it's 48%.
Goody.
I
like her
swap this
gun. Like,
armor.
look at that. Would you guys mess with that gun?
The gun's about to explode.
Yeah, I know, right? I would not mess with that gun. I gave Ulrich a similar type of sword too. It's also got the sparky sparky feels to it. Not as much. That one seems
Yeah, that
more
just-
dangerous to the user.
That just looks like a high frequency blade from Metal Gear.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it looks like Raiden's starting sword in Revengeance.
If you use it, be careful. I like the Cairo display. I made sure that do you like my frog collection, by the way? I have a frog collection.
Raw.
I'm doing well, TK. How are you? I really actually do like the displays. I wish that I could get something like I know I have a lot of stuff for the display, but I want to have like one of each. But that means I need more stuff to put on the bottom. It's like, I mean, I could put my collection of tanks and turrets. But, I think just having one of each is fine. I want to replace this too, but I don't actually have anything to replace it with. I'm glad you're doing well. I hope they come up with another boss fight soon too. Like another one of the crossroads. I made a good picture for Creepy Doll. $10 for more Sabrina tokens.
Here we go. So this will
your
work for now.
Sabrina's already maxed out. Yeah, I know.
There you go.
Thank you, Fru.
Damage over time is going to be a little rough for you, but
What's that?
other than that, you're. Well, it's like the effective health versus damage over time seems to be a little rough. But you're also gonna have pretty good health regen.
Mm.
Pretty sure this has leech. Did you have leech? Ah, yes, you also do have life leech.
Didn't mean to do that. Oh! I didn't know you could do that.
What?
Use some collapse pieces in the game in order to do a third battle. Cool.
Cool.
Yeah, I wish I knew that earlier.
Uh,
There's
And
only
Buki,
50, so it's not...
you'll be using a set again this time.
Yay!
Question: will we need to update it on Steam first or in the launcher?
Good question. Because I think did we have to do a Steam update last time?
I
It's
don't
like I
remember.
thought we did.
Oh, the bear set.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's giving
I'll
you
do that.
endurance threshold per strength.
I see. And then the coral ring. What's in the nest?
Oh, that's the
Oh!
primordial one. So that's like buffing all of your idols.
Okay, I see. Which gives endurance threshold and lightning crit chance. Okay.
Oh, I forgot the 2 small idols. Who cares about those? They don't. They give some
Eh.
boosts. Probably
There's
just
spots for
crit.
3 idols.
Well, a 1 and a 2. We get into 1. You're not really doing damage over time. Well, we can get you more health. Suffix. We get you.
You didn't take anything that's a low level,
Crit
did you?
Well, this is the end to aim for.
It's just funny, everything's level 80 except for the weapon that's level 36.
Huh? They actually all do require. Oh, I think that might be the stats that were put on there.
Oh, that's fair. I gotcha. Like, not all of that should be, like, level 80, right?
Like the base items shouldn't be like because they're all. I have them all set to like this like the exalted pieces and then like the tier 5 stuff.
Yeah, I also looked at the nest. The nest has a effective level for lizard potential of 60. So that one kinda makes sense. Conditions, skills.
I also forgot to put in
I think
legendary
Storm Gathering
for
Storm, right?
I think it's like the second skill you unlock.
That's not bad.
And I'll throw a crit in Eye of Storms.
Okay, so I'm going down the shaman path mostly, so I'm gonna be a shaman.
Okay, that actually gave you too much crit. We don't need crit in, do we?
You don't like
Actually,
crit?
Creeching. Well, no, I meant for like the legendary potential ones, but I think it's because I had the melee crit instead of just generic crit. If I change that out to be just generic crit, I accidentally had your crit set way too high.
I see 130%. What is the crit? Oh,
Yeah, we're fixing that.
126% crit chance. That's a little much. That's only a touch much.
Okay, you're dropping down to 50%. There we go. I fixed it.
Damn, I got hit by a scammer, didn't I?
Aww.
That's too bad. Yeah, so I paid them for art, which I promptly forgot about. And then they lost their Twitter account. And then they messaged me saying, it's like, hey, I'm still working on your art. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that. And then they're like, yeah, let me know tomorrow. This was 3 days ago. Actually, it was 4 days ago. And I will send you the sketch. So then they sent me the sketch, and they're like, hey, now you can pay me the remaining. Except I only pay in full. Because I refuse to not pay people in full. Because, unfortunately, yes, you can get scammed like that, but it means that I don't have to remember to pay somebody. Because I'll forget.
Completely valid.
Oh, I forgot Enchanted Affix is on you. Fix that real quick.
Oh, that's fine. I copied the sketch. I paid for it. I don't care. Plus, it's not like I remembered anything about the art anyways. They'll probably throw a hissy fit, and I'll just ignore them.
Yep.
Which also explains why they were probably banned before.
And rather than just posting a new link, I will just edit the last link to be the good one. There we go.
Okay. Oh, because then I can just hit refresh.
Oh, it's going to be a new ending thing, so we have to grab the new link.
Oh, okay.
So it says your crit chance is 50%, but some of the idols only trigger on lightning skills, so it'll be a little bit higher than that.
Oh, I gotcha.
So it's not going to be 100% chance, but it'll be probably 60?
I like how the lightning resist went up.
Yeah, that's
yeah, I
just partly
see.
from the tree and some of the uniques. Like, that's going to be overcut. There's no getting around that one.
Yeah. I don't care. It's funny. So idols are not counted towards it? Oh, it's only the lightning critical chance. That's all it is.
Yeah, like, I do remember in game, it does have the breakdown for the different elements. I think I remember seeing. So in game, it'll tell you like lightning critical hit chance, and then it'll be different.
I gotcha.
Okay, it is now 12. Head over to
96%
discussion.
endurance. Cool.
That is actually it is capped at 60%, but you do get benefit for overcapped endurance.
Do I? From what?
Health. You get health regen.
Oh, that's one of the passives I take it?
Yeah, yeah, that was in the shaman tree. Oh yeah, Fist of Stone. Increase health regen per 1% uncapped endurance.
Okay.
So that's giving you a lot of health regen. Like 30% of it?
Yep, they're calling me a scammer now. Checks out.
Okay, I see people saying the servers are live, so I'm gonna try opening.
Yep, I'm trying opening too.
Stopping over to full game. Yeah, as soon as they mentioned that, I figured they would just start calling me a scammer. Fine, whatever.
Oh, we should be getting drops now too, shouldn't we?
Oh, yeah, drops are gonna be a thing, right?
Oh yeah, we should probably
Also-
change your title here. Yeah, I got it.
You.
So category is Last Epoch, and we'll add in the title drops.
I'm going to go ahead and do that on
And
I
done.
remember how.
And once I see it swap over on my view, I will refresh tab to be safe.
Let me game audio. Create a seasoned character. You.
I think I'm waiting in line.
Really? I got in faster than you did.
There we go.
I'm already in. I'm just trying to pick a name now.
Wait, mine says season 2.
It as soon as you log in, it update it. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we have to actually hop into game for it.
We're playing Last Epoch.
Well, if I click on Legacy, it's showing all the other characters. So yeah, it'll be.
Yeah, I think they forgot to change the season 2 thing.
Well,
Yeah,
when I
they're-
go to create new character, as let's say season 3 offers a fresh start. So yeah.
Yeah, but
So
if you look in the
mage.
top corner, hey guys, it says season 2.
Basic.
Yeah, they're trying to
Brew.
pull $100 out of me.
Darn it, name already in use.
Actually, no, I'll just call it Lightning, so I know for future reference. It will be Lightning Brew. So me and you, Bukin, we're actually going to be paired really well together.
Oh, that's good.
Like, I'm going to be ice for
Right,
now
everything
for a
I
little bit
did.
until I get the good uniques that I need.
Did it really just give me again so you know?
When we are normal, we're not doing solo account found. Create character.
Normal.
Skip the intro that I've seen. I don't know how many times so
I'm-
far.
I
Oh,
don't
client
know,
version is
that's
out of
great.
date for on upgrade and try again.
So we do have to update it on from
Looks
Steam.
like yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Actually, I just saw the warning pop up.
Yeah, I didn't get the warning though.
There's no Steam update yet.
No.
There we go. As soon as I said that, it popped up.
Really?
Starting download.
Oh yeah, mine is also starting download.
Yeah. Update.
Let me in! Let me in!
Update.
Is there a
Let
blip for
us
that?
in. We desire violence.
Mine's not showing an update.
Maybe close and reopen Steam?
I can't do that.
Oh, right,
Uh,
yeah.
Try clicking off it, then
Yeah.
back on it, maybe. Because for me, I just look at it like. Do you have the game open?
No.
I don't know.
Update. I'm just gonna open the game and see if it works.
Fair enough.
Update faster. Don't take an hour. Come on, laptop install faster.
Go faster!
Lizard.
Blizzard!
Lizard.
Blizzard!
Lizard.
I don't want to wait another hour. I've been waiting an hour for already.
Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Yes, speed spike up. Yes. Or
They're refusing to tell me their old information too.
if I remember right, I think we should still have our loot filters too.
But can we like make the character before we actually get it updated, or will that count
'Cause
as
it
a
looks like
previous
me-
season character?
It looks like we made our character for the season, but we can't exit the game because we weren't updated yet.
I didn't finish making the character.
Mine's not popping up with the update.
Rude.
Last time too.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Hydrate, okay. You always have to restart your Steam. I know, but I can't restart Steam. Yeah, they're refusing to give me their old name. They're like, but it's good. It's like I can still go back in the chat and look.
I wish they allowed preloading for this one.
They gave me their current name.
Yeah, I do wish they had preloading. That would be so much nicer.
Yeah, they're trying to scam
Hi,
me.
Science.
It's like right now I'm just limited by the install speed. The download speed is spiking up a lot of time.
Yeah, for me, it's I think actually, oh.
I'm like bouncing between 7 minutes and an hour.
Mine's been pretty consistent, like 20 minutes.
Fine, I will have to completely close Steam. Which is gonna suck. Actually, I guess it's not as bad because the throwing system isn't.
Hello, Rogu.
Hey, Rogu.
Hey,
How are
Rogu.
you?
Lizard.
Well, I will say at least my build will be slightly different this time. I'll be using fire auras. I didn't use those last time.
Cool.
Except when I saw that one the primordial unique was bonus for crit damage, like over capping crit, and my spell builds were always heavily crit based. I'm like, you know what? This should be good for it.
Fair.
There was one that I was excited for at first. Was the there was another one that was kind of like the exsanguinous body piece that I was using that converts health to ward. I saw there was like a new version of that. I'm like, oh, I want to use that until I saw it caps ward, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do that
Yeah.
anymore.
I heard about that.
Like it's insane ward generation, but looking at my health, I was only going to be capped at like
Hmm?
2 to 3k ward. When normally I can for that build I was getting up to like 4 to 6,000.
Oh, there was like an entire Steam update. Okay.
Oh, Steam itself had an update. Ah.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
that's fine.
And yeah, she did. She'll be back.
Yeah.
Stalking us from the
Sorry, I'm
shadows.
also dealing with somebody also trying to scam me. That's cool. I mean, I guess technically they already did scam me. They're just trying to scam me a second time. I mean, they're not gonna scam me a second time. I'm not that stupid.
Probably can't get the money back, can you?
Yeah, no, this, I don't even know who the person was. I don't even know who they were.
Well, I guess we could look back through to see which art you didn't get yet. and kind of figure out from there.
'cause this was one I ordered off of Twitter itself.
Get a bit louder, by the way. Sure.
Mm.
No, but Boogie sounds the same to me.
Yeah, don't only order art through VGen. Don't order through randos. I don't know when I bought from this person.
Back to
Oh, back to Ninja. Oh, apparently I don't even remember. I ordered from somebody art off of Twitter, and I forgot about it. And then randomly they're like, "Hey, so you ordered art from me? Just let me know. I'll give you your sketch." I was like, "Okay, sure, whatever. I don't know who you are." And then they sent me the sketch, and they're like, "Cool, now it's $100 for the rest." It's like, "Okay, but I paid in full." They're like, "No, you didn't. Don't scam me." It's like, "I'm sorry, but without proof and the fact that I always pay in full, I'm pretty sure you were trying to scam me." So
Oh, hello, Remus.
it's he said, she said, with no proof on either side. So
Hi, Kaiju.
whatever, right? Hi, Kaiju.
I am petting a fluffy dog.
I'm
petting a
staring at my
fluffy guy.
computer, waiting for this estimated time to go to 0, then I can play again.
What do you at?
20 minutes.
That's such a long time.
The play it keeps
Yeah.
bouncing back and forth between like 5 minutes and an hour.
I'm fluctuating between
I'm-
16 and 18 minutes.
I'm at 20 seconds.
Wow.
It's
Internet open,
it's the
please
install that
don't
keeps
know.
slowing it down.
Look, there's a reason that I pay for the internet here.
That's fair.
Well, like the network speed is good. It's just install is dropping.
Because I told Papa Boogie, it's like, I need the best. Because streaming. I can't have second best. I must have the best. There ever was. Pokemon.
Oh, okay, so that did speed up. So,
You're welcome.
closing Twitch set it up.
Well, yeah. Because you're downloading at that point, too.
It sped up a lot, actually.
Pretty Charlotte.
I'll probably just keep Twitch open on my tablet off to the side.
That's fair.
I'll try doing that. Maybe that'll help. Maybe.
Lizard.
Close out all Chrome tabs. Why not?
Lizard.
That didn't help me.
Well,
Come on, Disc, you should go faster.
I need my character Bookiki. Bookiki. That's
I'm at 10 minutes
Have
now.
a One Piece laugh.
the Bookiki. Yes. Kill my puppers. Kill.
Spirits of
Kill for the Bookie.
the Temple of Eterra will have my answers.
I'm still sad.
Blah, 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 blah. I like the jump from the Primalist for their dodge. It's like, boing, boing.
Oh no, there's a rock in the road. I must leap over it.
Now we're at 3 minutes.
Oh, you're
I'm
famous?
pretty-
Bookiki, why not Bookiki? Because at some point there are too many keys. And that's when the doors are locked. Boom, 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 boom. You know, I always forgot how annoying bosses are, even in the beginning of the game.
Oh yeah, they just chunk you down quick.
I mean, at least
Especially that
Timeless starts off with-
flamethrower.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 0 mana cost. Perfect! Now that I have my only attack ability that I care about. I have the attack that I care about, that's all. Get out of my inventory, stupid hatchet.
It is the same style of game as Diablo's an ARPG,
Yes!
just like last.
The first to reach
And it's
level...
great
Wow,
happening.
somebody's already level 8?
Someone got lucky when they got in.
Right?
I'm still at the
Might
Steam.
possibly be one of the devs playing.
No,
Do
I
Devicam actually
don't
have a
think-
different symbol in this, or
Does what?
I was wondering if, like, how some games, if a dev is playing, they will have a special icon by their name or something like that.
Yeah, but it was like the the realm first, I am the highest level character right now kind of thing.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I'm at
So
7
it doesn't
minutes.
really mean anything.
I'm sad because the download is done. Download is done. Patch faster. Patch faster.
Patch faster!
I'm
me
still
in.
downloading and
me
waiting on
in.
the file.
Let's
Wait, wait.
win!
There it goes. Now it's spiking up quick. Now it's like 30 seconds. There you go. Come on, buddy.
Yeah, I'm still at
Yay!
5 minutes. Let me just try completely closing Chrome, because I'm not gonna get most of the stuff for that build for a while anyway.
Hello, Sven! I am doing very well. How are you?
No, why did it slow down? Now it's 2 minutes.
No!
When you arrived,
I'm still at
I
5.
what? Are you good? Now come. Let me watch you fight.
Come on, install faster.
Install faster!
You got all the files are here.
Now you just have to wait for the person to do the unboxing. Look, bro, they're just trying to do an unboxing video with your stuff, okay? That's all.
I don't care about unboxing videos.
Well, they do. That's how they get their stuff. I'm sorry, you have to wait for the unboxing video to finish.
I don't want to wait. I
Yeah,
want to play.
well, too bad.
Now it's up to 7 minutes. And maybe I'll try closing Chrome again too. Maybe that'll do something.
I mean, everything that you close should theoretically help.
So much.
It didn't help. It's still at 5 minutes now.
Well, I said theoretically, not will. Now didn't I? Which means I'm still right.
It actually made it worse. It's now up to 9 minutes. Oh, 5
I
minutes.
said theoretically.
Your theory was wrong.
I never said my theory was right. I mean, now I am.
I'm at 2 minutes. Stupid install's taking
Man,
forever.
somebody apparently just skipped level 9 and went right to level 10.
I think we're just getting really good at this. Wow.
Like, I saw
Might have
a
missed
person
the
that
must have missed the level 9 one.
I saw first is first to hit level 8. First is first to hit level 10. That's all.
Hey, yay! Yay! I can play now.
I've still got 3 minutes.
I'll
They're
look at all
listening
my
to
stuff.
Eurobeat while farming.
Well done. We're almost there. I'll see you
Yeah, it
ahead.
says the update's at 91%.
Wait, you guys can hear the game, right?
Oh, I have
It's not gonna affect
muted.
it.
Hang on. Let me check.
I was
I have
talking about
muted
you. I know you're both muted.
Okay, I unmuted. I can hear the game.
Okay.
I mean, I heard music,
Fire
so.
meatballs. Fire meatballs.
Maybe Duke can parry them this time.
I know. It was a very. It was a good spot.
Speaking of,
How was I supposed to know I couldn't parry an ability called Apocalypse?
Cast by a
Not like
king
it's a-
behemoth at that.
What? No. Wait, yes. Look. If you give me an ability that I can think that I can reasonably parry, I'm going to try.
Grail was just telling what there. You could they do this, and our alliance is.
No, I have to wait in the
I
login
thought it was-
queue.
We'll lend our aid.
I thought it was reasonable. I only have to wait for these
That's fair.
yahoos.
Yeah, I'm gonna be trying to play on controller again, see how the updates for controller affect it.
I'm probably gonna keep those.
Okay.
Just stick to mouse and keyboard. I didn't really like the WASD for it.
I like the wasp.
I'm just
Go.
more used to controller, so I'm using what I'm comfortable with. I'd eventually start branching out more. And
I knew
mouse
it.
and keyboard
Enter
eventually.
game.
They deleted the sketch. Don't tell them. I saved it.
Ha ha ha.
I'll still post the sketch in my art. I didn't pay for it.
Okay.
It still looks really good.
Yeah, that does look pretty cool.
Right?
Oh, I didn't look yet.
Look at the
I'm
ears.
running to catch up to Buki now.
Katana blade looks very weird, though.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah.
Like that's the first thing that popped in my mind is that katana blade looks wrong on so many levels.
Check something.
Ah, I can hop in. Yes.
Let me check something.
Fireball, don't care about that. I need Mana Strike.
Not copy anything.
I like the new opening screen. It looks nice.
Well, I ran it for an AI art checker. Apparently it's not AI.
Hmm.
Really, I don't understand. 'Cause, I mean, when you pointed out the sword, it's like, wait, you're right. That sword is really weird.
Yeah.
That's fine. We can always use the
Huh.
other one, right? You're down with the sword?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the only reason I ran it through an AI art checker was because it's like, why is the sword doing that? Granted, though, they could have done stuff to it to make it past AI like art check.
Possible.
I mean, I still like it. It looks nice. The sword is really weird.
Character made.
Okay, I was going the right way for Gathering Storm.
Yep, yep.
Oh, Manaphy Storm is probably what I needed. Oh, whatever.
Just the volume.
Oh, I probably want to go towards getting Maelstrom right away. What's Starcrows? I don't think it really matters which one.
Oh, like which skill to start specializing in yet, or
Yeah, well, obviously I'm gonna start with Gathering Storm, my main attack, so
yeah.
it just depends on if I want to go towards Maelstrom right away or Wings of Lightning.
I think by the time you get both those skills, you'd have all three unlocked anyway.
Well, they're on opposite sides, so
Oh, that mean okay.
it's picking which one of those that I'm after.
I would probably do Maelstrom first.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Oh, people are already complaining about Primal. I need to turn off chat.
Oh, I don't even have chat turned on. What are they complaining about?
Yeah, basically saying, when does Primalist get good? I'm level 7.
Oh, sounds like the stupid.
It's level 7. You don't have anything yet.
Yep,
right?
that's it. Like I said, I'm going to be disabling chat. I just got to remember how.
Like, I mean, even for me, I love Spellblade. I love that class. It's my favorite class. Yeah, at this low level, I suck. But it's because we all suck.
Does.
Yeah.
Social. Disable chat. There we go.
Could you do this?
What?
I'm gonna switch
Literally,
places to somebody who's
nobody.
in chat.
Our aid to heal Borea's army.
Something.
How do I? Where's...
Oh, that's disorienting. I definitely need to get a new monitor.
I was. God damn it.
I know for me, I'm gonna be really weak until I get. Oh, is it doing the invite thing again?
Yes.
I'm almost at the city now. I'm killing the Forge soldier.
Why does it only do this to you? You think they would have fixed it?
Can't go to Keeper's Camp.
Oh, this is so annoying. Wait. I think I can invite you. I think I invited you now. Damn it.
Okay, if I... Oh, hey! There it is.
Finally. Jeez.
Yeah, I was thinking about playing a Primalist this time too until I realized, like, the build I was looking at for the one I was putting together. It just needed so many uniques that I'm gonna wait and that's gonna be like a second character. Well, you saw that one, right? I was like, oh, only 2 things were not a unique.
Yeah, that's
Drop
true.
things
That was a
on the road,
lot of
leave that-
unique.
no, that's not
I'll stand outside in the next area so that I know when everybody is here.
Next, I know there are 2 uniques I can use as leveling uniques for now. I'm not too sure what one's for you guys though.
I mean, I'll just equip whatever looks good until I get the next thing that looks good.
Yeah, same.
Well, I know there's a sword and an offhand that can work for me.
Yeah, I know. Except for the fact, I mean, for me, it's just really finding the. I can just wear the normal bear set when we come across it.
Yeah. Hi.
Just waiting on Raptor.
I need
Jeez, I
one
had
more
it
level
changed this
to
time
get
because I got distortion
my
going
main attack ability.
on. Okay, I'm going through the burning forest now.
Okay.
having a little bit of trouble with something because there's like a distortion whenever I dodge in the middle of the screen, like a line distortion.
Can you pet the dog? Sadly, you cannot pet the Doge. You should be allowed, but you're not allowed.
If you're
It's
able
very-
to pet the Doge, you should be able to pet the Raptors also,
Right.
and the T-Rex.
Rar. What about the scorpion? What if I want to pet my scorpion?
You
Okay.
probably shouldn't
Okay.
pet a scorpion.
But I want to pet my scorpion!
I mean, it's not as weird as petting the Spriggan.
You definitely don't want to pet the Spriggan. That's the, my Thorns build actually. So I think that is a bad idea. I am
Maybe make them do
actually
cold
really
damage?
curious about that Thorns build, how it's going to work.
Huh?
Yeah, I think I actually might actually play that one just to see how it does. Aw, puppy wants back scratches. Look at her rolling around.
Roll. Wait a second. I just realized
Oh,
something.
I
My
leveled up.
scorpion.
Okay, I actually need to check that out.
It's the ice scorpion that gets Maelstrom. Not the lightning scorpion. Isn't that weird for
I
him?
mean, well, 'cause I know Maelstrom is by default a cold skill, so when I leveled it up,
Okay.
it stays cold, but it works with your storm charges.
Okay.
Now, because I know that Maelstrom
thing.
thing is new, I think, for the Scorpion.
Okay.
Did it? Oops, excuse me. Did it say that the Scorpion Maelstrom works off your tree?
It shows my Maelstrom. It says your scorpion only casts Maelstrom when you do, though. So I would probably have to hard cast it.
I'll hold down Alt from the extra information because I want to see if it says if it works with your tree or not. Wait, no, I see it.
But, yep. Uses your scorpion cast, but your Maelstrom tree.
Oh,
What?
you might be getting a cold Scorpion then. Because if it's using your tree, then your Scorpion will also be using those storm charges.
I see. Not like there's much of it. The only downside is, though...
It's gonna be a cold Scorpion.
Yeah. Does that mean that I should go cold instead?
Could was Gathering Storm one that could be converted? Let me check.
Yes, it can be converted to cold.
If it can be converted to cold, that could be an option.
I
Yeah.
just have to... It's literally going beside the area that you want me to go anyways.
I don't even have any of my skills, so I'm just gonna be focusing on the wolf for now and just respec later.
That's fine.
Well, the Scorpion's gonna be a bit to unlock anyway, since you have to put points into was it Druid? No, it was into the Beastmaster tree. So
I mean, I was gonna grab I was gonna grab Shaman and then go down Beastmaster, grab all those points first anyways. Just so that I can get the Scorpion right away. Right, that means that I need a different weapon if I'm going cold.
well, the weapon could still work. It just won't be as good.
Yeah, that's the problem. You want to use what's better, not what's not good.
Well, because I know that the weapon was made there because that also gave you those storm charges.
Oh, I
Alright.
see. Hey, let's go murder!
Probably my lizard.
Murder!
Oh yeah, I forgot to put on my my stuff, my what you call it, cosmetics.
Oh.
I had all that time. I could have did it right then. Can I do it?
Yeah.
now?
Do it. Do it! Do it! Murder!
Here we go.
Blah, blah, blah. What are you up to today, Connor?
Oh yeah, you have your traversal already now, don't you?
No, what?
Fury Leap.
Yep.
And it's gonna be forever for me to get one. Oh yeah, we'll have to be slow in the next area since the next area we can start getting the Nemesis.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Level up, and now I get Mana Strike, which I can now specialize into, and work left to get the attack upgrade.
My next level for my Storm Strike will already be swapping it to cold damage.
Nice.
And we'll
It
put.
literally takes 2 points in order to do it, so it's not that bad,
Wow, someone's already level 16.
right?
Gloves.
I'm gonna just picking up everything for now just to sell.
I'm not.
Maybe just picking up stuff that is an upgrade right now.
Yeah.
Or stuff that I didn't have anything in yet.
I should probably swap to that.
I had to pick up something early today, made some food, dailies and games. Mm-hmm. Oh, Connor, you are fine with after Gunsmoke changing our platoon, right? I just want to make sure that everybody's cool with it before, actually doing it.
Spooky leaving enemies behind.
Well, yeah, there's stronger enemies ahead.
Right, now we must find the Nemesis. Maybe I can get lucky. Oh no, it's the area after this we can get Nemesis.
Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage. You're fine with taking okay. It's a little sad to be, giving up my own clan, but, whatever.
Here's what
It is what it is.
Wow, that guy 17. That guy just hit 16, and then he, like a few seconds later got 17.
Right? I wonder what kind of caffeine they're on.
That sounds like they were killing a thing. They just booked it.
I can imagine. I can't wait to feel strong again. I feel really
Right?
weak right now.
Right?
I think I feel a little weaker. Ow.
Ow, owie. Okay, fine. I won't go melee right now. I'll go range. Are you happy now, game? Ow! I need a health potion. I need a health potion. I need a health potion.
I hurt.
Back.
Yay, level up.
I feel so
Oh, this is that was a perfect relic for me.
Oh?
It was a rare with increased lightning damage.
Oh, nice.
Oh, cool. I've already gotten a rare ring with increased minion damage.
Mine
There we
has
go. I
physical
think my
damage.
DPS should have gone a little up now.
Yeah, mine has physical damage. So,
What do you mean
that
you're
was
doing
great.
physical for now?
No, I'm doing lightning.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing lightning. And apparently fire, which is now more lightning. The mace I was using doing fire damage. Probably had all types of coffee, right?
Let's see, 144.
Ooh. Well, I'm doing
156.
cold now. Bam! Frostbringer!
It teleported me backwards.
I'm pretty sure your
Yeah.
storm crows can also be cold now that I think about it.
Wait, which one?
Oh, your crows, I think we can convert to cold.
Oh, I forgot to even look at them. Witness the power of lightning just switching the elements. No, I'm doing cold
I know
now.
the wolf can become cold. That's actually going to be my next level upgrade for him.
Oh,
So I'm
nice.
going for the 3-second wolf.
Impossible.
Yeah. Only the 3-second wolf, not the 4-second wolf?
That's the other side of the tree. The 3-second wolf doesn't
joke.
even cost a companion slot.
It was a joke.
Ah. I mean, considering how long it's going to be until I get raptors, I'm probably just going to have a lot of wolves.
Might as well.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, I leveled up. Oh, my wolves are now iced. My wolves now deal ice damage.
Yay!
Oh, cool.
Why
The
did
wolf even looks like it's coated in ice. You see that?
Yours looks exactly the same to me.
Oh, never mind. I realized after I said it that there was no visual difference. I just had to really look at my wolf.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble there.
It's fine. It's fine. It's actually kind of funny.
So I guess me and you are not going to be quite as paired as we could have been. If you're already switching to cold.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I could just go lightning anyways. I just lose out. I mean, hold on. If it only cast, okay, so if they only cast Maelstrom when I cast Maelstrom, but if I'm not casting Maelstrom, then it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, no, because you will be because you'll be indirectly casting it, and as long as it didn't say when you directly cast, it'll still trigger.
Okay.
If it just
which
said when
means
you
that-
cast, it includes your indirect.
Okay, I see. Which means that my DPS would be more beneficial by using ice, because I'll be using Maelstrom a ton then.
Well, we'll have to check the wording on the convert to a scorpion, because when you do have like two converts like that, one is given priority over the other.
Wow, level 19 paladin already.
So there's a chance that I
Oh.
could do both?
Yeah, we'll have to see which one says it doesn't work with the other.
What do you mean?
When you look at the text, it'll say this node does not apply if this node is taken.
Where does it say that?
In one of them, it'll say it. I can check what's right of this fight. Amy?
From my
Neither
royal
one say it.
capybara.
Really?
Yeah.
Odd.
This way.
Because I know, like, the other converts I've seen, one of them says, I know, like, the one for Sentinel says that.
Well, then both they convert physical to, their element. That's the thing. Yes! Hey, so nice. We gotta kill all of the monsters! Ow!
Yeah, his
Why
AoE
did
hurts
it
right
hurt so
now!
much?
Because we have nothing. We actually have to learn how to dodge.
I don't want to dodge. I want to just stand there and get punched in the face repeatedly. There's a clip about this. There are many clips about this. I got punched in the face. It hurt.
Out here. It isn't safe. We'll reconvene outside.
My face hurt.
Hmm.
But yeah, so if I go to Scorpion, I go here. Cold Blood, your Scorpion takes less cold damage. The base physical damage of your Scorpion's melee attacks convert to cold. This scales with increased immediate cold damage, but not immediate physical damage. These attacks now have cold tag instead of physical. Your Scorpion's melee attacks also gain a chance to freeze, but freeze rate equal to twice their base damage. The Thunder Stinger is your Scorpion active ability. It has Shock Nova. The spell deals lightning damage and applies 3 stacks of shock on hit. The base physical damage of your Scorpion Scorpion's melee attack is converted to lightning. The damage scales with lightning, but not with physical. These melee attacks have the lightning tag instead of physical. All sources of poison chance are converted to shock chances. Effect and
super
effects
fast.
related to the
Horrible
poison
poison.
in the tree depend on shock.
What does when you hold down Alt? What does it say?
Actually, has no effect if cold-blooded is allocated. Okay. So the lightning one doesn't get applied then.
Okay, so then your Scorpion will stay cold. So you could still go cold. Have the Scorpion go cold, and then still pick up those lightning things like afterwards. I think.
Oh,
what was it-
because then my Scorpion will pick up some shock abilities then.
Yeah.
Okay. That might be the way to do it. If that's the case, I need to quickly remove 1 point in Frostbringer, because if I'm not using Frostbringer, that's fine, because then I can just use the electricity. Yeah, in that case, my Scorpion won't be as good, but the Scorpion's not the main part of the build anyways, it's Maelstrom.
Math take too long. Raptor kill.
I was gonna say this is the first time that Raptor left us behind.
Right? Because Raptor's
Oh, I got
getting
duels
better as a
already.
game.
There we go.
Yeah,
Now
that's
now
what
have
I'm
now have a
doing.
defensive ability.
Yay!
I'm now using a staff because it's better than my swords.
That's funny.
Can I not do? Oh, that's a wand. That's why I can't dual wield. I can't use wand. I
You
can't
can
dual
dual
wield wand.
wield one. I believe in you.
If you have to get a perk for that, and I don't think
You can
Front
do-
can get that one.
Aha!
It
I
was
can,
that
however,
Joe.
dual wield club.
Yeah, I think yours is clubs and
man.
axes.
Yeah, I believe so.
And swords.
Oh, and swords. Okay, I know for mine is only swords.
I have to equip my shield. Just equip my shield first.
I'm just using a two-handed sword right now because it's fun. It also does additional lightning damage, which is really nice.
I can't dual wield maces. Okay, clubs count as maces. Okay.
Because I know
Axes and swords.
Raptor's build is going to be dual wield. Yours is going to be two-handed.
Yeah, well, I mean, mine's literally based around using a two-handed weapon.
So I
See,
need
is
to
this
find
sword a better
two
one?
swords.
Nope, still the staff.
Spooky cleave! Spooky kill!
Someone's got 21.
Go, right?
Yeah, that person's going fast.
Yeah, my
They're
guess is a lot of them
making
are
food,
literally just running to the edge of the map and killing things if they get like stuck.
That kind of makes sense.
They're also playing paladin, so they might be doing the spin to win build.
Ooh, a catalyst I can maybe use later.
What? The,
There was a Primalist that was there and a Mage.
let's check this loop. See if anything's good to wear.
Fireball,
Oh, that's a mage
fireball,
helmet.
Fireball, 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 fireball. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Wow, oh, that's the Keeper. I was like, damn, who is that that's moving fast? No, that's the Keeper. Damn. Keep up.
Like I said, last I saw Buku was still at the chest.
That was me. That's my bad. I was checking my inventory.
Okay, this is the map we actually want to explore a little bit because now this one can't start having Nemesis. Or no, it's the one after this guy gets kidnapped.
I love how you keep changing it.
I will keep changing it now because now it's
Oh,
not
I
going to
mean-
be a
Just a little
joke.
further. Just a
If
little
you keep
further,
on
just
moving
a
the
little further.
goalpost, eventually you'll be right.
Just a little further, guys. It's just up ahead.
I'm sure you have questions, but let me first check and make sure the epoch's safe.
Yeah, talk to you. I'm going to keep running ahead because I know there's a chest up here.
Oh wait, are we on our own instance here?
No.
I don't think so.
Are we?
I mean,
Yeah,
see
we
Raptor.
I
are.
think we are.
No, I'm here. I see Raptor. I just ran ahead for that chest.
Oh, Buki's in a separate instance from us.
Okay. Raptor, just
Yeah.
keep running down that bridge, and you'll see a chest at the end.
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
And then back to town.
'Cause, yeah, I didn't see any of you guys there. That's weird.
Yeah, that was weird. Like me and Raptor were together.
Trying.
I
Oh,
guess
there's the
I'm
important
just
button.
special.
Okay, now talk to you. Blah 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 blah.
Wait, you guys aren't even here either.
Stay safe, stay alive, and bring Balthus back.
Okay, time to go sell stuff.
Oh, almost forgot to go grab the side quest. Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, they changed the Rune of Shattering icon.
Oh, did they?
Yeah,
Oh,
neat.
did they? It looks the same to me.
It's a little different. It's like more graphical, in a way.
Couldn't tell ya. Part of me wants to buy a pickaxe just so we can use a pickaxe as a weapon because I think using a pickaxe to beat people up is funny.
I don't think this game will ever add a layered weapon.
Maybe
Just
one
the,
day.
Yeah, the only layer is that's the cosmetics that you have to buy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the killing things with a pickaxe is really...
I leveled up.
I bought them
Uh,
because I felt really
no.
happy about the last patch. I wanted to support them. Plus, I
fair.
wanted to look pretty.
That's fair.
Oh, am I in a different instance? I am a different instance.
just teleport to me.
Portal 2 Buki. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm doing.
I'm just gonna teleport to Spooky.
That's so weird, though, that we're in different instances.
But me and Raptor were still together because I saw Raptor come in behind me.
So weird.
I've got a glitch.
Of course you do. When don't you?
What's the
What's
glitch?
your
I fixed
glitch?
it. I had to actually use my mouse because I'm doing kind of a hybrid setup. So I just
Where
use my
did
mouse
this
to over
thing
to
come
you
from?
because the actual button to that's the that could be a problem. I don't think
What?
that the button that changes the aggro for the pet is the same button to go over to select your allies on controller.
Oh.
So I can't actually use
Blue lizard,
controller
blue lizard,
to get
blue
over
lizard.
to y'all.
Wizard! Weird! Weird! Man, I can't even catch up to this dang lizard. Oh, hello.
It is dead. Now, is any of that geared good? It's all two-hander. Ooh, shield at least.
Actually, not half bad stuff.
Well, that's kind of okay, I guess.
What was I supposed to grab for? Not passive. Okay, go to the lower path. I'm trying to grab Maelstrom right away instead. Because, might as well.
Yeah.
I might not be able to cast Maelstrom, but I'll be able to cast Maelstrom.
I think you're gonna be better.
I
244.
found an
219.
assassin's axe.
Oh! Unique.
Yeah,
Your
That's
room's finished.
unique?
yeah, I got
Yep.
I got one too, an amulet.
I got a sword.
Oh, it's the bleeding heart.
I didn't get one.
I got the cold penetration sword.
Is it Urine's?
Yep, it's yours.
Hey, Raptor, you want to trade?
Can we trade
Oh,
that?
do you need that?
I'll give you the necklace if you can give me the sword, because that's actually my leveling sword.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
sure.
funny.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to. Okay, so point.
I got a glyph of envy.
I How do I send it to you?
Why do I need a
This
glyph of
item-
envy now?
I mean, it's still useful.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's not useful until
No
like
problem.
endgame. What am I gonna use a glyph of envy for?
Throwing at people to throw them off.
Apparently.
Oh, specialization slot. Let's put on swipe because that's going to be one of my specialization ones.
Where are you guys? I'm lonely!
I'm killing things next to Raptor.
Oh, you guys are down there. Okay. Hi, guys. Ooh,
Hi.
nice stuff.
Hello.
Really? As much as
I got
I'd like
pickaxe.
to have...
Well, actually, this one might be better now that I'm doing cold damage, right? Oh, nope, still this
Ow!
one.
Here you go, Raptor. Don't say I never did anything for you.
What'd you get?
Oh,
Probably something Raptor will really like.
thank you. That's actually super nice this early.
It's a helmet with +1 to wolf skill.
Oh, nice.
Right? Imagine if someone walking around and just getting jumped by moving plants. That'd be so terrifying. I would go nowhere without a flamethrower.
Try to throw on bleeding heart for.
I mean, if you don't need that bleeding heart, I'll take it.
Okay. Oh, wait, can I get the fuse? Who gave it to me?
I didn't give you bleeding heart. Brew gave you bleeding
Oh,
heart.
should be able to since we were all in the area when it dropped. My only concern is
Oops, wrong person.
Buki might be taking bleed damage with it.
Would I?
Spell.
Because it's whenever you cast a spell, and I believe the Storm
Gathering
Bolts...
Storms... But Gathering
Gathering
Storm's not a
Storm
spell.
isn't, but the triggered effect is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
we can-
find out.
Yeah, we can find out.
What's the worst that happens? I bleed to death?
Yes, that is-
Please.
That is the worst that will happen.
I am not bleeding.
Oh, okay then.
I gotta
Yes,
catch up. 'Cause I was
I'm
checking
going to
inventory.
still look around for the Nemesis.
Nemesis.
Oh, there's the full map.
We don't get eggs right away though, do we?
No, eggs won't be
Nope.
until later.
Yeah,
Not unless you got some really insane luck.
right. I like how the game is like, you have a second specialization. Pick something. No,
I know, right?
I did.
I don't wanna.
Yeah, I'm leaving mine open until I get the Frostbolt skill.
I just gotta check and see how I should build that skill because that's actually one of the skills on my the build tree you sent me.
Oh, which one?
Swipe, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's going to be Raptor's main attack skill.
Oh, that makes sense. I might as well grab a helmet so that I'm wearing a helmet.
Well, I see a chest down there, but I didn't see the Nemesis. I guess we didn't get one.
Yeah, I could imagine that they lowered
Oh, I
the
found
chance
living
of getting
enemies.
Nemesis. Found what? Oh, yeah.
I found things
wanna
are still alive.
completely- Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You went a completely different direction than us.
Yeah.
Ooh, do I want to upgrade my... Yeah, Maelstrom or my Crow? I'll probably want to upgrade Maelstrom before Crows, eh?
I would say that, yeah.
Where's the lightning damage for Maelstrom?
That was down to the right. It doesn't get converted, it just triggers your Storm Bolts. Oh, it's down right, and then you go up. It'll be above that physical one.
Oh, I have the storm now.
It literally has like lightning effects on it. I think it was it Eye of the Storm it was
Oh,
called?
Power of the Storm. Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't convert Maelstrom to lightning damage, but it will trigger lightning effects.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. No
Okay,
nemesis.
and then I can drop it to 3 casts as well.
I did a thorough exploration, so I didn't see nemesis. Nemesis.
Nemesis! Nemesis!
Yeah, that did make me a little sad when I was building. I'm like, oh man, I can't make every skill to be lightning damage. Sad.
I could throw another part into
I
the wall.
see. And
And I think I should check the build guide to see what I need. Swipe.
Alright, let me hop back over to passive. Because I need to make sure that I'm doing my passives correctly.
Oh, Fury Leap's on here
And-
too. I should have put that on the wall.
Survival of the pack is next. Where's Raptor? Raptor, where are you?
Did you all swap areas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on my way.
Yeah.
I was checking the build guide to see how I'm supposed to build swipe.
Oh, that's fair.
Puppy wants back scratches again.
I mean, for when the effort
Scratchy,
to make
scratchy.
the build, I might as well follow it. You know?
Right? At least until later when we decide that we don't like certain things.
Yeah, but it's a
Sorry,
good it's a
Bruce.
good baseline.
Oh, I know. I mean, even when I like, look at builds online, I like change things from them. So
Oh yeah. I mean, because then you end up like, but I actually like this more. Ah, you know what? I like this instead. Like maybe I want 300% crit chance. You don't know. Maybe I don't want to crit at all, but I want to pick up all the crit chance anyway.
yeah.
Oh, that poor bird.
I'm almost all ready to get a second wolf. Give that I just leveled up. Nice.
Congrats.
Passives.
Yeah, I think I had you at a total of what, 6 companions at the end.
Oh,
Just
that's
once you
not
like
Yeah.
get everything.
I mean, considering I plan on making all of them raptors to follow the T-Rex and me. 27 already, and it's a shaman.
I presume that I am not getting any extra companions.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I checked out.
Is Buki game the stuff that makes the one companion stronger?
I thought I was going to until Boogie said she also wanted a scorpion.
Wait, when did we unlock disassembly?
What was that?
When did we unlock disassembling stuff?
The
We
thing
can't.
with,
We just have to get the shards for it.
Raptor Squad? Yeah, Raptor's gonna go get a Raptor Squad. Like, a squad of Raptors.
I mean, look at my name. I am the Raptor Prince. So, yeah.
This game looks like that game everyone played for a bit that you were bad at. Are you referring
Yeah.
to Path of Exile?
Amon is indeed referring to Path of Exile.
Okay, then yes.
This one's not as bad, not as rough as Path of Exile. Ignore the fact that Pookie already died
No.
twice.
And the beginning of this game is harder than the end of this game anyways.
Yeah.
I forgot how we disassemble equipment. Does that take a rune?
It's a rune, yeah. It's the
Yeah, the runes of
rune of
shattering.
shattering,
Ah, okay.
which are
so
really
Yeah.
expensive
higher
at this
back on
level, so don't buy them.
Okay.
So Raptor's actually going for Summon Raptor, which allows Raptors. Go figure.
And summon T-Rex, because I'm going to T-pose all over the T-Rex, because it's my minion.
Oh, so to check if that was a vendor one or a drop one. It might have been a vendor one for you.
And then for me, I'm going lightning, and then
It's
because
the
I'm
pro-
going
the,
lightning.
the,
I want a
If
scorpion.
it's one of the primal ones, I think you can get them to drop, but you can also there's a pity system for it that's a vendor, if I remember correctly.
Well, I saw like
Yeah.
he sells like some like 20 of the uniques, and only like 3 or so were drop exclusive.
But it's mine.
It's mine!
I know. I think
Don't
mine
forget
and
to go
Buki's
to
were
the
vendor.
Raptors. What level is the Raptors again? Like level 20,
Maybe
right?
as soon as I get my subclass.
Yeah, it's about level 20, level 18.
Now,
level
if I want to
22-ish.
get all of my minions become raptors, that's level 57 or 60, somewhere around in there.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's a legendary effect.
Yeah, some
Back
of the stuff that
here.
we're going after is gonna be like really high level stuff.
So until I get the more raptors, I'm just going to focus on wolves.
I got nothing good.
Insane. Now, before I talk to the guy to progress, I am going to sell stuff to clear out my inventory. Because, I'm a loot goblin. I see rare items, I pick up rare items.
I've only been picking up things that I was replacing.
I've just been picking up
that's
everything to
about
start
it.
building up gold.
Gold doesn't really matter.
A terror's blessing.
I'm probably going to need to replace things other than the helmet. Quickly.
Yeah, there is a Shatterer 2000 a pop, which, yeah, we don't have that. That's like all of our gold up to this point.
I don't even have
It's more
PK
than
yet,
what I
despite
have.
my loot goblin tendencies.
Impossible.
I only have 1,918.
He's back. He's been.
I have
quiet.
1500.
Back. He's been quiet since he returned.
You're back. Lena. I'm so sorry.
Let's see, is this catalyst better for damage?
This is what is best for us. It is time to go to the Shadow Realm. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. There we go. Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I'm doing that part now. Oh yeah, so speaking of T-Rex, yeah, man, Raptor will be getting a T-Rex later.
Yep.
Yeah.
The spirits. They are in pain.
Not yet though.
It's
Yeah,
good.
that is endgame. That's going to be endgame. I think that was like that was like what, like a 70 unique.
Level 36. I checked
I have
it
to
earlier.
teleport to
Oh,
Buki.
Tempest Strike. What?
What was that, Buki?
What?
You said something about
Oh,
Tempest
I
Strike?
thought Mouse. Yeah, I didn't realize it only goes up to 10% chance. Not a big deal.
Oh yeah.
The bear dinosaur is the Triceratops. And the Ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurus!
Unfortunately,
Dinosaur.
neither of those are gettable in this.
That's too bad.
It would be cool if they eventually added them as like a
That's
skin
not
change
fair.
to the bear to turn it into a dinosaur.
That's
That'd
the
be cool.
Triceratops. Okay, I see.
Unfortunately, we can't
Mm.
ride the T-Rex, I don't think. That would be cool, I
No.
agree.
I believe there are no mounts in the game.
No.
Unfortunately. But not that the
There
game
might-
needs a mount anyway.
Now, this one the maps
Some
aren't
of them
as insane.
Yeah, right. If I want
Ooh,
to go to
Tempest
wolf,
Strike
just
unlock-
run it
unlock.
every- Yay!
Unlock. Ooh, I just got a massive lag spike.
I'm actually surprised Tempest Strike wasn't something that you... Oh, is it because Tempest Strike requires mana through?
Tempest Strike alternates its element.
Uh,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, the game loves me.
What?
oh,
I just got another unique for my leveling build.
I haven't picked
Nice.
up a unique yet!
I was like, I have the streamer luck now.
But I have streamer mode turned on! Where's my streamer luck?
last season.
right?
That would
You
to
had
be fair, that
insane
is
luck
true because
last
last season your first Rune of Ascendance gave you your build unique.
Right?
Not to mention
I
that
had,
one
like-
super weird speed
No.
glitch you had for a while.
What? You let my 10k speed out of this. That was well deserved, and I deserved it. You're just jealous.
I had dinosaurs.
Yeah, you're just jealous.
You
I'm
might
just
be
going
fat.
to
I had
respect
dinosaurs.
this. So I don't want.
The
Yeah,
ultimate and
for
no
people
button
that are
build.
confused,
Minions.
one of the builds that I was using bugged out, and my movement speed, you can actually see your movement speed here. It reached like 15,000%. So I just went wherever I wanted. Because I could.
Harbinger.
Harbinger!
Harbinger!
Sorry, Harbinger victim. So user.
I was actually saying correctly. It's the Nemesis we're fighting.
Yeah, it is Nemesis.
See anything good for me? Oh, the Beekeeper
Beekeeper
gloves.
gloves for me.
Oh, yay, that's what I need. I don't need it. I got this close call shield.
And
I
none of us
might
are using a
honestly-
shield.
I might honestly pick up the bees just so I have them because the bees will be useful for now.
I mean, if it's your minions, yeah, yours would be good for that.
Okay, so I'm empowering.
Yeah, I'm gonna empower mine too.
I got
banished
eviscerated.
mine.
I
You
got
did?
eviscerated.
Ow, that
You
got hurt.
did!
I got one shot.
How?
I might need to get better gear.
Hi, Taboo.
Hi, Taboo.
To be fair, it's not like these guys are supposed to be easy anyway. I hope you're having a good day.
Yeah, I think I'll just stay back and do ranged. Okay, he's not me now.
Yeah, I don't have that option. You're good in lunch? I mean, I guess rabbit would taste pretty good in a lunch.
Anything good? Are you? Oh, it's a major. I can't give that to Raptor. Never mind. Okay, now I
You said
shall.
You're good in lunch.
All right, I'm gonna
So
spawn
I
mine
agree
now.
with this.
I'm gonna hide on the other.
Store steal again. That's what we need.
Yeah, I definitely need to upgrade my gear.
Ah, I froze him.
Don't we all? Yeah.
Don't have my defensive yet.
Here, snack me out food. Yum, 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 yum.
Oh, Raptor fell.
Oh, all of that
Mhm.
loot too. I died right as he fell. Wait,
Well, we
was
didn't lose the
loot-
map yet, so your loot will
Oh
still be here.
yeah, I forgot that's a map only thing.
Yeah, if we reset the map, like if we all left this map, then yeah, your loot is gone.
I mean, I haven't really gotten anything good, but I'm getting shards, so there's that.
I mean, might as well start picking up shards now, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
always
that's
pick up
impressive.
shards.
Always pick up the shard. Oh, you guys want to get over here?
Loot lizard.
No, not that important.
Oh, gold shrine.
Yeah, go try. What are you up to today, Taboo? Man, we just basically doubled our cash from one shrine.
Right.
It also gave me a what's it called?
A what?
A relic.
Why did I get anything good?
It's not a good one, but I at least have a relic in the slot now, so it's not an empty slot.
Sure. I haven't gotten anything.
There's also relics over here. Primalist and just normal one.
I don't have any relics over here.
Huh.
I haven't gotten any of that stuff.
Do you mean relic,
Oh.
like the relic slot or the idols? Because idols we shouldn't be getting yet. If you got idols now, I'm
No,
I'm
it's
jealous.
not an idol. It's a relic slot.
okay.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's not that big of a deal. I have a relic. Not a very
Okay.
good relic, but I have a relic. It's actually pretty trash. But I 2 with it.
Next
How
level, I
come
get a
you
second
shield?
wolf.
You have 2 wolves.
No, I actually only have one right now.
Yeah.
I have a lizard and a capybara.
I think my wolf was just hanging out with your wolf, so I assume that the wolves were both yours.
Yeah, I think that is what's happening. But no, I only have one so far. I'll get one next time I get point for it. I'll have 2 though. Thank you for the helmet, by the way.
Blitzed up. He's already level 33.
There's 2 of them because there's a primalist and a paladin.
But remember, Primalists aren't good at level 7. Some people. Can't take them anywhere nice. Like Amon
The
there.
primalist might not be good, but the wolf certainly is.
Never take Amon anywhere nice.
Oh.
Good joke.
Yay, Frostclaw!
Ooh, a belt with
So we
21%
go
increased
there.
minion damage. Yes, please.
Nice. So start building you down
I said we can't
here.
take you anywhere nice.
Hey, Booga, do you want a pickaxe?
No,
Okay,
kind of, but no.
okay.
Ooh, Rift Beast. We get one of the new season mechanic.
Ooh!
I see it on the map.
Oh,
Yeah, I see it too.
Claw symbol.
you're mean? I know that. And yet, everybody thinks they're here anyways.
You're awesome.
And apparently mean. Ooh,
Oh, is
travel
this
to the ancient
into-
era.
Shared
Another piece
What's this
of
thing?
is a good question.
No.
It is
The
shared.
lack of fangs
Uh,
aimed at my throat is a sign that
where's
you're not the beast that made
Click on the
Where are
portal,
you?
Raptor.
Portal? Oh, we need to go into it. Okay.
Pickaxe's
Oh.
peak weapon, right? Because eventually I'll be using the hammer. Are we supposed to talk to this guy? Oh, because then he follows us.
Yeah, just one person talking and seemed to that out. I'm already kind of
Yeah.
vibing this mechanic. I like this.
Ow!
Ow! They hurt!
Ow. Yes,
They
it
hurt!
Yeah! Damn, okay. I see you both figured out how much they hurt too.
Yeah! Yeah, them guys don't... These guys are no joke.
No, they are definitely no joke.
Oh, they're dropping ancient bone.
Yeah, this is the
Because of
currency
the
we used to buy
bacon
from this
yeah,
guy.
I believe that.
I'll have to write this time down once
Yeah.
we're done here. Someone remember 224 for me.
224. You're welcome, crew.
Somebody put it in chat.
Help!
Damn.
The ouchie ones! It's the ouchie ones again.
Oh no. Oh, the Spriggans. Yeah.
Yeah, them Spriggans are a bit rough. Oh, we got a champion too! I hope it's not a Spriggan.
It looks worse than a Spriggan. I don't know what it is, but it looks worse than a Spriggan.
A giant. That is a Mirage champion.
Surrounded by Spriggans. It is surrounded by Spriggans.
I'm kind of
Wait,
cutting
it's
him
a-
away from you.
It's a Mirage champion? Isn't Mirage like the worst one?
It gets more damage as it gets hit, and it's highly resistant to stun.
How?
Yeah. Well, hi there.
He's gonna take a couple tries, I think.
Oh, I
He's
leveled up.
already killed me. We need to kill his entourage, guys. We have to kill the entourage. Yeah, focus down
Got him.
that entourage of his. Ow, I just got here and I almost died.
I'm out of potions. Yeah, I think I'll just cast it. I'll just cast. Yeah, you guys go melee. You guys got this. Yeah, you don't need me
I
there.
can't even get into melee. Mirage Champion is the worst of the champions.
He really is. He really is.
Oh no, I remember from the last season, Mirage was the ow.
I lost so many of my runs in the Weaver's areas because of Mirage Champions.
Right?
And oop. Thankfully, there's this conveniently placed crack in the floor that, okay, he can walk right over. Never mind.
Mirage Champion's leather gloves.
I actually have an idol now.
Yeah,
That's
I got
not
an
good
idol
for
too.
me.
Let me see. Mirage Champion's leather glove, minion damage, minion health, fire resistance, and leech rate. What?
Yeah,
what
mine
shadows?
has dexterity, minion damage, cold resist, physical resist, and maximum shadows.
Yeah, what are shadows?
Shadows is a rogue mechanic.
Yeah.
I got that also.
Which makes sense for a Mirage thing to drop.
Hey, the
By the way,
increased
pretty
minion
cool
stuff,
that they...
I don't even have an
believe-
idol slot to throw that level in.
Right? And we don't even have the idol slots yet.
Right? Well, we'll get them once we get to the town.
How big is this area? Jeez.
Ow!
Well, I mean, they are
Yeah.
supposed to be code systems, so I'm assuming
Damn
it's just
those
a area.
stupid spriggans.
Yeah, I'm about to die. I'm out of potions. I missed my war
Spriggans.
generation.
When in doubt,
Yeah, but I feel
Run
like
away.
we're not a high
Oh,
enough level.
icon on the map down here.
Oh, this must be the.
Come back.
Yeah, I would wait for
Oh.
Boogie. This might be like the reward area or the
Should
boss
we clear,
area.
let's clear the rest of the area first, because I think that's the actual boss area, the Rift Beast.
I hate this place.
Did you get
I
lost?
think you-
Ow!
I hope you guys
Oh,
understand.
resist
I hate
lightning.
this place.
Health potions, the
Of
full
course it
set
does.
of them. Nice.
I'm sure it'll get better once we're actually geared.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really should. I mean, I don't know what resistances and stuff that we have right now.
What is resistant? Can
Um,
I slather it on a sandwich?
Yeah, I have my highest is 29 lightning. A
Oh.
lot of zeros.
I have 42% lightning, 43% physical, and 39% cold.
My
I
highest
don't
Four
know what
29,
it is.
0, 15, 2, 2, 21.
Yeah,
Uh,
0, 42, 39, 43, 3, 3, 17.
20, 0, 13, 12, 11, 0, 0.
Right. Oh. There was nothing this way, okay.
There actually was nothing left.
What?
Yeah,
Oh, y'all went over there. I was so confused where y'all
we were
went.
just clearing the map. Yeah, there was nothing.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was one enemy. Now let's
Okay.
hope that this thing isn't as bad as that champion. Or the Spriggans. Hold on.
Might be
bones.
worse.
Sorry, I needed those bones.
Bone, 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 bone.
It is... Oh,
Ow.
okay.
Not set up yet because this is our first encounter.
What do you mean?
We basically
Damn,
choose how it evolves.
Yeah.
Oh,
Right
and
now
then
we're
we'll
finding
end
the
up...
base version.
Okay, so this thing gets stronger every single time?
And you can choose how it gets stronger.
Which I imagine
Yeah.
determines what, like, Luda can drop.
So
It's
what,
up
we
though.
go over...
And a ball.
Oh,
Okay.
drop
So
for armor, runes, or glyphs. Well, I
guaranteed. move.
mean... Oh, and then you can end the lineage as well.
Yeah, so if you don't like any of these, you can basically it's basically like how kind of like the Nemesis. You basically challenge it or get rid of it.
And it gives them new moves.
I'll go for armor. Screw that.
Same.
Yeah, I don't really need a rare melee weapon. I'm actually
I
leaning to
don't-
Interesting.
Apex shards for mine.
I don't need a bow or quiver.
Oh my goodness, the amount of stuff that we need in order to
Oh, yeah, here's
Oh.
something expensive I saw.
17,500.
I see the dinosaur skull.
Although,
Okay, so I need fangs and horns. Okay, good to know.
okay, yeah, so you
So-
can buy yours from here.
Okay, because you want the tyrant. Mm.
Yep, Tyrant Skull is the T-Rex. I will.
Okay, so
probably
crew is 16 to 20%. Oh, wait, no, that's the right spear.
There's bags of uniques and stuff down at the bottom.
Right?
Oh, yeah, Harmony of the First is the spare, yeah. So
It's
it
also
was
just
okay. It
behind
was
them.
that's what I was suggesting, like 15 to 20%. Okay,
Yeah, that's not so bad.
that sounds.
Rune of Evolution. Evolves an exalted item.
Yours
into
is the
a
reliquary nest up top.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, so because the ancient bones, everything drops. Those other parts we get from the Rift Beast. So that's another thing to watch out for like farming purposes. What currency you need for your unique.
I knew it, Fruit. I knew it.
What?
May roll with legendary potential. I knew they could do it.
Well, we knew it could do. It's a question of how is it going to be done. So I guess
Yeah, yeah.
when we buy it from him is then we have the idea.
Yeah, these are
Yeah.
really cool. I can't wait to get the Tyrannosaurus skull, but it might be exclusive unless if it can actually drop from.
No, they can all drop. It's just good luck getting the drop.
Yeah.
Oh, that was exciting.
If it's
Oh,
like
we-
the currency we were getting from the Weaver, currency is not going to be a problem.
Yeah.
No.
Wait, was that a fang?
Especially the higher level stuff will give us more and more currency anyways.
Oh yeah, my Rift Beast to evolve doesn't have one of the things I need, so I'll just go for shards.
Yeah, my beast actually had both the things I need, so I just went for horns first because armor.
Yeah, mine. I think
You know
mine was the horn icon.
I didn't even pay attention to those.
And you can also trade.
oh.
There's also an option to trade them, the types between them. So
Yeah, it's a
That's
2-for-1 trade.
Yep.
It's not like the worst.
yeah, it's not like you're gonna completely mess up and be completely unable to recover it.
Yeah. But I also did see in the Weaver tree they did add stuff for the Rift Beast. They also dropped the currency as well.
Oh, that's good.
So I know my Weaver tree I built to get those.
You know how
I
he was
haven't looked
talking,
at the new Weaver tree.
you know how they were talking about an Ankylosaurus? We just killed one, or at least very similar.
Well, the Weaver tree-
Like,
Yeah, the Weaver tree didn't really change. It was just adding things for the Rift Beast. That was like the only difference. Which I believe were
Welcome, welcome.
welcome.
The
Tower.
the Groyles look like an Ankylosaur. Just with more spikes.
Okay, those were what you were talking about. Okay. Oh, yeah, my 7 Stormcrow's next level. Nice. What
Nice.
level am I? 13.
We're level
okay.
12. Oh, you're 13? How'd you hit 13?
No,
I'm level
you're
12,
not.
Because Buki started before us, and
Oh, right, yeah, and we were still a little behind.
For you guys.
yeah,
There we go, there's 13.
Yeah, see?
I-
Not that much further. By the way, how do you zoom out on the map when you tap into it?
I don't think you actually can zoom out of this map.
I'm like super zoomed in.
Really?
Yeah, like, look how zoomed in I am.
yes. Anything good?
That's as zoomed in as I am.
I remember it being zoomed out before.
I know we can use arrow keys to move around the map.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I want to be zoomed out. I want
Maybe
to
there was a way? I don't
map
remember.
all the time. That is the only thing I care about. Seeing 100% of the map 100% of the time. Making it absolutely obnoxious like I am.
Alright, I was supposed to write down that
Yeah,
timestamp. 24.
I think it was like 224.
Yeah, it was
224 sounds correct. Does it die faster? What exactly does Maelstrom do?
I'll be right behind you.
It basically gives you like AoE aura damage effect around you.
Just so you know, this game keeps giving me pickaxes.
I think it wants to use a pickaxe.
Right?
It's trying to send you back into the content mine.
Okay, now that we're
Unfortunately,
loading.
there.
For the mines.
224.
New passive. I need to check something.
It hurts. There we go.
Okay, 5 and 5. Okay.
You, I, both Nile, I,
So now we talk to people, turn stuff in.
left this world.
Yay, we can actually
But their
equip idols
memories
now.
give you comfort. Be safe, traveler.
Blah 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 blah. Accept.
Literally just throw on literally all the idols I have just so I have something on.
Right?
I cannot because I got 2 that
Go on.
the idols are
Yeah,
the
no,
wrong
they give
size.
you idols that you... Yeah, I know, they give you the wrong type of idols that you can equip. Kind of annoying. Pick up the pickaxe, young Skywalker, this is your destiny. Oh
Yes.
Now go to vendors, sell those few things I picked up,
Follow your feet.
including this idol that is trash.
no! 4 idols.
Probably should have checked and see if any of those were better before selling them.
Oh, I do have Summon Crow now. Cool. Wait, is Summon Crow also... Oh, the crow... Oh, I see why you were talking about the one...
I see gambling.
What? Which one?
Gambling.
I talked about a lot of things, so I don't remember.
Bird.
What is that?
I get a bird.
Bird.
Portal to Buki,
Bird.
because I see Buki zoning.
Why do I have white boots equipped? I just realized.
I can't use Crow Storm. I used Crow Storm and I started bleeding.
Ah.
That might be a problem, Bookie.
That's
Well, we'll have to get you a new
fine.
necklace.
Can I make that
And look,
automatically
There's a
use
nemesis
Crow Storm?
right around the corner.
Is there really?
Yep.
Winged Raptor. You can only have one Storm Crow, but it deals more damage. Duh. Wait, how do
Well,
I get
might as well
more
destroy
crows?
the stuff, see if it'll drop any loot. Because the chairs and stuff can drop gold, so might as well.
I'm not that picky for gold. I love her just going around destroying all of the furniture. Like some kind of beggar.
Let's see.
I mean, one of them dropped loot, so it's not
Ooh.
just outright
I love
hell about,
the
but
element.
I think that was just a leech one, right? That could be good for you to use, yeah.
Damage leech, 29% chance to chill shock and ignite, and 12% chance to chill shock and ignite duration. I mean, I might as well just empower it anyway.
Wait, my mouse! My mouse! My mouse! Mouse, come back!
Yeah, I forgot, these guys hurt right now, jeez.
wow, that person's nothing up. Ah!
Right?
Oh! Gee, which
Yeah,
my
I
health
saw
is going
that
down
coming.
fast.
I saw all of those abilities, like all those blood pools on top of you. I was like, you're dead.
Ooh,
that's a
okay.
lot of shards he dropped.
Aw.
Lever.
Chronicles of the Damned.
What's that?
I got another unique. The leather-bound tome that affects wandering spirit and hungering souls.
Oh yeah, that's an acolyte one.
I got a single
Right,
unique I can
my
actually
turn.
use that I haven't given to Fru.
I'm not helping
Empowered.
anymore.
But what if my
Oh,
job's
God,
unique for
really?
you?
Yeah, I just realized that this guy is empowered, so they're gonna be terrible.
Oh yeah, mine's gonna be empowered too. Though I will say it did roll very poorly. It rolled increased AoE on the B skills, on the Bs. Maybe got
Yeah, mine just
that's
gave me
good.
full resistance.
Man,
I
these
need
guys
better
hurt. I'm gonna stand over here and let the
need a
bird and
potion.
the wolf deal with it.
Potion.
Don't forget
my
when you die,
bird
you have to
anyways.
resummon your wolf. When you die, you have to resummon Pat.
Don't worry, I'm gonna have to resummon my pet because my pet's about to die.
Well, I know companions you can stand by to revive them.
If we die, do we come back with full potions?
No.
Oh. Whatever.
Ow.
My face is my... Ow.
Your face is your what?
I was gonna say my face is my shield as I died.
Ow.
I think you need a better shield.
I was kind of hoping you'd throw in the shield. That did not work. Drew, you should be a better shield too.
I need a unique to be a better shield.
Right?
I need my unique body piece. That gives me ward generation.
42% lightning resist, and this thing is terrifying.
Oh, level up.
Congrats.
Nothing good.
Like, this is like absolutely terrifying. Like, Because I don't want to be anywhere near it.
Oh, you ready to do it again with raptors?
No.
Yeah, me
But I
neither.
presume I don't have much of a choice.
Give me a second, I'm checking gear real quick. Increased AoE for area skills, 15%. That's not bad.
Oh yeah, I also just noticed the unique offhand that I got has legendary potential.
Seriously?
It only has a 1.
So,
Not a legendary yet!
so has Prue stolen most of Buki's luck and I just got whatever's left?
I guess.
Apparently.
Well, if I find something that you're looking for, let me know.
To be fair,
Ow.
Ow, ow, ow! I got stunned.
You're right, nerds!
Oh, I got
no,
overkill.
losers!
It dealt 13 more damage than my max HP. I mean... It was a crit, so my luck against enemies is bad, but my luck for
Oh
drops
yeah,
is
but yeah,
okay.
it crit me too.
Of course, I think
you
Smart
both got
Storm
hit
Skill's
by
like
the same
focused on crit.
Ow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you both just got hit by the same attack as well.
My poor potion supply.
Right?
My poor mana. And I don't want to go in there yet.
Hey, look, guys, I got nothing!
Neither did I.
Shut up.
Okay, I'll shut up.
What'd you get, Prue?
I might have been a unique.
What you need?
Oh, by the way, does anybody need anything with mana regeneration and attunement? I got a ring for both of those.
Mana, yes. Well, not really. I don't really need mana for this build because I'll be generating on my own.
Okay, I got a ring with 12% increased mana regen, attunement, and health.
I'm walking away from you two. You guys suck.
Yeah. My unique might be the unique that Buki had in her nemesis.
Oh, really? Hey, can I have that for a bit?
Okay, I'll let you take it.
Yay!
Wait, come back.
Oh, that's probably
There's a-
nearby.
Well, I was gonna say no. There's a side quest area here.
Oh, yeah, there's also that.
There's also a side
And
path up here.
give to Buki. Here you go, Buki. There you go.
Anything
I
up
like
here? No.
stuff. I mean, hey, it gives me a little bit of health regen, which is nice.
Yeah.
Plus, it lets me shot things.
I'm having very bad good luck because I'm getting uniques I can't use.
I mean, I would rather get anything over the nothing that I am currently getting.
Oh, well, I mean, you're gonna get a force unique from this quest.
That doesn't count.
I actually was gonna make that joke before. Like, oh look, Buki, you got a unique now.
You go shut up.
Ooh. Second wolf? No, not second wolf. Darn.
Ooh! EXP on kill, guys! Kill! Focus only on the kill! Nothing but kill. We get bonus EXP right now.
And if I remember right, we should have a wave when we grab this tome.
Really? Nobody spawned. Oh, there it is.
300% damage reflection shrine.
More! More! Kill!
We've killed everything in this area.
No, we haven't. Now we have.
Now we did. Well, we got most of the shrine timer.
I gotta go check those drops to see if I have any boots, because I'm still wearing white boots.
Really?
Damn.
Yes. I am not joking. I've been having good luck for, apparently for for uniques, but I'm still wearing white boots.
There we go. I can
So-
now have a chance to cast Frostclaw on melee hit.
Nice.
It's only
I haven't-
10% for now, but something.
Pretty sure these are the
Oh,
first
we got
boots
another
I've
nemesis
found.
already.
Oh, nice. Oh, is it the same spot as the other nemesis?
No.
Now I have 2 wolves. So there's now 3 wolves on the screen.
Nice.
Wait, we can
And a
we can
crow.
have 2
Loot lizard.
loot lizard.
Loot lizard! That's a big loot lizard.
Get frozen, nerd.
I still haven't gotten anything good. Can we get a helmet? Actually, a helmet would be kind of nice.
Lizard.
I got. Ooh,
Lizard! I'm very hungry right now.
I'm also kind of hungry.
Yeah.
I'm hungry, but that's because somebody else in the house is cooking. And I can.
Hey, I got the viper tail though. I don't care about it, but
Nice. You got it.
Poisonous. Yeah, it's not actually that bad.
You got it. You got a unique.
Shut up.
Oh.
Oh, my Tome of the Elements will have a 23% chance to apply frailty on hit. That's not bad.
Oh, my rares got really nice upgrades. They got like a sealed exalted.
I
damn.
got an exalted spear. Also, I got an exalted spear, but it kind of stinks.
What's for
I mean,
lunch?
it's
No lunch for the both here. I'll be eating in like 3 hours.
Actually,
My rig is
I'm
gonna be
looking
insane. It's got 81% cold damage.
What?
Okay. That's a lot of cold
What the
damage.
heck?
What the heck? What?
You just removed one of my videos.
Really?
What? What
Yeah.
for?
Which one?
Oh, it's a link that was removed.
Oh, so someone must have might have been like a spam comment or something. Might have been like one of those auto mod things.
Video, though.
Really?
Yeah, the video's been up for like months because it's one of the it's from one of the videos.
Well, I think I do remember seeing on one of them there was a warning about it.
Really?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't even notice.
Ow! I got
Isn't
stunned in all
it?
that blood.
Pretty terrible area to fight.
Yeah, we should probably pull him out of there. Oh, it put me in a rough spot. I gotta kill a bunch of things.
Doo-doo.
On my way.
I do think I have to replace my necklace now.
Yeah, I would pull him back out of that area.
I can't get out of here! He's covering it with the tags!
Just keep leaping. Leap and dodge. Leap and dodge.
I'm trying, but this area sucks.
Oh, I'm a
Yeah,
goner. I'm a
notice.
goner. I need a potion. Please drop a potion.
I love the help, but I can't get anywhere near this guy.
Potion.
I died.
Oh, yeah, I need it. As much as I like this necklace, I can't use it.
Okay, he's
I
dead.
mean, at least this area is not as bad as the original area. You guys have a necklace that he dropped? I don't care what.
I actually have a necklace. 17% increased necrotic, 17 health.
As I said, I
and
don't
11
care
mana.
what.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. I just kind of need something to replace the
There you go.
one. Because unfortunately,
actually, no, hang on.
the bleeding heart's killing me.
Hang on, I actually have a good one for Buki.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
I was just checking my
Lizard.
floor.
Lizard.
Lizard.
It's got lightning damage and
Lizard.
spell damage,
Lizard.
so it's good.
Oh, lizard.
Lizard.
Do you, either one of you guys want the bleeding heart back?
Lizard.
Lizard.
No.
I
Lizard.
mean, I'm not using spells.
Lizard.
So.
Yeah, Raptor could probably make use
Lizard.
out of it.
Lizard.
You may have back now.
Lizard.
But I mean, like,
Lizard.
I'm a mage. I'm
Lizard.
literally spells.
Lizard.
Lizard.
What type of build are you going for,
Lizard.
by the way, Buki?
Lightning.
Because the
Arky,
amulet I just took
Arky.
off has mana regen, cold damage, health regen per second, and dodge.
I don't need that.
Okay, just figure I'd offer.
Alright, are we
I'm
ready?
doing Lightning. Yeah, just
Okay.
make sure to pull it out over here.
Yep. Challenge. Run away.
Run away. Run
Run
Bring
Well, at least-
Robin.
At least mine's the lightning one. It's not. I think the blood and void are definitely the worst ones to fight.
Yeah, and we still think of... I mean, I'm surprised I take so much damage from this one, by the way. Especially since I have like 50% lightning resist.
Oh, it also does ice
Ow.
damage.
Oh, does it? Oh, no,
Yep.
it's doing physical damage! Oh, my God.
Ooh.
Well, at least if we die, we spawn like right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ow! Rude! Oh, I got crit. For my entire health. Okay. Wait, don't take the boogie.
I've had that happen.
Well, at least we know once the builds get online, Bookie, you're gonna have an insane survivability.
Yeah.
Yeah, once we get there.
We moved it so far back that the respawn slightly changed.
What do you mean?
I respawned further back, actually. Towards the
Oh, did you?
down one path.
Oh.
Oh, you'll be able to see again, because I just died again, if it pushes me back there again. Yep, I spawned down here.
This thing is annoying.
Pick up all of these exalteds because these were actually pretty nice. Because I definitely, I'll wear these gloves because, you know, bees and more resistances.
Not the bees.
Well, that'll be when I get mine, which is, yeah.
Critical Strike Avoidance could be coming handy right now, I guess. Sure. This ring, though, oh, this ring is
Hey,
good.
guys.
Good.
Guys.
Yeah.
Guys. Exit menus.
What'd you get?
I was saying exit menus because I triggered the
That's
nemesis.
fine.
Yeah,
And it just one-shot me.
I heard him coming.
It's fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about the boogie.
I spawned far enough back when I died that there's NPCs over there.
There's one of those. One of those. Okay, I see.
Kill me 1,000 times, but I'll be back. You can't put me down
Not
forever.
me just hanging out there. Just, I'm good. Ow. Ow, I walk into battle and I will die right away. I like how Raptor... Ow. Sure.
Hydrate, you bastard!
See, the thing
Hydrate!
when they're doing like half of our health and damage, though, is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't remember
Yeah,
this
these
being
Jeffy
this
Jones
rough when we
stronger.
started the new league last time.
Yeah, it was not. I 100% believe that it was not this bad.
Yeah, these do noticeably feel stronger, even for this point. I just got one shot from full HP by a single crit.
That's what I mean. We're getting one tapped.
Yeah, on crits, thankfully. But this thing
I don't
crits a
think
lot.
I saw these guys got like buffed.
It might have been a shadow buff. So,
The thing is, though, is they could have buffed them during the last, like, the last the thing,
where's
but
my
it
unique?
wouldn't be enough for us to have noticed.
Here you go, Raptor.
Where's-
Got a nice axe for you.
Okay, where'd my unique go?
You should have dropped
It
it.
didn't drop. It didn't drop it.
That's weird.
Despite me choosing challenge, it did not drop it.
I wonder if it's because you
Hmm.
died during it, so you have to like respawn it later.
That could be.
It might be because I died quite frequently.
Yeah, I can see I'm
That's
gonna
right.
keep dying quite frequently.
I mean, we all died quite frequently there, so
I didn't die on.
Please defend.
I survived on that one.
but yeah, I died on everyone, but yeah,
I
I
plead the
didn't
fifth.
get any. My exalteds didn't drop either, so it just literally didn't drop any of the stuff it was.
Okay, so
supposed
then yeah,
to.
so it's saved its special loot for the next spawn.
That's too
Which is
bad.
weird because I picked challenge. That wasn't empower. That was challenge.
I think that's just the mechanic for that. If you die during it, you don't get the special things until the next chance.
I
Well,
mean,
that
that's
sucks,
fine.
and I don't really remember that, but okay.
Time to crit. Time to kill.
Look at this. You
It's
didn't
sort of
lose the loot. It's just you have to wait.
Not available right now.
Yeah. I do remember that happened to me a
Okay.
lot on my off time.
Okay, I don't remember that ever happening. What's that?
What's that?
Got like a little brain down at the bottom. My pass is leveled
I
up.
just went to the next area, so.
Okay.
Whee. Bird. Bird. So
I
is
don't
there
have
way that
a-
I can get more crows.
You would have to get companion limits. I think there's one for the crows. I'd have to double check.
I mean, I don't actually care about getting them. I was just wondering if they're.
I got
is the
access
one
to
that-
all skills for my build other than one. I just need to, actually set them and work on raising them.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye, students. Goodbye.
I froze one.
Please. Just don't get absolutely ruined. So, okay, so I have to build up nails from stacks, don't I? I can build up nails from stacks.
As you basically can repeatedly cast it. There's also
Yeah.
idols that'll just passively cast it over time.
Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
that's why, like in your tree, there are some things that will passively cast it for you.
Okay, I see.
So you could
Wow.
cast it on your own to get the stacks max, or just let it be whatever it happens to auto cast
Okay,
to.
so I'm going to restructure my skills a bit. Put it on this.
I
Okay, that's-
see.
Okay, now we can go back to town.
Good go.
Oh, and a hydrate and a stretch.
Yeah, I already did that.
Stretch myself.
It's interesting because there's also stuff for hitting 0 stacks.
Oh yeah, these guaranteed gloves I completely forgot existed.
Which I think might be better for me now. Because I don't really need the bees. Although I would think I do like the cold resist. I do like that.
I'm just gonna throw them on for now.
Yeah, I'm just looking because right now I have a 10% chance per swing to cast Maelstrom,
What?
but it should be able to get higher, right?
I think so.
I think from the Gathering Storm, I think that only caps out at 10, but there is...
Stop him.
In the Maelstrom tree, there was part of that one that got it as per kill and chance per hit on bosses and rares.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let's
Under
see what that
Maelstrom does that?
unique I got.
Yeah, under the Maelstrom itself. It was like the
Oh, there it is. Growing
Okay.
Storm. You have a chance of killing enemies or hitting a boss or rare enemy to cast Maelstrom. Every 2 seconds. I see.
Oh,
So
actually, those
you
gloves
did
probably
was
work pretty well with that.
Mhm. We spend 1 point there, and then there. Storm Totem. And 1 stack of Wings of Lightning. Use a basic attack 2 more times. I see. Okay, so level 20 will probably be Star Crows, and then level 35 will have to be Summon Scorpion, most likely. That'll probably end up being what it is. Where'd you both go?
I'm still in town.
Yeah, we both went back to town.
There. I just put Avarice on. It works well for me since I'm doing a lot of elemental damage right now anyways. Might as well.
Yeah.
Hello, little
I'll be
Charlotte.
right back.
Hello. Hello, the pretty kitty. Oh, give her a hug. Always hug your kitties. Such a good kitty. You go in your bed now. You have been hugged. Yes, you have. Yes, you have. And she's like, I want you to laugh, and I keep petting her and pushing her at the same time. Hi. Hi, kitty. Meow. Meow, kitty. Okay, so I have most of the stuff on the left that I want.
Oh, did you go to the next area already?
Yeah, I'm just standing there.
Okay.
What do I want for Maelstrom? I'm not getting the increased area for Maelstrom. Okay. Okay, so
Hey, I'm back.
Whirlpool. Okay, because that's the Maelstroms have longer duration. We do definitely want to max those out, but we do that as well. Okay. I like the look of Beneath the Waves, but it's only if you directly cast it. But it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That is definitely a question up for debate.
Yes, just don't look at the past 10 minutes.
How about the past now when it's gonna include this lovely friend of ours over here?
I see. I see. Oh, look away, Ganzik, look away.
Yeah, look away. Look. Oh no, it gets worse, bro.
Oh, I have the Paladin sword here.
Bro, it gets worse.
Oh, I see.
What's
Okay.
wrong?
Alright.
Oh, cool.
It gets worse. Do we want to do the Nemesis after so that we can get a little bit more EXP?
Hey, there's a door here.
Let's just do this. Let's just do the Nemesis first. Oh yeah, there's loot in here we can get.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Cool.
Well,
What's this there?
trash.
Nothing good, but yeah, well, there's a chance. Hey, it could have been one of your unique spooky.
No, it wouldn't.
I mean, I got a Glyph of Despair, so that's something.
Yeah, I think I will empower mine.
I got a shield with 68% lightning resist on it.
Okay.
I don't use a shield.
I have a spear with 107% crit strike multiplier.
Damn. Who's
Oh, of
staying over
course
here
it's the
so I
blood
don't
one.
die? Yeah, mine's the blood one. Do you got a problem with that?
Yes.
Ow! Why do you think I'm standing over here so it doesn't kill me? So that we don't have to fight it again. Ow! Go away! Go fight the others!
Ow.
Oh, is that my one who's down?
One of them was... Ow! This guy hurts so much! Ow! I almost died. I didn't know my Stormcrow... Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I didn't know my Stormcrows had an HP bar.
I mean, yeah, it's a minion. That's my
No,
button.
minions... Ow!
What?
Damn it, that guy hits me like once and I'm almost dead.
Like, I know the Falcon
Oh,
doesn't have
he's
an
dead.
HP bar because it was like one that couldn't be targeted.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought
Okay,
the
so-
Stormcrow was too.
Is it just auto bringing you in when you accidentally walk into the doorway also
Yes.
for?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
That's kind of actually very annoying.
Oh, I'm a goner. I'm a goner. I'm a goner. Oh, they see a health potion over here. Give me.
Ow! This thing sucks!
Yeah. These definitely feel a lot stronger than they did, even at the
A
beginning
lot
last
is
time.
an understatement. I'm trying to avoid dying. God damn, that's annoying. This door is not helping.
Yeah.
No, it is
It
not.
really isn't.
Oh, I need to regen health. I need to regen health. I'm out of potion. There we go.
Oh my god. God, that sucks.
You ready to do it again?
No. Do you have a one-handed sword that I can just use instead?
Um,
No.
nah.
Nope. Don't even have any on the ground, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I was looking because... You know what, if you can pull out the lightning guy, I'm gonna punch him to death.
Okay. Wait, can I have that, the relic back?
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Oh, y'all mind if I summon
Okay.
mine and then try to stay alive?
I'd rather nobody
This time?
summon anybody's.
Okay. I'm ready.
Actually. Okay.
At least mine's gonna be level
Alright.
1.
Let's go ahead and do yours first. Maybe we'll get a good drop or something.
Alright.
Oh yeah, if I get a sword. Plus, yours we can just actually beat up without a care in the world.
I have an idea. I'm going to cast Warcry off cooldown for stun.
Ooh, level up.
Oh damn! Ah, I see. Hold on, I gotta give something to Raptor first.
Oh?
Not that. There you go, all yours.
Oh.
Any,
What'd you get?
Any...
Thank
I
you.
got the claw.
Ah.
Thank you kindly. Now, unfortunately, I only have oh, there we go. No, I have, two more.
Oh, Boogie, I have a normal quality axe for you if you want that.
I picked up a rare dagger.
Okay.
I have a rare pickaxe.
Done. I don't
Of
even
course
know
it's
what
the
it does,
pickaxe.
but I want it. Right.
Remember a while ago, a few maps ago, I said, "Hey, do you want me to grab this pickaxe?"
Right. It increases cold damage too. How about that? Let's go. Alright guys, book yearns for the mines.
Well, here we go. Y'all ready?
So
No,
let's do it.
but let's, yeah.
Actually, to be fair, I have 123% lightning resist. Ow, this guy hurts!
It means nothing!
It's a tier
Because mine was
3.
Captain the last guy. You get out of that?
Ow! I have a lot of life leech at least.
Whoops, I teleported through the wall.
Actually, I am tanking him not very well, but I'm tanking him kind of okay.
I'm literally just jumping in and stunning it. Other than that, I'm letting my dogs kill it.
Look,
There we
guys, I
go.
actually tanked it. Let's go. That hurt. Ah,
I'll
I
just pick
found a
up
new
these
pickaxe.
smaller rares I can sell.
I found a new pickaxe. This one has plus 37% lightning damage.
Do either of
Nice.
you want a spear with plus 107 crit? Just right
No.
multiplier?
I mean,
Nope.
that sounds pretty funny, but no thank you.
Spear with 34% increased melee attack speed and lightning damage.
Alright, guys. I'm sad that it's a blue pickaxe, but you know, it's a pickaxe nonetheless.
I mean, you got some shards you can slam into it.
That's true.
Well,
Oh,
here we go.
boy.
Can we forge stuff yet, actually?
Oh! It just shows up.
Oh! Okay!
Oh,
Ow!
there.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
I love the 4 wolves and a bird. Oh, that's right, because you have an extra one.
And I'm gonna be
Man,
getting more.
I am not getting those procs for the maelstrom. Ah, the primordial
wonderful.
thing. That's a new set of armor. Sure. Well, that wasn't so bad.
That was actually
Yeah.
okay. That was fine. That was
Yeah,
not.
that
It was
was fine.
scary. I almost got one shot a couple of times, but we survived.
Oh, because it was doing cold damage. Ow. Sure, why not? Now I'm getting
get-
unique. Face of blood. Unique axe.
Huh.
That is not a bad axe at all.
Yeah, it actually looks pretty cool.
That was what I actually used last time on my Raptor build last season.
Oh, really? I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, because the
you'd probably
Raptors
be
have
doing
things that rock on bleed.
Yeah, that makes sense. Do you want this axe then?
Nah, you can have it.
Oh, I got a ring for you.
It's
It's
then,
not
Raptor.
part of. I don't think it. Sure, I guess. I mean,
Oh, actually, I had a sword for you.
That's true. Is Face of Blood the axe that Raptor wants?
no, I don't think. I think it actually was.
The one was the cleaver.
Yeah,
Okay.
cleaver solution.
Yeah, because that gives you
Gotcha.
intelligence, which buffs your your thingy dinosaur T-Rex.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
And the other thing is the sword that lets me summon basically raptors up to my summon amount.
Okay,
Until then, though, I'm
gotcha.
probably going to have the wolves on just because, well, the wolf I can have more minions out.
There you go. 20% chance to now cast Frostclaw.
Yay! Oh, back into the past. Shoo.
Back to the Flopture.
Ooh, Stormbolt! It's Spooky's shrine.
Oh, I leveled up.
It's weird that you can't I actually normally cast Stormbolt though?
Yeah, because the Stormbolt is just a purely a proc effect. What is this one? Ah, Fireball.
I mean, it's more intelligent.
Blue Lizard! Blue Lizard! He's stuck in a corner!
Blue Lizard!
On my
Oh,
way.
He was one of the idle ones.
Wishing amazing burger
Spark
day.
Charge and melee hit already? Oh, that is awesome.
Happy Burger Day. Mm. You like the bacon
Right.
ones? Who doesn't like bacon burgers? Right? I mean, I guess if you don't like bacon. But then you have other problems. Like not liking
Hey,
bacon.
Burger King has a sale, a special thing today?
Do they?
I'm wondering if that's why Opti's saying.
Yeah.
Hey, Boogie, where did you go?
What do you mean? I continued down the path.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Not needed, it's just more Stormbolt. Yeah, just walking down the path. Money.
Oh, and I can actually put this guy in right now. Perfect.
Oh?
Yeah, the idol I got drop was the chance to apply Spark Charge.
Okay, I see.
I got one of the massive, like, 3 or 4 slot ones.
Yeah,
I
so
can't
did
equip it at all.
I. Like, yeah, I got one as well. Minion melee attack speed and chance to kill. Why does this guy respawn?
That is a very good question. I don't think they're supposed to.
This is a glitch.
Can we hit it? Can we kill it?
We'd have to
you
go
can
through
hit it.
the other portal.
Oh,
Well, you don't need to.
No, we want to go
Carl.
left. We want to go left for the upper district, the side quest.
Wait. Follow through, follow through.
I'm
Right now I
right
want a
by through.
burger. I can go later for a burger at Wendy's. Get a Baconator. Mmm, Baconator.
Oh, Pumpkin Shrine. And a Ziggurat.
Ow, that hurt. Ow, it's actually killing me.
Hey, more idols.
I only got one
He's
idol.
dri- I got a set piece.
What's that?
Pebble.
Oh. I was gonna say, if you got bear, hello.
I have a mace you're gonna want.
What's that? What's it do?
You'll see.
I like hitting things, so I'm okay with that.
I don't know who wants what.
But why can I
like
give it to
things.
you? Or did you zone?
Because Buki's in a different area.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
do
don't know.
zone.
that'll be why. Like, the one benefit is more for a paladin, but honestly, this still works. You zoned before it dropped for me, didn't you?
Oh, was it a unique?
No, it was a champion drop.
I got.
Oh, I shouldn't have.
Weird.
Oh well. Time to kill more things.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's a guaranteed unique drop appeared.
Is there?
Yeah, it's that one that you will auto get it from interacting with the stash.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
no,
somewhere
not
on-
that one.
And yeah.
The dice, right?
I think so. I just know it's an absolute guarantee.
Like, was it Gambler's Fallacy or something like that?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
Gambler's Fallacy.
And you can wind up with like dozens of them,
Yeah, I stopped picking them up.
right?
Like, it's still worth for us to pick up now because, you know, we can
don't
just
have
sell it
any?
for money. Yeah.
we
Oh, hey,
get
the
our
friendly friend.
specialization, right?
Once we progress to the end of this line.
That's what I said. Alright.
Ah, I'm at the point where I cannot.
I got a friend, guys.
Yep.
And ow, that hurt. I like how you can tell whenever the wolf abilities get used. And you like not hurt so much. So I wonder if we have to fight all three of them before we get the next one.
Probably. That's what I've been wondering.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
It's whatever. Well. I do like having the storm bolt. They're pretty cool.
I like how you guys are just not even going to the unique over here.
I saw things to kill. I wanted to kill them.
Well, there's things to kill over here too.
Yo,
Yeah,
my
but this is
bee!
over here.
Oh, this
And
is
if it's
name.
over here. Yeah. That's the point. Oh,
Which at this
one
point,
more
I
that's the point.
yeah, I'm
I
gonna
can't really-
start hoarding mine now.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, you have mine spent for me to spend 22 points here.
Okay, then you can keep going.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know why you put 22 points, but, you know, 22 points.
Wow.
I totally didn't get another unique. No, I did not. Nope.
Unique.
It was the gambler's fallacy, and only the gambler's fallacy. Yep.
Uh-huh. So what's the other unique that you got?
It's nothing for any of us.
Damn it! A necklace! Hey, does anybody want, a necklace?
Oh, there's two more dropped for me. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It happens like every time
Oh.
one of us interacts with it, another one drops.
Oh, look.
Another gambler's fallacy.
Yeah.
How about that? And it's not like they are really any different at all. I don't know, they have a different amount of HP. Whatever,
I mean, mine's not really giving me much.
right? It's the end of the lower district is where we get the
Yep.
Okay. So we are close then.
Yeah.
And then I will grab Shaman and then start putting points into Beastmaster.
Yeah. Why did
That's kinda
I
weird.
do that? Why did I give you
Wow.
22?
So many legendary amulets. Wow.
Is it for the extra physical and cold, well, the extra cold damage? No, I think I'll unspec that point if I don't need it. It's only 8% lightning damage, I guess. And I'd rather get over to the scorpion sooner anyways.
Yeah. I wonder if I threw them in there because I picked up 2 points, but I took stuff out from somewhere else. I'm like, I'll just throw these here.
I guess that kind of makes sense. I mean, for, like, the end, it's not half bad to have the extra little bits of damage. But in the beginning, I want to get towards other stuff anyways.
Yeah.
My wolves now have a
My
chance
damage
to
is
howl every time they kill something.
nice. My damage is actually getting to be not half bad.
Another glyph of despair.
Now, where did Buki go?
Where do you think I went? Where did you guys go? Yeah, where are you guys? That's the better question.
I'm here.
Killing things, killing and
I
looting
know where
things.
I am.
Looks like we went two different directions.
It checks out. Whee! Oh, because you guys want the upper path and then I want the lower path.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Oh.
I want a burger now. Lottie made me want a burger.
Damn.
Oh, we can't even, well, we have access to the forest soon.
We can push F.
I thought we only had access to the fort. I'm pressing F and nothing's happening.
Really?
I got it.
I don't have it.
That's weird because I've already
working
had
for
access
me.
to it. I've had
It's
access
working
to it
for
for a
me.
while.
Oh, because you're using WAS. I think yours is V. Was it V?
Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. I don't actually care.
Yeah, with how low level it is, it's not worth using the shards yet. Unless you have gotten to this
Right.
point and you literally are still wearing whites. Then yeah, you should use some shards.
Raptor. Yeah.
I'm not anymore. I've replaced it.
Can we, like, not fight this thing in the lava that's absolutely murdering me?
That's
There
fine.
we go. Oh, now it's dead.
Cool.
Yay, level
I
up.
I didn't even get to fight it.
No use of spending the skill point, but now 30% chance to cast Frostclaw.
Yay. Oh, hey, money.
Oh, Gold Shrine.
I'm away.
Yum, 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 money. Yum, 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 yum.
And actually, we have some decent gold. We actually could afford to buy some Shatter Shards.
Do we have decent gold? Oh, yeah. Yeah,
I mean-
we can start buying shatter shards. Yep.
I got 11,000, so that's enough to buy like 5.
Yeah, I've almost got 11,000 too.
I still wouldn't shatter anything besides like the rare things, like skill level equipment.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like the helmet that Raptor got?
Yeah.
Which is actually super nice to have this early.
Right?
Like class-specific ones, yeah, absolutely shatter those.
Once I'm, not using it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing actually hurt.
Ooh, level 17.
Nice. No, this is not Path of Exile 2. This is the Last Epoch. Similar
It's
type of
same
game.
vein of type, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, Harbinger and a
Nemesis somewhere. There, I see
yeah,
it.
Nemesis and a what's it called? Void Beast? Yeah, Void Beast.
Oh, I guess we'll do the beast if it's right here and it's easier.
Nope, this one's actually the travel.
Oh, it is?
Oh,
it is,
Travel,
yeah.
yellow is not. I mean, I already jumped over, so.
Oh, well, okay.
We have once again ready
I
to
throw
trade.
myself into the void.
Okay, so I need. Okay, so getting fangs is a stupid idea for me. Cool, cool. I need petals and feathers.
I need the horns by the looks of it.
I need horns and fangs.
Kind of. Is the game technically full release?
Cornered of that crafting by
It is now
I
full
thought
a full release, yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
Ow!
I thought it was going early access.
Got it! They still hurt! They still hurt!
They
Yeah.
do still hurt. Yes, yes, they do.
I mean, our resistances are still kind of not great, though.
You say that like yours is. Oh, my physical resistance is dropped, that's why.
Oh, they did poison.
Oh, well, that's even worse.
Yeah, I have 1% poison resist.
I have 31% actually. I don't have
I have
poison resist.
36.
Oh, because poison resist is based off of attunement?
Vitality? Poison is vitality.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
I don't
two.
have that much. Oh yeah, by the way, why is most of this map filled out?
That's what I'm trying to
Because I
figure
think
out
it's-
too.
I think it might be the same map, maybe, or something. It might just be a glitch
Ow,
with the
ow,
new area
ow.
transition
These,
stuff.
whatever. I don't know what these things are, but they're hurting me bad.
Ooh, we got something over here that's got like an icon over its head.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends chasing me, by the way.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, I don't know what thing you're talking about, though. Are you talking about the unrelenting spiders?
No, I defeated whatever it was. It was
Oh, okay.
it was a type of raptor.
There's like a large trail of these mole things they keep coming out from the west.
Oh, okay. By the way, these
Hey, Drew, I
people
found a
are
ring you might like.
funny.
I got a ring with ward per second.
Oh, I could actually like that.
Oh, they're coming up from these eggs! Oh, nope, there's a... Okay, I see it. One of them is a summoning one, that's why.
I see.
The egg carriers. The egg carriers are summoners.
Oh, there's more than one type. Okay.
I think.
There's
Well, I don't
one
see the
that I
special ones
saw that-
spawning anymore.
Yeah, there's one that I ran into that said that it summons ethereal clones.
Okay. I killed one thing that was like a raptor that had like a green symbol over its head. Something about a familiar or something maybe. Yeah, I just had its HP thing pop up back on my screen. Familiar
Weird.
Draco Raptor of something. Yeah, it was like this one, but it had a green symbol over its head.
Okay.
There's probably like a special spawn like the champions.
Ooh.
Probably.
Oh, died. Yeah, they're doing a lot of poison damage. I'm not a huge fan of all the poison damage. Definitely
I
not
do
a fan
poison
of the
damage to you.
Okay,
Kill my
boss is up.
lizard.
Head this way. Do we want to keep exploring or move on?
No,
Actually, looks
there wasn't
boring. More
really.
loot.
Lizard!
Okay, I guess we could finish it then.
Lizard.
Boom, 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 boom. Lizard!
Lizard.
Oh, that's two heads now.
Lizard!
Is it
Yeah,
gonna be
I
like a
noticed
Hydra
that.
where each time we beat it, it gets more heads?
Lizard.
Probably not.
Lizard.
Lizard!
I mean, it'd be a cool visual tell.
Lizard.
Well, lizard. No, it's not a lizard. I mean, it kind of looks
Lizard.
lizardy, right? What they're saying, okay.
Let's see, lineage. Really, still no
Really?
horns?
Oh, it looks like I'm going for fangs, which will drop rare jewelry.
Oh, because the thing that I picked up is this grants an additional head that breathes frost. That's what it was. So that's why it had another head.
A fine
That's so interesting.
Yeah, mine had vines. And
Mine
now
had
mine's
lightning
having
horns.
another head.
But I didn't actually use them.
Because I want glyphs.
I can sell stuff to them, can't I?
Yep, that's what I'm doing. Might as well.
I'll sell these Gamma's fallacies. Who cares about them?
Yeah.
Oh, he sells the Runes of Evolution too, which requires the crystalline hearts, which are super expensive. Hope you don't need any of those.
Well, they're only 10,000. Oh, and all the other pieces, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's the accessories that require the heart. Oh,
I know it's
the
like looks
dagger.
like one of the weapons has heart, needs a heart too.
Yeah, it looks like the dagger.
The
actually,
Thicket
the
of
chest
Blinding
pieces
Light
require them
also
too.
does.
Next
Yeah,
time,
actually,
run.
it goes well, Ninja. How does it go for you? Well, how do things
I'm just
go
glad
for
the
you?
T-Rex told us to acquire it.
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It looks like the things that require it are also quite a bit cheaper, which is nice.
We got enemies coming in. I'm taking them out.
Yeah, Book already
There's a
left.
small group.
Bye.
Oh, ow.
Look, do you expect any less?
Harbinger time. Sorry, Nemesis time.
Whenever we get to it. Apparently it's like somewhere else.
It's around the corner.
I'll go further with a friend you're playing, but you're not straight on his end. Oh, that's too bad. Sorry to hear. Oh. I am very close to leveling up. I have leveled up.
How are you that head in? I still did a couple bars.
I don't know. Is Boogie kill good? Boogie kill
Well,
good. Yeah.
Is anything good on mine?
Oh no, not the bleeding one again! Why do I have to get this one? I hate this one.
Ooh, glows with freeze mate multiplier.
Nothing good for me. That's too bad.
Oh, the curse is following me across seasons.
Which curse
What?
now?
It's Calamity. Again.
Oh.
What do you mean? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and get it. Just, well, I should probably focus on building a big character first. I'll take keep any of the weapons are good. I might not actually get it yet.
Man, I'm just not getting these mails from Croc at all.
What are you talking about? I see. I can see something spinning around
I
you.
see them. Yeah, that's it.
I got it once he died. I got 3 of them in a row in the very last second, but the entire fight up to that point, I didn't get one. Okay?
Okay, I'm actually gonna banish. This isn't worth.
Okay.
The gear actually isn't good at all.
Yeah, like, bro, I didn't get a single drop, like, one until it was about to die. Then I got 3.
Gods. Terra, watch over you.
Yay, level, and I still can't spend points.
Okay, scavenger.
Scavenger?
Belt with a 98% chance to find potions gain haste when using potions and increases
that
your dodge
one.
rating. Yeah, that's not half
So you're getting uniques. You're getting
Yeah,
uniques.
getting pity unique. Not even that good.
Play team.
Gold mace.
And I
What do
can
you
throw
mean gold
another-
mace?
Into one of my skills.
Oh, that? Yeah, that's fine. Wait, hold on. On the other hand... It's a two-handed mace with damage over time and 86% lightning damage.
Oh, that's actually a pretty good mace.
Yeah, I know. Actually, a really good mace. Damn it, 24. Higher than mine. Oh, I guess it's time to get rid of my shield. Good catch there, Connor. Good catch.
Yeah, that was a good catch.
That was a good catch.
If only you did the damage over time.
Right? Does Maelstrom not count as damage over time?
No, it has to be like effect like Electrify is a damage over time. Spark charges are.
Being
I
set
don't
on
know if
fire,
Promise can get spark charges though.
bleed is it?
Oh, bleed is damage
Bleed,
over time.
Fire.
You gotta give up my bleed.
I was just trying to think of like the
Yeah,
electrical one.
Oh, I hit like a truck now, which is nice.
Haha, get frozen, nerd.
Yeah, get frozen, nerd. Shield will be missed. I know, trust me, that was a really nice shield. Are there one of you two using a shield right
Nope, I'm
no,
using
I'm dual.
now? No.
You fought well. You will find peace in death.
I was just making sure because it's a really... I mean, it's a very nice shield for not getting electrocuted.
I want to get the Raptor skill,
Terra.
but I'm so far away from getting the
Sorcery is
amulet.
this?
Sorry, not the amulet, but the
He might be
sword.
kind enough to
It's
show you how to
not going to be
disguise.
for quite a while.
By the way, crew, is it bad that this is the first time I noticed that who the Forgotten Knight was?
Hello, traveler.
No, I can
Completely
believe
forgot
that.
you had given me this. I'm going to throw it on. Boop.
And yeah, if actually we did have another character, if this is our alt, we could have access to maps already.
Right? Yeah, let's go do maps already. You're
Like, no,
not
you
even
look-
level 20.
You literally could just walk to the right and then it would unlock maps.
Which is terrifying. I mean, you get a lot of EXP out of it.
You do, yeah.
You've woken
And choose
my
mastery.
eyes
Gee, what match am I
with
going
eyes
for?
like
I
if
wonder.
I then
Everybody do the
close your
dinosaur.
eyes and focus on the
Human
potential
elemental
you wish to
resistance.
wield.
Oh, that's funny that I'm not even using the shaman's main ability. That's too bad.
So it's time to start putting some points to the beat. Time to consult the build.
Ooh.
I see
Spellblade.
you again.
Alright,
Oh,
so
they changed how
I-
the 4 point, like the bonus stats on these now. I just noticed it's
Huh?
more obvious. Yeah.
Oh, also, it's time for me to go re-roll because do I want to get rid of the wolves in favor of a single raptor for now?
Strength, damage taken reduced, that's good. Increases melee damage, boar hurt. You grant aspects of the boar for the duration of either travel skill or evade. That gives 30% bleed duration, reduces damage by 15%. Okay.
And then we're respec. Lightning. Pick up Shatter Strike.
Oh, okay, I see what. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna grab 1, 2, 3. Well, there.
Oh, time to go despecialize in wolves and respec. Oh wait, despecialize and just got rid of it. I'm going to be tearing apart that helm for the summon wolf bonus, unless you want to go, D.
Well,
The helm I've been wearing this whole time with the summon wolf bonus.
why do I want that?
I just asked if you would. I'm not sure. I didn't say you did. I wasn't sure if you would.
Why would I want it though?
Because puppers,
You tell me.
I guess.
Why do I want poppers?
Because they're fluffy. And will eat
I
your
mean, I
opponents.
do like fluffy, but I'm not a wolfy wolf person here.
You're not doing a squirrel build.
There is an old
No, why would I do that? I'm doing lightning.
Because squirrel?
Arky Sparky. But Arky Sparky.
Someday I will actually play the squirrel build.
Far to the east.
I never even made my squirrel build either. It was very sad. We almost got there. Almost. Does more strength, aspect of the board array. Okay, I see.
Okay, so now I gotta see how I gotta build my raptors.
Oh, I forgot we have capes. Forgot about that.
Okay. Oh, Artor's loyalty was the one that you were thinking of, with the companion size and more companion damage?
I'm definitely gonna want that one, yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
think that actually is part of my build.
Funny thing is, though, Fru, is, I mean, I guess technically getting it's not a half bad idea. I mean, obviously I can't have both the crows and the, scorpions.
yeah. So you don't be able to have one.
Yeah. Which is funny, because then in that point, you just go down for the crow's, winged raptor, which also limits you to one, and then you just get one really big, really scary crow. Which would be funny.
Okay, so might as well tear apart this exalted.
Oh, that doesn't go
I'm not
I
using it.
see. Now consumes your mana.
Remember, I have to go
see,
shove
I
stuff
see.
into the storage.
I sold everything. Most things. Goodbye things.
Or just
We
some of the
don't miss
uniques
you.
and the idols.
Yeah, I gotta go throw them all in. There you go. Goodbye
Follow
shield.
your feet.
Follow my feet! What if I don't wanna?
Dare to smile upon you. Farewell.
Yeah, what if I don't wanna follow my feet?
Okay, so
Do
I got an
it.
idle
Scary.
tab and a.
Roar. Okay. So, level 20, I can pick up. Ooh, do I want crows or scorpions first? I guess scorpion's still quite a ways away.
Yeah, I just swapped out my Mana Strike, the Mana Strike to be the Shadow Strike for now.
I guess
Which is
scorpion would
probably
be
a stupid
better.
idea because it was like a level and a half. I would have had the Shadow Strike. That was actually very stupid of me.
The crows don't cast Maelstrom. So why were you looking at, because you have Fury Leap as one, but you also had Warcry. Does Warcry do electric damage? Oh!
No, it Warcry buffs buffs
Whirlpool.
you and your pets.
And Whirlpool with it, too.
Yeah.
Mmm. Would Scorpion or Crow be better for Warcry? Can I make Warcry just like... There's no way that I can just not have to worry about Warcry, right?
Yeah, Warcry, you would have to be hitting yourself every couple seconds.
Mm,
Or summon a
I'm
totem to
gonna
do
go-
it for you, but then you have to remember to summon the totem.
Yeah, there's that. I don't want to do that. Is there a duration thing for Warcry?
I think there was...
What are you trying to find for Warcraft?
Just a duration.
Uh,
Because I know I had the note going right where it changed it to be a 5-second cooldown.
Oh, yeah, because then you would cast it on cooldown.
Because it was
Oh,
Warcry, and then I
there's-
went down that path for Berserk.
yeah, and there's also the Whirlpool, which casts Maelstrom whenever you use Warcry.
Yeah, and you'd be allowed to use it to like cast Maelstrom 4 times. Which
Oh,
would kind of-
Ferocity. Critical strikes have a chance to use Warcry for you. So with that combined
Where?
with Whirlpool,
It's only once
straight up.
per Warcry cast if it went up.
What do you mean?
straight up from the middle.
Oh, okay. Warcry chance on crit, I see. Oh, and
But,
it has to
the-
be on cooldown.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it only happens once per cooldown, so you'd have to you
Yeah.
would still have to you wouldn't have to use it as
Use
often,
it.
but you still would have to remember to use it when it's on cooldown.
Like, it wouldn't technically be half bad if you could get it. It's also only a 5% chance. But, because then you could combine it with Whirlpool as well, and then you would just get like 8 castings of Whirlpool Maelstrom, which would be pretty funny. You know what? I think I might go Warcry then.
Warcry one?
Yeah.
Because
know
I
if wanna
don't-
go with the 5.
'Cause I don't think the Warcry changed from the old build. I just have to find that link to see how it was built up.
Either.
Because I just remember going down for the Berserk, getting the 5-second cast, going down left.
I mean, to be fair, getting the shallow breath is quite easy because it's literally just up 1 over 1.
Yep.
No, you probably want up apprehend as well so that you can pull everything towards you too.
Yeah, I think the one I had it built it did have the pull in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay. The way Warcry normally works, the more enemies you hit with it, the lower its cooldown.
That makes sense.
Yeah, 20% of remaining cooldown recovered whenever you stun or freeze an enemy, including the Warcry itself. Up to
That
2
one I
times
didn't
each
get
second.
because by going right for the 5-second cooldown, it doesn't stun or chill or freeze
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
honestly, I think he did for my build, but I'm not the biggest fan of that because I actually really like the stun.
Yeah, but I more need it for Whirlpool because then
Oh, yeah.
instead of casting Maelstrom, I would be using Warcry, which will cast Maelstrom 4 times, which actually is pretty terrifying. Oh no, well, because then my Scorpion will also cast Warcry 4 times.
Why does my war? That is a good question. True. Why do I have Shallow Breath on mine? Just
For like
absolutely
the 5-second cooldown one?
yeah.
Because shorter cooldown.
Fair.
Like, if you like the stun, you can swap that point out for something else.
Oh, the stun saves me a lot when I'm playing, so I'll probably swap that around.
Okay, so if that's the case, I don't need crows. So in that case, I do want to get the Artor's loyalty then. Because that would be 85% more companion damage, which means that my Scorpion's Maelstrom will do 85% more damage.
That's a lot of damage.
So in that case, just replace Crow with Warcry.
I kind of figured that's how that one would be. So that means that instead of getting Crow next, I will want to start leveling up Warcry. Might as well keep using the Crow for now, though.
Yeah.
A group cry. Yeah, you want a group a cry? What do you mean a group a cry? No, we want a crow to cry. Actually, we want our scorpions to cry when we get a scorpion.
Oh,
Over here
Lord, how I
playing
missed
Lizard
you.
May Cry.
The devils may cry? Yeah, that's true, the devils may cry too. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Was that to remember to grab the dungeon waypoint before we go all the way?
Welcome, my beautiful
that's
boy.
true.
Only one will know.
Oh yeah, because you have a raptor now, yeah.
I took off the claw and threw back on Bleeding Heart for now. I literally had no other amulet. But the claw isn't really that great for a raptor build. If I was doing an all minion build, it'd be good, but
Wait, but if you keep the claw on, you can still summon some wolves.
don't have spot on my bar for it. And if it's not on your bar, it's a rock.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Ow.
Oh, the poison puddle. Yeah, watch out for that.
Carnage Champion's Jade Amulet. Necrotic damage, elemental damage. Ooh, elemental damage. Spell damage. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, mine's percent cold damage and then the spell damage. Yeah, we're putting that on.
Throwing damage and spell damage.
Physical damage.
I'll tear it apart.
Melee fire. No. Boots, attunement, move speed. Meh. Meh. Really says poison on death, but... Yeah, so we'll start leveling up Warcry as soon as we can. Especially to get to the Maelstrom ability, that'll be nice.
Which also means you'll be healing yourself whenever you Warcry also.
Is that in that area?
That's literally the path to it.
Oh, cool. I like it. I don't really care about the healing, but you know, I'm gonna be extra tanky then. So sure, why not?
I think one of the things on that path also is it removes debuffs.
Yep, I think I had that put in there.
Ah, I see. That's pretty strong.
You can even make it so it heals allies.
Does it remove... Hi, Faye! Does it remove debuffs from
Hey.
allies too, or just from you?
I don't remember.
Oh, I'd have to read it again.
It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Yay, level 19.
I need 60% attunement. That's a lot of attunement. Well, 60 attunement. That is a lot. How you doing today, Faye?
Yeah, I think in the...
From Fro.
There we go. Ward decay threshold per intelligence.
Fro, what's your damage right now? Your DPS?
Shadow Strike is 1235.
How do I see my damage again?
You're doing 10 times my damage!
Oh,
How
Nemesis.
damage?
Good question.
My speed attack's doing 710.
How much?
Woo! That's 144!
How is yours so low?
Yeah. Like my standard attack's 700 some.
My Maelstrom's 49!
Should we do the Harbinger or probably not Harbinger, Nemesis?
Why is my damage so low?
I don't know. Well, I know mine is
Ooh.
kind of picked up higher because I have cold penetration.
I got a
Hey,
double.
Drew, kill it! Kill it, Drew! Ow. You have two uniques in yours?
Yep, I don't think I can use either of them. However, one is a Weaver's Will item.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, that's really cool.
That's right, I have
Thank
Ward now!
you.
I can tank!
Oh, I completely forgot to give you that ring. Sorry. I sold it already.
Oh well, not a big deal.
Why is my damage so low?
What was your weapon you were using?
I'm using a Conduit's Great Maze of Hunger. It does 86% lightning damage on it.
That should be helping it.
Yeah, if not, it's 22.
Yeah, I have no idea why yours is so low.
Like, even my Maelstrom
Okay.
is 49.
Alright, challenging.
Lizard.
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 Apparently, I'm just trash. This makes me sad.
I have no idea why yours is that low.
Shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be, that's the thing.
Okay, I got Pebble's belt.
Nice.
Not that it matters, because apparently I'm trash.
Hey, Fruit,
Yeah,
do
this
you
is
need
the
a
new
font of
season.
the erase string?
Here we go. Try this, Mookie. Try this spear out.
Sure.
I'm not Buki.
Oh.
Can I have this?
Give that to
please?
Mookie.
Yeah, sure.
I would have laughed if you gave
Ooh,
me
more
that.
freeze rate multiplier.
Hey, my damage is past 200! Let's go!
Okay,
This is
so
sad.
a Grimoire
Mhm.
relic and a gold ring. The font of the erase
Yeah.
ring. So go ahead and power. Y'all ready?
No, because apparently I'm not
I'm-
ready for anything.
I'm ready.
I'm
That's
just
enough for
sad now. Ah, lovely. Ow!
Ooh, a Rune of Ascendance.
Hey,
I need a dagger. I need a dagger. I have a dagger. I would ask for if I could have some streamer luck, but I have a feeling Book is going to say no.
you definitely don't want it.
I got the wrong
You
dagger
guys-
anyway.
You guys have been having better luck without me, so... Hold on, I need to go find something to fight by myself for a second. No,
That's
there's no point in us
interesting.
having the loot filter up yet. Let me go fight
The
something
horn-
alone. I need to...
the Rift Beast one counts as a key.
That looks interesting.
'Cause I do have loot.
No!
I do have loot filters, but I just didn't turn it on yet because it's way early.
Okay, I'm doing quite a decent amount of damage. I mean, it's not like it's actually pretty trashy. I don't think so. Like, I'm killing things, which you would presume if my damage was 220 that I wouldn't be.
Here, have a necklace.
Spooky! It might not be might not be counting for when you have your whirlwind active.
My whirlwind has its own thing.
What I meant is that's what's helping increase your damage is whenever that's triggering, you're getting that extra damage on top, speeding up your TTK.
Yeah, which is 43. True, mine's actually better. Because mine's got the 10% elemental damage and then 5 spell damage as well.
Next, my only thought would be the lightning bolts that get triggered might be where most of the damage could be coming from.
Yeah, that's true. The lightning bolts don't pop up, do they?
I've got a mace here with 21% increased lightning damage and +1 to all tribute. It also has increased
Mine
fire,
is 66% lightning damage and 15% melee damage for lightning. I'll end up building a loot filter later. I don't need one right now.
You can't check the DPS for the Stormbolt. You just have to find out somewhere on your tree where it shows like more information for Stormbolt.
Oh, wouldn't that be under? So how do I go over the thing? Because there's things that say Stormbolt and stuff, but how do you scroll over?
No, it's just
it?
like where only talks about Stormbolt. See if you push like Alt or Z.
Oh, 188.
So it's 188 plus your
220.
So like 400. Okay.
That's still terrible.
It's only a third of mine. It's not that bad.
Terrible. Seriously, that hangs over my damage. Yeah, cause you're like one-tapping all these enemies, and then I'm like fighting them like bosses.
Loot lizard.
Loot lizard!
Well, I know for my Shatter Strike, I can't use that all the time because that really eats my mana.
Well, mine doesn't use any mana.
Oh,
Well, I got another unique.
so did
I.
I.
Vial of volatile ice. Almost said acid.
What does that do?
Oh, that's the offhand I'm using.
Oh,
What
I got the fire starter torch.
Okay.
Feel like you want to do fire damage.
Oh, this is the thing that makes acid flask into ice damage.
Okay, that's why my damage is so high.
Why?
It's solely because of the cold penetration that the sword's giving me,
Oh, okay.
which is
I
30%.
see.
I'm ignoring 33% of enemy resistance.
Okay.
Amateur.
When I swap to the other unique sword that I just had dropped, it's down to 769.
Okay, so it's not as bad then.
Yeah, it's just this sword is really broken for this level.
I don't think I want to give this to Raptor as much as I want to give it to Raptor.
It's up to you.
No, I mean, I don't think I can.
Ooh. Oh yeah, we haven't gotten any of the things dropped yet.
Like, it's a
Ow.
really nice ring for you, is the thing. But I don't think I can give it to you as the thing. Well, at least Brew is strong enough to be able to, like, kill these things.
I think you should be able to because it is going to drop while Raptor is here.
Yeah, but it's unique with a... Hey, thank you for joining the guild! It's unique with one of the mods, is all.
First, I thought we could still do those. It's only if we had them drop like elsewhere we need the special one.
We'll find out. We will find out. Oh,
I
yes,
am
I can.
listening.
Perfect. There you go.
What does
You
mine
can use that a
got?
lot more than I can.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I'm
Right?
gonna banish mine. There's nothing here.
I don't use forged
Plus,
weapon, but other than that, it's insanely good for me.
Yeah. It's technically for forged weapon, but it's still like the Phantom Grip Ring is good for minion builds in general.
Yeah. I did think about putting that on your build. I can't remember what rings I decided with instead though.
I don't remember. I have to
Generics.
check.
Oh, they were generics. Oh, I think I did that for resistances. But again, just because
Yeah.
my build says this stuff it doesn't mean you need this stuff. Period. Every single
Yes,
thing.
but if I'm using, I don't need Phantom Grips for only the Scorpion. It's for me. It will probably benefit somebody who's using, raptors and other pets.
Okay. Any other spawns?
I'm gonna go ahead and
I-
power mine again.
Yeah,
Y'all ready?
Yep.
Nope.
Here we go.
I hate this
Oh,
thing.
I wasted that.
Ow!
Yeah, I feel like my ow is more than your ow.
I survived that solely because of the ward.
Yeah, I believe that. I can't
Ah.
think of my endurance.
I see.
What?
Totally didn't
You
get
get
another
another
unique.
unique.
It's not a good unique for any of us.
You're still
It's-
getting
it's-
me.
It's all about it's like a throwing build one.
You're still getting them and we're not. Oh, that's right. We want to go this way to the arbor. Not much to do with me, Kaiju. What's up with you?
Kaiju. Yeah, I was just going this way to get the waypoint for the dungeon. We can't do it yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, but... Wait a second. Is this not towards the dungeon?
Yeah, it is.
It is. We have to go through this area, then another area, then we'll be up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you.
Ooh, big chest.
Yeah, nothing good.
Did you open it again?
No, there was a small chest right beside it.
I was like, wait a minute, we could...
Okay.
That threw me off too.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I
It
don't
wasn't funny,
have
it's
much damage.
Yeah, it's definitely... It's only because of my
Wait,
penetration.
Guys, over here. Kill!
There's not much to kill here.
Ignore the Harbinger.
Well, I leveled up. Or can throw a point into
Keep
something.
going, ignore it, and keep going.
That's the whole area, Booby.
It shouldn't be the whole area.
Oh, wait, there's a little bit more enemies. This is it over here.
Well, we're getting
Yeah,
bonus
we-
XP, so...
But now we can spawn the Harbinger and get the bonus XP from the Harbinger.
Yes.
Impossible.
I'm spawning.
Do it. Ah, this guy again. I don't have my nice shield. Ow.
Speed for me.
Spawn him if you want to spawn him. If not, get rid of him. Ah, we
Challenge.
ran out.
Yeah, I didn't really look at the loot mine drop. I just hit empower because why not?
Yeah, I'm just going challenge.
Ah, I got the ladle. Ow.
Oh, I'm a gunner. I'm a gunner.
Done. Yeah, no.
It's not exactly the best place to fight this guy.
I
Ow.
died.
Look at the big pumpers!
Follow me
Oh,
all
I
the
need a
way
health
back to the
potion?
start of the area.
Ow. I don't blame you for dying. Ow.
Yeah, I got close a couple times.
Don't kill the boogie.
Okay, I got him frozen.
It doesn't stop him from leaving half the
Oh,
time,
he still
though.
dropped.
There we go.
Okay
I
then.
hate
It
that.
actually dropped an
Anybody want a
extra.
ladle?
It dropped an extra unique.
Nice.
A new one. I've never seen this one before.
Oh, which
Horn
one?
Huh?
Slinger.
At least I don't need weird crows.
Wait, is it a belt?
Yes. +1 to physical skills, 6% increased movement speed, 6% increased throwing attack speed, 40% chance to inflict bleed on hit, and 43 damage reflected to attackers.
It wasn't an old
Nice.
unique, but I think it was like a rare-ish unique.
I'll just throw it on, I guess. Because more
I think
bleed.
it was uncommon for that one.
I'll lose 21% minion damage, but my raptor scales off bleeding anyway, so.
There you go.
What's this?
Boogie can shoot! Wrong one.
Okay, now we can go grab waypoint.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
already at the point where I'm grabbing all the yellows that drop.
Impossible.
Boogie can shout and scream and read!
Yep, let it all out.
Shout.
Yeah.
These other things I can do without.
Yep.
And now you're
Come
starting
on.
a song, aren't you?
I'm talking
Yeah.
to you. I said, come on.
Read!
Thank you, Raptor, for at least getting it too.
Also, I think you did the I'm talking to you out of order. I think, if I remember
I
correctly.
forgot to get the surface area. What do you guys have it?
I have it, yeah.
This area? What's that?
Okay.
Oh yeah, I have it.
I do not. Let's go. Hey, look how I do. Oh, you know what? I might as well just move my war cry over here, and then I can move that there just in case I need to actually use it.
Oh, we got a beast.
Ah!
Lizard.
Ooh.
And I got a level of
Lizard.
specialization. I'm gonna need a second.
Alright, this is the one that we call to us, just so you know.
Okay.
Hi, Tengu!
Hey, Tengu.
Oh, Tengu.
You
So
grab
we
that.
have 2 more, and then I'm gonna... Actually, my next 2, I'll get, Staggering Roar, and then I'll get Shallow Breath.
By the way, do you want a font of the erased ring? Increased health and mana, 23% of mana spent gained as ward. 1 ward gained on a hit per
Okay,
10
this
missing
is for
mana.
me.
If your current ward is lower than your missing health, and it's also got 9 Weaver Will.
Like Berserk, additional stack Berserk.
Just gonna go ahead and yeah.
I am ready when you are.
There you go, for I sent you a gift.
Ooh, thank you.
Hey! Oh, it's got 2 heads! Go! So I'm pretty sure that it's only the party leaders that popped up.
Well, I don't
see
mind.
them on
I
the
did but on 2 heads too.
I did not, so
Yeah.
we'll know when I summon it, I guess. At least I don't think I did.
Roar!
Oh,
Well,
Horn.
considering
Oh,
it's
drop
getting... Hey, what did you guys get for your drops?
I got a horn and a fang. I think.
I got petals and something.
Yep.
I forgot what the
Okay,
other one was.
so
I got
we
both.
fight... It looks like that we fight... We're fighting mine, I believe, but you get your own loot.
Okay.
We're fighting yours, but we get our drop.
Yeah, so that's actually nice.
Yeah, that is.
I'm okay
Very...
with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Oh, mace with melee attack speed. That's cool. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. I want food. I want another cookie. I'm almost out of those cookies. It makes me really sad.
We'll get more cookies then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
You're
have to
supposed to
make
steal
them
those
and they're a
specially.
pain to make. They're pumpkin spice cookies.
We got an affix. Is it a good affix? Lightning resist. Darn.
Yeah, they're pumpkin spice cookies. Yum, yum, yum.
I'm going to start specializing in Warcry.
Ooh, you're going for Warcry too.
Really like Warcry, actually.
Hey, where did Buki go?
Yes, sir.
Ah, you're
I'm gonna go murder things.
I went the other way.
I found things to murder. Yeah, if it wasn't such a pain to make, I would, I could just make it without the mixer, but I'm gonna mix it myself, and that's gonna be an even bigger pain. I really like this cookie style. Wow, you are ridiculous, bro. I watched you.
Sorry, I'm leveling up. Sorry.
It's fine. We just have issues with patience, that's all. Patience and I, we're just not good friends.
Y'all go up or to the right?
They both connect, looks like.
Do they?
Well,
I don't know
y'all
which
didn't
way
go
we're
straight
going.
up because I'm killing things, so there's that.
I mean, that's not bad though, right?
And I now heal whenever I use Warcry. And get cleanse the
Actually, I
negative
do
status.
too. I don't have the negative status one, but I do have the healing.
Yeah. I had 4 points, so I just dumped them in.
Look, I want to see my Scorpion also use the,
Lizard!
No, lizard! Lizard! Lizard!
I'm on my
Oh,
way.
shit, it's a lizard, apparently.
It dropped a unique for me.
Ooh.
Me,
It's on the map.
might have dropped one
Oh,
for me too.
Okay, yeah. Offhand,
Well, yeah.
countless.
Close call.
Another Chronicle of the Damned.
Yeah, this goes to Raptor.
Is that going to be my new calamity this time?
I sent you something, Raptor.
What'd you get?
That is really
Minion
good, but it's not super useful for this build.
No, but you can use it as a leveling unique.
I've got Taste of Blood on.
I don't know which one you prefer.
Well, considering I'm using my Raptor and Raptor scale off bleed on opponent, if I remember
I didn't
correctly,
know they scaled right away, or if you need.
they have a
to
blood
make
they
them
have a
scale.
blood frenzy skill where they'll start doing more damage and stuff whenever an enemy's bleeding.
Okay, so we got Buddy over here.
I see the thingy. Yeah. Excuse me.
Actually,
Oh, it's this
Raptor,
symbol
you
over
didn't,
this guy's head.
you didn't pick up the two-headed one, did you?
Nope. You want me to see if it's mine?
Once I'm, just give me 1 sec so that I can do my level up, yeah.
Okay. Oh, I got another skill point too.
Yeah, I'm
For
less
light.
than a bar away.
Hmm?
No, okay. Sorry. I need to drop.
Wow, that guy's already at level 66.
Right? We're just watching this person absolutely blitz the game.
Okay, well, let's see if it's mine.
Lizards. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's, okay, that's really cool. Oh, you put horns on yours.
Because that makes it drop points.
That kind of makes sense. And I got my fangs and feathers. Okay,
I
so,
got fangs. I got fang and pedal.
Okay. So that is actually really cool.
It also means that if we have type and preferred going up against, we can actually make it so we can fight that type more often.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, my Raptor does more damage per bleed on the enemy.
Okay, I gotcha.
25% more damage from bleed,
Okay.
and 1% melee damage per bleed. That doesn't scale. So for every bleed on the enemy, my raptors deal 1% more damage to them.
Well, that's always good then. Okay. Big
Yep.
blue.
And yes, obviously I built yours to be heavy.
Which makes sense, and I'm pretty sure the idols also reflect.
Now, which way did Buki go again?
Which way do you think I went? Hello, Anna! I asked for a shout out, but I feel like both my mods are chasing me right now.
I got it.
Ooh, a pickaxe.
Now open up my map here so I can scroll through to figure out which way Buki went. Looks like up.
I'm just gonna teleport.
Hi,
to
Yeah.
Anna, how are you? Anna's adorable.
I was just curious to see how far away Buki was.
How far away do you think I got? That's the better question.
Actually, relatively far.
Right. I think one of the things I'm gonna pick up for Warcry as well is, where is it? Oh, yeah, Apprehend. I think I'll pick up Apprehend as well. You're adorable, excuse you? We can both be adorable. Thank you very much. Not an exclusive. Oh, I noticed the thing that Raptor was talking about before.
What?
The thing above above the enemy's head, the green thing. That's above enemies who will revive.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yep. I wasn't
I thought
sure
you
if it
were-
was a special mechanic or something.
I thought you were talking about like on the map.
Nah.
No. No. Don't care that much. What are you up to today, Edda? Edda, when are you streaming again? I want to watch Edda streams. Oh no, he's alive! Oh no, he's dead! If it doesn't drop more loot. Yeah. I definitely want to get Apprehend. Doing Tuesday for the first time in a long time, right? I was wondering where the Edda streams were. It's like, how am I supposed to watch? Very sad. Out of my way. Potentially one tonight, another tomorrow. Ooh, exciting. Exciting. Spooky Edda!
I think I'm gonna change out because I don't think I like the recast for Shatterblade. Mana regen is just too much.
No?
It uses so much
Really?
mana.
Do I smell bacon?
I want bacon.
Does Boogie smell bacon?
Bacon is delicious.
Greetings.
I think I smell bacon.
Farewell.
Yeah, I'm gonna respec Shatterblade. I'm getting rid of that.
Who are you?
I'm assuming you all went to the next area, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have plans
That
for
was good.
bacon? No, I think I smell bacon. I'll be right back, guys. Supper's ready. I'll be back.
Okay.
Ooh, Edda! Edda, I gotta show you. I'm gonna share some 3.0 stuff with Edda because I want to. Wah!
I'm just throwing stuff into stash.
I'm just gonna throw in unique. Other than if I don't have too many copies of them. And for now, I'm going to put in idle.
Also, important thing while Buki is away, give me a second here. There we go. I need more
I'm
fire
gonna-
ones.
I'm probably gonna go make myself a sandwich or two real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna keep running around in a circle. Exactly, Edda. Someone has to be running around in a circle. What other cosmetics did I have? I should have a pet. Birdie. And an orb. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ninja. Hey, I didn't spend that much on these, Connor. I do saw some points. Is there anything on sale? Oh, there's no sale. Any fun new weapons? Oh, kinda. I was gonna say there's any fun mage ones, but nothing I feel like spending the stuff on. They do look neat though. Yeah. Where was that Rune of Shatter?
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I thought of one thing that I kind of hope this game eventually does.
What?
Add a way to earn some cosmetics in game.
That would be nice, yeah. Well, there is the Twitch drops they have.
That's not in game though. That still requires connecting to an outside source.
True.
I'm talking like challenges or something that if you complete them, you just unlock a cosmetic for your character.
I know Path of Exile 1 did have some like that, but they haven't added it to 2 yet.
Yeah. I know Diablo has stuff like that also. It's not going to hurt my enjoyment. I think that would be kind of cool if they eventually added it.
Actually, for the check for the catalysts, are there any good catalysts? Nah, I don't like that one. Yeah, I don't like that one either.
There's a skill
I don't like that one either.
Falcon with a toucan with a sword on its back.
Oh yeah, I think that's when they just added, right?
Primal Lizard Bear. Interesting.
Oh yeah, the Tropical Seal Falcon, yeah.
Looks pretty funny.
Yeah, that was when they added for the season. The Primal Cat looks kind of neat. Doesn't fit the aesthetic of this armor. Ooh, the Temporal Guardian Catalyst kind of matches. And I do have the points for it still. Yeah, I'll wait for a sale.
Okay, that's kind of funny. The BT or Meteor.
Yeah, some of those shattered ones look kind of neat, but at 100 a pop, ugh, no.
Yeah.
What a miss. I can't hear you.
Inabuki.
I can hear now. Hello. What a miss.
I got it.
Hello, Ninja.
I was just looking at
You
Cash
guys,
Shop.
you guys never guess what I had for supper.
Bacon.
Bacon.
More than just bacon,
Baconator?
basically. We
I
had
don't want bacon now. I want bacon.
Yeah.
We have
Bacon
burger. Papa Buki's birthday's today, so.
Ah, happy birthday, Papa Buki.
Happy birthday,
He
Papa.
can't hear you.
Happy birthday, Papa.
But yes. So we had bacon that was in the smoker for 5 hours, apparently. Those burgers are so damn good.
Oh, hey, we got a side quest.
We have a lot of side quests.
Two of which we can't access yet, 'cause we have to do the main quest to unlock that area first.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
Oh, I just noticed
we're going.
pets don't appear out in the outside world.
What do you mean about pets not appearing? I've got my two.
Oh, I lost connection. That's why.
No, no. I'm taking the curry rotary for dessert. Okay.
I was wondering why my game was starting to lag a little bit.
Hi, Hallie.
Hi, Hallie.
Hey, new Hallie. Why was your game lagging?
Because I disconnected.
Oh. God damn it, that means I'm gonna have to re-invite you to the group.
Yeah.
I hate it. One more day
I mean,
till you'll be fine?
I might just
Ah,
jump
I see.
back right in the party. It's a possibility.
I mean, I'm hoping so. This is
I did not.
terrible, the person I just joined.
I'll need the invite.
Hold on. They look like an actual artist. Maybe.
I
Nope,
somehow
they just
have
sure opened
inject-
it. Man, the bots aren't falling for the bot thing.
Oh, they stopped? And I'm kind of sad.
I don't know, they're a bot, but they're big into art, so good enough, right? I'm bad banning artists all the time. I don't know if they're real people or if they're bots. The parents are expecting me back tomorrow night as well. Oh, nice. How do I... Which one is it?
I think it was H? Yeah, H.
H? Okay. Manus!
Yeah, Manus?
Manus is playing. Manus is ahead of us.
I did ask Manus if he wanted to play earlier, and he said something about not today or something. But it was appreciative for being invited.
I like playing games with
Are you just not
Manus.
showing his old character, maybe?
That
Mhm.
might be it.
Oh, that's fair.
No idea.
Do you see a frog? Ribbit? Ribbit? I don't know what we're talking about, Ribbit. Cockroaches of tenacity!
And it didn't even wait for me to come back.
Really? You think it's that special?
Yes.
In what world?
Be nice.
I don't even wait for myself to think before I move on through. You think I'm gonna wait for you?
Be nice. You
Remember,
cared about
Brew.
I
me.
know, wouldn't it?
Buki has the patience of a Buki.
Exactly! This isn't old news! This is old news! This isn't news! New news! New, new, new news! New, new!
Well, I guess if you don't need me to kill anything, I guess I'll just stop.
Shut up and start killing things.
No, I'll just take the experience.
Shut up and start killing things! What should I say? What?
Oh wait, we have to go back up for
Wrong
the
way. Yeah.
yeah.
Side quest.
What?
Man, am I glad that cockroaches aren't this size IRL.
Am I glad that they're not this tenacious IRL? Actually, wait, they're less. Never mind. Can they be this tenacious IRL? Man, imagine if like half of the stuff in video games were as big as they are. Like, if they
I
were
would
as
cry.
big in real life as games, right?
Thankfully,
get
we
some
have the
money
square
efficiency
cube law to
for that.
protect us.
Granted, funny MMO logic, or at least World of Warcraft. I feel like you're a little sad they aren't sled dogs. That the cockroaches aren't sled dogs? Or, oh, you mean Fruit? I mean, Fruit being a sled dog would be pretty funny. Mushroom!
Buki
I don't think
forgot I'm
Fruit's
here.
gonna mush. I mean,
I'm gonna
you're
stop.
a
I'm gonna
raptor.
stop
You
mushing. Oop. Exiled mage.
Yep, I see it.
Oh, cool.
fighting over here? Yay, level 22.
Yeah.
Hmm. Oh, build a residence. Go.
Hey.
I don't really like bugs. If I see a giant bug, I think I'll just hide in your house forever. Yeah. Bugs are absolutely dreadful and should never exist.
Now we spawn you.
Bugs.
Ow.
Existing.
It's
What
gonna
the-
hit harder too. Sure, why does everything hit so hard?
Because we are currently made of wheat.
I know. If they're required by the world, they shouldn't be.
Oh, I didn't get a good experimental.
What
No,
type are you looking
both
for?
of mine were.
I got one that
trash.
gives plus ward decay threshold and ward gain on potion use for 10 and
Nah,
Elven.
don't want it.
Okay, I'll probably take it just to tear it apart or sell it.
Because all of us would be after Frenzy on Traversal skill, and I would also want ward gain, health converted to ward.
Why is it when I get distracted by my phone, I get a golden resident? Should I just stay distracted?
I don't have any residences
Like
yet.
when I'll get one.
I have one for both of you.
I got another skill point.
Oh, Anna, if you're here, that's only actually half of it, too. Where are you guys going?
I'm going
I
up for the
am-
quest.
Currently doing a level up.
Wait, didn't we already go up for the quest?
It's a patrol that keeps wandering around.
Oh, okay.
Because I think there was like 2 or 3 things we had to kill in here. So I think we killed one that was up here, but now we have to find the other, which got all the way back up here.
Right here. There we go. There we go. Bum, 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 bum.
We still need to get the waypoint. Where's the waypoint? I saw it on the map before. Where'd it go?
Hi, you're to the farmer's market. You folks, you enjoy yourself? You have a good day, too.
Yeah, have a good day, Hallie.
Yeah.
Hi, Hallie. There it
It's
is.
down here. What you gonna get from the farmer's market, though, if you haven't already left? I want to do more damage. Damage is so bad. Wait, when I leveled up, my damage went down? What?
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 I was at 240 for gathering storm damage. Now I'm at 223. I didn't even change anything out.
What happened?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just that bad.
Did you level up a skill that maybe turned it off or started off an ability or something?
The only thing that I leveled up for gathering storm was increasing the melee area and additional storm stacks.
I have now found a second helmet with the wolf bonus on it. Thank you
Nice.
for the Nikki. It is now getting torn apart.
That's fine.
Oop.
I'm not gonna eat it.
Okay, so we need to get to the Undercity, which I think is down. Yeah.
You know, for somebody who does so little damage, you guys have a hard time keeping up.
Because I keep on checking my inventory.
I don't think it's done
Because I'm
this
trying
way.
to get better gear.
Things also kept
Okay.
spawning in the middle between us, so we had to keep stopping to kill them.
Funny because I'm killing like everything I can. Me. Ah, here we are. Void Prophet! Imagine being able to fly. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
No.
You don't want to be able
Depends
to
on the
fly?
type of flight.
What's the best type of flying? obviously flight.
Probably levitation-based flight, so you don't have to worry about flapping wings.
Yeah, you'll
'Cause
get
that could lead to
tired.
some major backaches. Also, flight that you can land safely from, so you don't just rocket yourself into the ground and just explode or something.
Boom!
Blah 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 blah. Don't. There we go. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
blah blah blah
Wah,
blah
wah,
blah
wah, 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 wah,
blah
wah,
blah
wah,
blah
wah. Oh, great! We've turned to a Peanuts film.
Yeah, these soul repositories hurt.
You go on the string still. Well, mana regen, I guess, is okay.
So, is it for every stack of Maelstrom that it does the damage? How does Maelstrom exactly?
It mentions,
What?
if you read the description of it, it mentions that I think it does increase damage per stack.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, like,
I
one stack
see.
would be 40, then another stack would be 80, and keeps going up for each one.
I gotcha.
There's other effects that can also get more effectiveness as you raise the stacks too.
Yeah. It is nice being able to get the 2 stacks. Well, soon to be 4. The nice thing is I'll be able to get 4 stacks every 5 seconds. And then I'll have it so that the Maelstrom will start spawning lightning bolts as long as I have at least 3 stacks.
Grace you
Nice.
by a trail now.
Hey!
I recommend
Look at the loot there, God.
tearing the flesh.
Me through. Me, that's what you sound like
Consume
through.
the loot.
Me.
Eat it.
At least I can do damage.
I do damage too. I thought that'd be some bleed.
I do all the damage that I need to do. You know where all my damage comes from?
Us.
From
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. You guys got this. Yeah, you don't need me anymore.
No, I'm good. Look. Through. I have to make sure you're doing the proper job. Okay?
Well, you guys don't need me for this area. Yeah, I'm just gonna lie here and stretch.
That's fine. You'll
Yeah.
just lose out on all that EXP. Is that
Somebody-
really what you want to do?
I mean, I'm still gonna be running and following you. I'm just not attacking.
There's a meat
But what if
right over here.
I just run and follow you? Ooh, what's up there?
Well, the Raptor's got this. Raptor's got
Eat your
this.
shrine.
Yeah, Raptor's got this. Ooh, well, I guess it doesn't matter now. Yeah, it don't matter anymore.
See, I'm helping. See there you go. There you go.
We're all
worry.
helping. None of us is
Don't
actually
worry.
doing anything.
Me and Jean-Paul the Bitey have got this.
Are you sure? I don't even think you're doing anything either.
Oh, that's a
Not
dead
right
end.
now. The holy meteors are a bit too efficient.
they're real. I mean, yeah, they really are, aren't they?
It's nice.
Right? Except for the fact that they're about to run out. Then.
I'll level up. On my,
Ow!
Hey, Mookie,
Yeah?
you fell over.
You're supposed to protect me, Fru! You're supposed to protect the Mookie.
No, it said I had to do that.
another exile mage.
It's implied. And I mean, it's also probably implied that I shouldn't be trying to level up in the middle of a group of enemies. But, you know, I don't
I mean, I
care.
think that it survived.
Well, I guess you don't want this unique that I just got.
Wait,
What
what is
flavor?
it?
That's that trash ring again. The poison ring.
Trying to tempt me with something useless, I see.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
That feral bite. Hey, get back here! Howard! Wait, now.
Ah. Just
Okay.
another belt one. Yeah.
Travel skill cooldowns to recover on potion use. Chance to find potion.
That's not so bad.
I'm currently using a belt that helps the bleed aspect of what I'm doing, though. So
Yeah, that makes sense for you. Oh, we have to kill the void centipede. Man, imagine that's what centipedes in real life look like. No, thank you. That'd be terrifying.
Right.
don't know as bad as praying mantis.
Can now teleport back to town.
Look,
Oh, I was
look,
gonna look and see if there was a harbinger here
Oh. I mean, that's a good idea,
because we
actually,
didn't
yeah.
explore the full area.
that's fine. Raptor can handle it.
I mean, yeah, the scaling goes down when you all leave, so
If there's a Harbinger, though, we kind of want that.
That's
Well,
fine.
what
The
about-
Raptor will say, "Hey, Harbinger," and I'll be like, "Yeah."
looks like there's not. So I'm just
That's
gonna
good.
probably clear out enemies and then warp the Buki.
Well, if you're gonna clear out enemies, I'm gonna clear out enemies. That's how it's gonna be.
Oh, I just don't want to attack while I'm trying to portal.
Well, that's fine.
I wasn't sure if it would cancel out like PoE or Diablo, because they in those you have to chain
They're
them.
instant portals.
I forgot.
Yep.
That.
Once you hit button, portal there.
Yeah, which is kind of nice. There's no enemies here.
There will be.
I remember this one.
Oh yeah, he's good. Observe the ritual. Blah.
Oh. Yeah, well, Buki's in a different instance again. Oh, no, there she is. Okay.
Hi.
Buki's
No, I
not
just
in a
ran
different
ahead.
instance. Buki's just far ahead. There is a slight difference.
I do as the Buki desires. And the Buki desires
Buki
murder.
desires enemy death.
Right? Wait, so did all three of those people just turn into this one thing?
Yes,
Yep.
that's why it's an amalgamation.
Absolutely, your cat cries for turkey every time you make a sandwich. You feel how you have enabled them. It sounds like Kitty has in fact been enabled. Now, you have two choices. Your first choice is you can feed Kitty. Your second choice is you can feed Kitty.
I almost traveled before No!
What'd you do?
I had a unique drop, and I didn't notice it until I left the area.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay.
I know
Okay.
it.
Because I don't know how to cancel an area transition, and I noticed it I'm assuming it didn't drop the enemy until I was there. It still went away.
Aww.
But I saw the star literally as I went to travel away, because I guess it did.
Yes, you must feed Kitty. For Kitty demands
Darn.
sustenance.
Well, now I'll always wonder what that one was until I get my next legendary, and then proceed to forget about it.
Well, the good news is
Quite unique.
it's level based, so it wasn't gonna be something that good.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Could have been
I
for a
looked at the
build.
one that you really needed.
That's possible. I think I'm high enough. I might actually start getting some of my unique, build uniques.
I'm not. I need to
I
be level
don't think I
35.
am. Yeah, my lowest is gonna be level 23s.
That's what level I am. Level
We're
23.
getting there for you.
Well, I mean, map area.
Oh yeah, because map area
Wait, where'd
determines
you
the best
go?
time of that. The portal down here to the ancient forest.
How are you guys there?
Are you
Well,
in a
I
separate
went through the
instance?
portal, so I guess just portal to me.
Aren't most games like this level based? Kinda. Well, it's area level based. So, like, the area that we're in is level 20, even though we are level 23. that we're getting are level 20 items. That's what it is. Yeah, it just means that we're a little ahead of the curve for the things that we're killing.
Which makes sense because, you know, we're getting an XP boost for living together. Hey, Golden Residence.
I don't forget about that.
You know, that might have been what dropped for me. It might have been a golden resonance.
It's a possibility. That was a cost, but thank you nonetheless. Hey, Raptor.
Hello.
I think I'm actually getting almost to the point where I just want to turn on my loot filter.
I'm not.
Same,
So
I'm
at least
not really
lucky me,
either.
I still have all my old filters I could just get on now. I just have to switch them so they're like lower level.
I'll probably just be throwing on the exact same filter I had before for my droid.
Yeah, it kind of makes
Like-
sense. I mean, you're running a very similar build. You and Fur are
Yeah.
very alike in that regard.
Lizard.
My name kind of mandates that I have to play Raptor.
I like how we both yelled at the lizard.
Right? And I just really like this class. I do make builds for other classes, I just never play them.
Oh, I definitely enjoyed playing others later
Raptor,
on.
your son, your son saw the model. Like it's a dinosaur. Raptor is a dinosaur. Yeah.
Yes, I am dinosaur. Rawr.
Hi, Krat.
What do I
No,
get
is-
called? Lizard. Oh, if you want a lizard, use the lizard redeem.
Lizard.
Are we
Lizard.
supposed to like expand on that redeem and just make more of them that's just saying lizard faster? Especially since the throwing system isn't working right now. You just make a whole bunch of stupid lizard redeems.
The only thing to be careful is if it's a Disney thing, because
Well, it's just lizard being said.
E.
Oh, speaking of copyright, you should have seen the... So, I get hit with copyrights every now and then. Welcome to playing video games. And, where did you guys go? Oh, no, you're both right there. You should see the copyright for the Bob Ross video.
Oh no.
There's like dozens of them.
Well, some of those could be kind of copyright trolls I've seen.
Well, it's more of dozens of them due to the fact that playing the video... What are we doing in here again?
Killing
That
things?
was a side quest to kill
Lizard.
Is this the last
Lizard.
dragon?
yeah, it's a side quest
Or
to kill a
is that later
lizard, which is not this direction.
Yeah, that one. Lizard.
Yep, this is the dragon.
It is well encouraged people to spam the lizard redeem. I do not mind. It's funny.
I mind for clips,
Lizard.
but this game it doesn't matter.
Right? Lizard.
Yeah, so like the copyright. I know like some people will take stuff that is like in the public domain, and then they'll make a video on it, but they'll just like change a little bit
Yeah.
somewhere in the song,
Lizard.
so that way they think, "Hey, they stole my song."
Yeah.
Lizard.
Possible.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. Lizard.
Lizard. There is like parts of screens and stuff where I'm like, hey, probably don't spam it. Which would be like, you know, like when every touchy-feely thing was happening during Final Fantasy 16 and people were spamming it anyway. That dragon died real fast.
This
Ah,
dragon
nothing.
sucks. It didn't have good loot.
What are you
It
most
was not
excited about from
cool.
Gamescom? I don't know if you asked. I haven't even looked at it. Because I don't really care.
Have you heard about the new Lego Batman game?
Good.
It looks like it has Arkham Batman style combat.
Yeah, that's what people were saying.
It looks really cool.
Apparently, it's like the first Lego game I've seen that has finite lives.
Yep, apparently for the max difficulty, you have finite lives.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I can't hurt these guys. Okay.
Aw, man.
It's Lego Arkham? Yeah, because I screwed up Arkham, the lore. I mean, I guess technically they retconned it so that the Suicide Squad didn't actually kill the actual Justice League. Because they realized it made people really mad.
You wanna know something
It's
really
actually good for
funny about that?
studios. Kinda.
What?
There is a Justice League death in there, and it's the only one who's not against you.
Oh, you mean Wonder Woman?
And she's not a clone. Yeah. Actual
Yeah,
Wonder Woman
Wonder-
dies.
I mean, only Wonder Woman. Oh, and Lex Luthor. Both of them die.
Yeah, but nobody cares about Lex Luthor. At least not in that
Whatever,
cell.
I like Lex Luthor. He's got dreams of killing Superman.
So does
The
Brainiac.
only thing the only thing that man lives for.
No,
Have a
he's
good
not
look.
that bad. He's not Joker level.
Oh, I've got to
I
figure out the
think
quest for this
so.
area.
Did we not get the quest?
I mean, we got the quest now.
Oh, okay.
Like, I didn't get the
I don't
quest
know,
here, but you guys might have.
I have it. There's some of the shows where Lex Luthor goes out of his way to only screw with Superman like Joker
does.
does for Batman.
He does, but he also has other things he lives for, whereas Joker flat out, at one point in the comics, he thought Batman was dead. He literally went back to doing just a normal day job. There was no point
yeah,
in him
he-
being Joker anymore.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Whereas if Superman dies, Lex Luthor is still Lex Luthor.
That's true, that's true. Sorry, but Lex is portrayed really well in most media. I haven't, so I'm not a huge fan of DC in general. It's just not my forte, so I only see the nitpicky things that people give. I'm always a huge, I like being proven wrong with stuff like that. I mean, if they're
I
good,
won't deny
if
it.
they're good villains, they're good villains. That's all there is to it. And like, I'm a fan of Marvel, but I mean, Marvel has a lot of trash villains.
I
I
think the
feel
Venom
bad.
movies are good.
I like the Venom movies, actually. I really like the Venom movies.
I only saw the
Like,
one. I
Luthor-
thought it was okay.
I heard a rumor recently they're working on a fourth.
I don't remember how the recent one ended, so I couldn't say.
From what I've heard, Venom dies at the end of the third one.
Yeah,
Spoilers! I don't care.
Oh,
what
Do not
I'm
make that the
sad
one I
about is I thought Nick as Lex in the new movie was good. I haven't seen the new one. Everybody likes Superman, not me. Sounds like Jonah Jameson. Spider-Man! Spider-Man's a menace! Superman's a menace!
he has an actual interesting reason too for it. His reason why he doesn't like Spider-Man is accountability. At least according to the comics.
Actually, depending on where you go with it, a lot of the times he actually does like Spider-Man. He just wants to make sure that Spider-Man doesn't let his fame go to his head because he realizes that he's a kid.
I mean, it's
Now,
also
there
canon
are
that he
some-
knows who it is.
Sometimes he doesn't, but
In some of the worlds that he is just, you know what, he's Spider-Man, he needs shot. But usually
Yeah.
he has more nuance than that.
like, I'll be real. So I love phase 1 through 3 of Marvel's movies. I also love the Spider-Man, like the phase 4 Spider-Man movie, but the rest of them afterwards are pretty trash.
I've heard Thunderbolts is pretty.
Thunderbolt was actually kind of funny, but it was not that great of a movie.
Oh, it's been a while. since we've done this.
Nemesis!
Like, I kind of like Thunderbolt, but I also didn't at the same time. What's everyone's favorite Spider-Man movie? I like the one with I like the having I like Mysterio. The second Far From Home. That's the one that I like.
Yeah, I'm gonna banish.
I know the Tobey Maguire ones are like super super cool and all that, but well,
I'm good in power because I've got a unique body armor I actually like here.
damn, I almost kind of wish that I was going with the freeze build. I got the snowblind helmet.
May I? May I have?
Do you want the snowblind helmet?
That's one of my leveling uniques until I get the other ones.
Yeah,
Do you want
the
it
chest
now,
armor
or
I
do you
got
want me to
in there is
empower it?
Urzel's Pride.
I can just take it now.
I mean, I watched the Tobey Maguire movies and all of that. Like, I've seen all of them, and actually, I think I've literally seen all of them so far. I just really, like, I really like Tom
Someone
Holland.
walk. This game is trying to swap me back to using the wolves. That is
Thank
the
you.
third helm total, including the one you gave me
That's
that's had
funny.
summoned wolf on it.
That's so funny. But yeah, no, I just really like Tom Holland as an actor.
Sir,
Look,
I have
look,
heard one really fun. Sorry.
Impossible.
So I'm bad with names, and I can't remember actors' names for the life of me. But like, I know some of the Marvel movie ones, so you know which movies I like.
Oh, I never returned back to the Chronomancer in the council chambers.
Oh wait,
That's
that's
fine,
me.
we can go back
We
later.
just did that quest. Yeah.
Okay.
You heard of the news, but yeah, they're supposed to. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the one that actually has Venom in it too. Because Venom is in the MCU.
He was temporarily in the MCU.
Nope, he's actually in there completely.
Oh, they put him in there completely now?
So they teleported him into the MCU and then had him promptly leave strictly so that they could have a piece of Venom left in the MCU.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's not going to be the same exact version of it. I thought you were saying
I
it's
have
going
no
to
idea.
the Venom movie.
I have no idea.
Ah.
I mean, seeing the movie as a kid opposed. Oh, I gotcha. I understand what you mean. My apologies. I'll beat up a scorpion for you. You're welcome.
Ooh,
My bees are
mage.
doing their best.
Come on, level up.
So I need 4 more points so that I can start getting my scorpion. And
Defense or offense?
then-
Defense or offense? Defense or offense?
I mean, considering how hard you're hitting, I'd think go defense for a while, because you don't really need more offense right now.
Okay.
Is basically do I get a defensive thing right now, or get more proc for Frostclaw?
Well, which one do you want?
I went with defense. I mean, I need them both anyway, so they'll get them at some point.
So 7 points of Druid, which gets me that. You're excited for the next Spider-Verse movie because Sony's been. I gotta admit, I'm honestly surprised Sony's been doing a good job with their movies, but I'm all for it. I am all for it. I love when they do good. I might not agree with them as a company, but I like when people do good.
Oh man.
5% of current health lost per second, 5% of missing health gained is ward per second. Is that something
That
you
is
have to go
actually.
through?
Oh, you both got one for me. Okay, thank you.
No, that was me.
Go ahead.
And me. Yeah, true, I sent you two.
Oh,
And I just sent you one also.
so who's got the best one for me then? Oh, this one has intelligence, so it'll be that one.
Was it the one that I say? When you heard Sony acquired
Yeah.
Spider-Man, you're like, brother. I mean, look, there was a 66% chance that it was mine.
I'll
To
stop
be
some more
fair, their
intelligence
video
in
games
there.
have been getting really good, too, which has always been nice as well.
Oh, and I just got a free buff to that level of it too. Perfect.
Nice.
We'll slap some more resistance on here. Oh, I can't because it's too high level now.
Man. But yeah, what are your thoughts on the Venom movies? I like the Venom movies. I'm not like the guy who was it Eddie Brock. I don't think I really cared for though. Like the actor's cool, but I don't think I cared for how he played Eddie Brock. Personal preference, at least.
Time to check my build again.
He's body armor. Yeah, it's just not my favorite way of Eddie Brock being portrayed as all. 2 passive points, okay.
Nice.
Okay. I'm
I'm all
not
for
get my
that.
passive point.
Right. Well, now we can go back to the... Oh, that's it. Alright, I'm gonna go to the council... What?
I was gonna say we could do Actually, no. Yeah, we'll just go. Continue. I was gonna say we could go to the Shadowed Valley. They get the waypoint for the courtyard, then go back. But yeah, let's just go back first.
Farewell. Greetings.
Got 2 idle slots too, which is nice.
Yeah, more idols. Yeah.
Yes!
Yes?
Personally, I've only ever seen the first Venom movie, but from what I've seen and heard of them, they all sound really cool.
Yeah, I only saw the first one myself too. Let's see now, what idols did I throw in my box that I might be able to use?
Oh yeah, I also need to tear apart both the wolf branding elements.
For the... Like, I didn't really care too much for, like, the actors and stuff. The movies were good, but... You did like the first and third one? I don't actually remember anything about the second. Oh, that's Let There Be Carnage, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I just remember the upset people were about that not being rated R. Because, well, Carnage.
Yeah, I can see why. I don't care, but the Venom, yeah, the Venom movies. Oh, I gotta go grab some cake. I'll be right back. Nom nom nom.
Okay, I shall go to Shadowed Valley and wait. And I can now take this moment to turn on my loot filter. Or things can shoot at me when I get here. That's rude of them. Okay, settings. And your loot filter. That one. Or was it that one? It looks like I just turned off the advanced option one. Oh wait, no, I can't do that for the class one.
yum, 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 yum. Yum, yum, yum.
That is the sound of a cakeified Buki.
No, it's not. I haven't touched my cake yet.
Mm.
Yum, 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 I have. Alright. Now, how do I eat cake and swallow?
I want cake.
But Aubrey, somebody gotta come over here for it.
That's a bit of a.
But why do I have to?
Why would I bring you cake?
Because it's cake.
Well, yeah, but why would I bring you cake?
Because you want to give me cake.
Not really.
Yeah, you do.
Is your birthday soon, Fru?
No.
You want to give me cake.
You're not a Jedi.
Says who?
That's me.
Well, you're wrong.
Prove it. Use the
I just
Force.
did. I just did.
But I still don't believe you.
Well,
Do it
that
again.
sounds like an issue.
Actually, it sounds like an issue, because if I don't believe you, then you're not a Jedi. People that see on Nike? I don't know who that is. What is the best cake chat included? Ice cream cake.
I like the basic like Betty Crocker with like the white cake with the chocolate frosting.
My favorite cake is chocolate ice cream cake. Because, well,
My,
chocolate
my,
ice
my,
cream
my
cake.
favorite cake is attacking me. Boogie's under attack.
You know what
okay.
would help that, Buki? Having more war.
No, what would help with that is having more cake.
Why not both?
No, I said ice cream cake, not ice cream. It's ice
I
cream
mean,
in the
I'm
shape
not
of a
picking
cake.
ice cream cake. Then it'd probably be some sort of red velvet cake.
We seem to have lost a raptor.
I'm
Well,
killing things.
I'm not
What are
doing
you
it.
all?
Black Forest cake's your favorite? That makes fun.
Wow, 73.
Ooh,
I mean, as long as you're not saying carrot cake. I'm joking, I said carrot cake.
Like, who even eats
wait,
carrot
are you
cake?
all on the next map?
No.
No.
Oh, actually, yes. Maybe. Depending on... Did you leave the waypoint yet?
Yeah. I'm in
We're
the Shattered
on-
Valley. Okay, you're all still in the Shattered Valley. At least Buki.
Freeze.
Oh, I see Raptor on the map
Yeah,
now.
as
Raptor went a
as
completely
I
different
said.
direction.
I said, I'm joking. I actually like carrot cake. Carrot cake is real carrot.
I'd imagine so.
It depends on how you make it, but you.
I
The
mean,
best versions
angel
are.
food cake isn't made of real angel.
Are you
How do you
sure?
know?
I'm not complaining either way.
Maybe they make the flour from ground up angel wings.
Ooh. Speaking my language there, Raptor. Coconut, oh, cake is coconut and red velvet. What is the angel card? Ooh. Okay, seriously, why am I getting so many cliffs of envy?
I think I only got like one so far.
Is it because
meant,
of
like-
your luck?
I'm
Is you-
envious, apparently.
Well, I know they did say they did adjust the drop rate for those since they changed how they work.
I've gotten
You
3
were-
of them. Let's go generic angel because biblically accurate
It's pretty
angels
accurate.
scare me. Yeah, they scare me.
That's fair. They are quite eldritch.
Right?
What's down here? There's a bridge. I know a whole other section of the map.
Angel cake with cream is not good. What?
You want to read that again, Buki?
What?
No, is good. Okay.
Uh-oh.
You can't read.
I know. That's why I said you want to read that again.
No, you're making me read.
He doesn't read. Buki ate the textbooks.
Yum, 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 yum.
Okay, what level are we now? 21.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm probably not going to be able to start getting my uniques for a few more maps then.
Hammers are maces, right? Like the two-handed hammer I need is a mace, right?
Yes.
So if I use a ascendancy on a two-handed mace, I have a chance of getting that?
You have
Or
a
do I have to
chance,
wait
yep.
for the- Or do I have to wait for the proper item level?
Nope, doesn't matter, because the dagger I got was the level 50 dagger.
Oh. Okay.
So yeah, it's literally completely random what you get.
So I should always be working on swords until I get Null's Fang.
As long as it has
I
a
don't know
chance
how
to
to
be
make
random
an
drop,
item.
yes. And I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I
that
don't
can
know
be a
how to
random
make
drop.
ice cream cake, so I order them.
Do I even have any runes of ascendancy?
I only got one so far.
I have two.
They are
Cool.
kind of rare.
I mean, they're basically another legend.
That's true.
Like, that is the only thing is it cannot get legendary potential. But it's still worth trying to get if it's a build unique that you need. That's why I'm gonna be doing that for daggers.
That makes sense.
Should I do it for helm or sword? Because helm can get me that one helm. I forget its name. Actually, I should probably go sword so I can possibly get Null's Fang.
I would say the sword is more build enabling than the helmet.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Double golden resonance.
Yeah, because the helmet is just more for the companion slots. Which is useful, but that just makes your raptors better. You want everything to be a raptor, though.
So I need short swords.
Raptor.
Yep, just any one-handed sword.
Oh, hey! There's one of the helmets I need. I have my bear helmet.
Nice. I was just like, wait. I'm like, wait. What helmet do you need? Oh yeah, I forgot we have yours being a set. Yeah.
Yeah, I have bear hat. If you guys can find a two-handed mace, I'd appreciate that too.
I'm guessing you got a Rune of Ascendance, don't you?
I mean, then why do you think I was talking about a Rune of Ascendancy?
I got Aurealis.
What's that?
Oh, that's the
Lightning
The
damage,
Paladin
one-handed.
Oh, okay, not the one that I need.
I just used one of my ascendancy runes to try to get that.
Nice. You know, you
Well,
can
if
get
you have
the
if you have another one, I do have another sword. If you need want to try.
I do
You
have
don't
another
one.
one. I just
hang
don't have
on.
another sword.
Boogie's killing. Hang on, let me go.
You almost got 2 runes of Ascendancy, and I only got 1?
Yeah, I only got one
Fair.
too.
Oh, I thought you meant that you had 2.
Hey, there's a broadsword. I'll use that one. You can
Oh,
hold on to
I'll
the
just
sword.
drop this one I picked up for you then. Fine.
Okay, what
Yeah,
rarity is
one-handed
it?
mace.
I can always use it. This rarity
Right?
in the base
Bears
weapon
are
affects
really
the
cool.
result.
The rarity
Hey,
and item
wait,
type
hold on.
doesn't matter.
Okay. Hey, I got another Euron's Pennant.
I just realized that because it doesn't matter what I summon, I'm just gonna summon my bear. It's a very big and very angry bear.
Oh, I
That's amazing.
see a mace for you, Tribuki.
Ooh, two-handed. I'll take yours, Brew. I'll be nice and I'll take yours. Yeah, it's
What
like
point is it?
exactly the same one that I got. Mhm.
Okay, next. So, Drew, do you want a second Uran's penance?
Apparently
Nah.
you can get set items too. How about that?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Lovely. I got the Sunford Hammer, level 68. Woo. That's what I needed. You like my bear? He's a very nice bear.
He's very happy.
He is! Roar! Ow.
Oh, I got left behind.
Would this game please? It literally just gave me a summon wolf shard.
He's really trying. He's like, you like
Oh,
wolves, right? Do you like the awoos? Raptor, do you like
I'm
the
sorry, but-
awoos?
I like them, yes. I'm contractually obligated to be dinosaur.
There's another mace. I mean, I might also pick up a whole bunch of maces.
It's kind of like how I'm contractually obligated to be a dagger spellblade.
I
mean,
don't
not
feel like you're
really. It's not in
obligated
your
to do
name.
that. Yeah.
My name is literally the Raptor Prince, so
Wait, what am I obligated to do then?
be a lizard.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
A menace.
Oh,
I'm
good
also
test.
okay with that. Wait, but I'm doing like no damage. How can I have menace if I'm so damn useless?
Well, it's still annoying.
You're a menace in that the enemies last longer.
Yeah, but I don't like being that kind of menace. That just sucks.
Oh wait, you have low damage, so you're a menace in the fact that you gnaw on the enemy's ankles until they give up and
Yum,
die.
yum, 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 yum. Defeat the Temple Guardian. Why do I not remember this enemy?
Because that's why they kind of just evaporated.
No,
Oh, that's
that
right.
was the one that I'm fighting right now.
Because they evaporate.
Okay. Oh my god, what the heck?
Yeah, what?
What?
Holy
Was it
jeez!
supposed to do that?
What happened?
Oh,
he's-
green.
Yeah,
He
it did that
big.
for
He a
me
big
too.
boy. No, he's not supposed to do that.
It did
He
that
was
on
big on my screen
also.
too. Because I looked away when he died.
It fell over and it's like it just got immediately expanded.
Right?
Shrieking spell ran out, but
What? That was terrifying.
We left this place long.
for a second I thought I was about to do round 2.
I guess I should write that down.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, hey, we got a exile here. Wait, if we're
It's a
killing the
furrow.
exiles, does that mean that we're killing Path of Exile characters?
I don't know.
Makes sense to me.
Check it out.
Nah, they don't go down easy enough.
Have you played Path of Exile?
Yes. Raptors
Dopey
played
does
PoE 2 of us.
Yeah.
Lizard! Lizard!
And how easy is it for your character to die in that game?
Right.
Extremely. I'm saying the ones in this game last too long.
Oh,
Yeah.
because we have been like destroying them before. Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah,
Devastator.
that's what I
It's
need.
another one.
Another
Another
Glyphid.
one. Another one. It was double lizard.
Oh, it's double lizard! I got another Glyph of Envy, by the way.
I don't know what I got. I'm too busy trying to kill the second lizard. Okay, second lizard dead. So I'll have to check the drop, see if there's anything actually
There's a
good.
champion over here. By the way, Flame, this bear is all because of you.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, Flame mentioned the bear, so that's why I summoned the bear.
Hey, there's a
Because I
harbinger.
realized
Or
at
no,
that
their
time that I
nemesis.
was allowed to have the bear. Infernal Champion's Jade Ring. That's cool. It
Infernal
teleports your
Champion's
minions too.
Copper Ring. Well, increases minion
yours
damage.
do?
Minions teleport around you after you use a transversal skill. That's not bad, actually. It also has plus
pretty
25% minion
interesting.
damage.
Well, I know the Fury Leap will be doing that for you later once you get to
Yeah.
that.
Not for me.
It doesn't do the 25% increased minion damage, though.
Yeah, right?
I thought I
What
put that
could
in
you
for
do to
yours.
this bear?
No, I'm saying what I. No, I'm talking
No,
the
for
ring I
Mookies.
got has that.
I haven't actually looked. Oh, hey, we can get Lightning Bear. That's pretty funny.
I'm going to see if we can
I'm
reach
sorry,
that harbinger.
The bear can teleport. Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
We could do a bear if you want instead.
A lot of people are
No,
saying the bear's
because
going to be very.
Oh, you
The
want the
Maelstrom,
Maelstrom, yeah.
Yeah, the Maelstrom will be better. Especially
Yeah, because the bear
whenever I do this,
gets Earthquake, I think, instead.
Yeah,
I think it's upheaval.
Harbinger, my location. Sorry, not Harbinger, Nemesis.
Yeah, we got one
Oh,
here, though.
we're at a yeah, but we're at a mage.
Oh, no, it is
Oh.
Earthquake.
Oh, okay, I see where you are.
And Thorn Burst.
It's not that far.
Hey,
Well, let's
hold
kill
on,
this,
go
and I
for it,
guess go
dude.
kill the Nemesis.
So, what's the point of the jump ability, though?
Just travel.
You're also,
Like travel,
some
panic,
damage.
teleport to get out of danger.
I understand.
one of the things you can get is when you're using it, you're immune to damage.
But I don't really
And I
care about
believe you guys are also gonna be getting frenzy when you leap too.
that. Okay.
Oh look, bleeding heart.
Hey, look!
That is-
Calamity!
You would roll on that. Urzel's Pride that rolled with plus 22% elemental resistance.
Nice.
I'm
So that would give it a built-in 40%, 42% elemental resistance.
That's
Yeah,
actually
my
a
boost might be
lot.
good. I'm gonna
I'm
empower mine.
empowering this. Well, once this one's dead, I'll empower mine.
Who empowered theirs first? That was
I
another
did.
question. Nothing useful for me. Ah, yes, that's what we need, the blood steel. I am starting to actually feel tankier now, though.
Yep, our builds are starting.
I definitely am.
to come online.
Because, like, I just stood in that blood steel, the cone attack, and just ignored it.
Yeah, for me it
What
was I
level of
needed
stalking
war
we
generation
showed?
to actually have survivability since Mage has like none without it.
That's fair. But yeah, I mean, we're getting to the point where we can actually survive hits, which is nice.
So that was
I mean,
two.
I
Did
also
somebody dismiss theirs?
What?
Oh, for the Nemesis.
Oh yeah, I dismissed mine.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I had Calamity. I don't care.
Except like my rare at least has some decent stuff I could use.
Mine didn't.
Yeah. Really good chest.
Oh.
Eventually.
Too bad everything's dead right now.
And I'm dead.
Does the bear get 100% crit chance? That'd be nice. Impossible! I like how both these shrines are gonna run it like long before we actually get anywhere.
Right?
Now would be a good time for your over a K movement speed build.
Right?
Oh, there's something.
Yeah, I figured we'll summon this guy before we ran out.
Was there two of them?
No, there was a
only
different
one.
enemy on the rift.
Or was it a
Hey,
champion?
that was not mine.
Why is it mine? I didn't summon it.
Yeah, I know, I summoned it, but it was yours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
4 rooms of shattering for me.
nice.
I mean, I want to pose. Six. So I need 9 levels before I can get my next one, so that I can get my lovely specializations for Scorpion. But I need to get my Scorpion first.
Yeah, I need the next specialization is going to be for the enchant weapon, which I think I should be unlocking soon.
Oh, I'm sad. I get rid of my bear next level.
Aww.
Well, because I get the
That's-
Scorpion next level. And I might as well have the Scorpion if I'm going to use the Scorpion. It only makes sense. It appears that I'm going to be going for a cold Scorpion instead of an electric Scorpion. Oh well. Area 22, by the way, for...
I already checked. I still need one more map.
I'm just saying. Thought you'd be happy instead of all disappointed.
Oh, I'm
Whatever.
disappointed because I still need one more level to the map area.
I was trying to make you happy, but no.
I'm never happy.
I can't help you with that.
You're happy, Fru? You're playing Last Epoch.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Clap, clap.
Dead
Tough
silence.
Tough crowd.
Okay, so we have to go down and be like, hey, we can't go down here yet.
What if I don't want to go down
There you
there?
go. Well, we have to go down there. We just need to do timey-wimey
Oh, I actually
shenanigans
have
first.
to. It doesn't proc for Fru going down there.
Oh, it didn't go for you guys? Okay.
Huh? I don't know. Doing other stuff.
There we go.
Well, while you do that, I'm going to.
Hey,
do
I can
make
summon the
adjustments.
Scorpion now.
Well, yeah. I like how, we're 2 different specializations, and yet we can both summon the Scorpion at the same time. Great.
I'm not going to, though, because Raptor.
Well, yeah. I'll be putting in the points that I need for, I'll be starting on my shaman deck now. By the way, I noticed one thing though is if you're using well, if you pick up the shrine for
Oh, Glyph of Envy.
nice. If you pick up the shrine for the shuriken, if you have the shuriken armor upgrade, it's trash. Your shuriken basically gets pulled back, like thrown out over and over again so that they can't even do full rotations. And they're just being
Level
really
up.
weird instead. Yay!
Congrats, Fru.
27. 8 levels. So, let's see. I need to swap over to Shaman so I can take a look at what I'm going to get as a Shaman. So, let's see. Attunement. Oh, that's... Okay, so I'll be getting cold, physical, and lightning penetration.
Yep.
Only 8%, but still. Minions increase damage. Shock and chill chance. Okay, so I'll get the ability to cast Stormbolt when I get hit. Okay. Funny. Raptor not even waiting for us. How dare.
Huh?
Rude.
What? I'm sorry.
joking.
Kind of dazed out killing things.
Yeah, I have a check weapon now.
Yay! Is that like your go-to spell?
That is one of them, yes.
Yay.
What?
Oh, another Glyph of Envy.
Find one of the missing parts of the bridge device. The clip just went up. I got a notification for it.
Oh.
I'll save you, Mr. President! Dead.
Did the teleporter just turn off for anybody? Or...
Yeah, because we
Yeah,
finished it.
because I went in.
Oh,
Yeah, I went in
very
and
neat.
pressed button.
Gotta fix one more thing again real quick.
Oh, what's going on? Yeah,
Food filter.
I need a glyph of envy. How about that? I didn't think I needed a glyph of envy.
Might not be too before I turn my loot filter on. I'm not sure how well it'll work this early, but I might turn that on.
I don't know when I'll turn my loot filter on. I mean,
Oh, we got a friendly friend.
did we?
What kind of friendly?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
no,
we
this
got
is one of
parts.
the ones. We have to go to it.
Okay.
That's the
Well,
annoying one.
So that actually makes it slightly more accurate because there's actually a friendly NPC in there.
Ah, you're right.
Welcome to the past. We have once again cornered a rift.
He sells us loot, which makes him good.
Bones do we have?
It's respect
Oh!
you.
Okay,
Okay,
yeah,
so-
there is definitely a weird glitch here.
Oh, okay. I have
have to go
1,117 bones. You can see them under the, they're beside your currency.
Okay.
Good night, Negasto. Also,
Hey,
yeah,
Negasto.
all of the, so there's consumables under the keys now, which is the, fangs, feathers, and stuff.
There we go. And now enchant weapon is auto casting for me. Yay.
Hey.
Where's that guy go? Where? Oh, you guys just went in without me. Okay, I see. I see.
I blame
how it is.
Raptor. I blame
I
Raptor.
blame you both. I blame you both.
Hey, Raptor ran first.
I'm blaming you both.
I can neither prove nor deny this because I do not remember.
No, nobody ever said, hey, let's wait for the bookie. I mean, yeah, the bookie doesn't say, hey, let's wait for the everybody, but, you know. It's just how life works.
So is this
Also,
just getting bigger every time?
I think you are correct about that.
Wait, what was the question?
If this place is getting bigger every time.
Yeah, because there's more area. Like, the map doesn't completely change. So it's pretty
It just
interesting.
adds new layers.
Oh, treasure
Oh,
chest.
there's a treasure chest.
Ooh. Cryomancer's Pickaxe of Wounds. Ooh.
Oh, just a bunch of bones.
Hey, more bones is
Oh,
good.
hello. I love that with Raptor and I, when we shoot things fly away and then come back or come towards us and fly away. Hey look, I think this is mine. Because mine has the, flower thing.
That looks scary. Oh, that's our NPC did that. Okay.
Oh yeah, okay, feathered wings. Wings? Okay, so mine has wings.
Ooh.
I
can
want you to
give
drop
mine-
idols.
I'm gonna go with the one that drops boots because it gives it guaranteed loot of ancient bones.
I am going with more feathers.
Because I don't
I
need
probably should
feathers
just
yet.
ended my lineage because I need bones and I'm getting no bones.
Fine choice of egg.
Well, we're getting bones off of killing stuff.
I need horns. That's what I meant.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
Good trading with you.
might as well clear out my inventory while I'm here.
I'm still doing like no damage.
What's your
Don't worry,
DPS up to
you'll
now?
get damage eventually.
Or rather, down to?
231.
What about the storm blast?
209.
Why did it go down?
I don't know. It's a bit harder to tell though because I also have a whole bunch of storm blasts that go on all at once.
Impossible.
Since I have the nails from storm blast. So I mean, I do storm blast a whole bunch. Plus, if you notice, it arcs to other people. So I mean, it's not like I'm technically doing a small amount of damage. Oh, the arcing isn't me. Okay, lovely.
Oh yeah, that's the shrine.
Yeah. Oh, gold. Hello. Money.
And we've lost a
That's what I
raptor.
need.
Wait, there's a speech bubble further ahead.
Completely different direction.
Here. Apparently. The one thing I like about this is we always just seem to... And gone. And gone.
Good night, Nagasto.
Impossible.
Nearby, and
Oh, sure. Cool.
that's a shard shrine.
Sure, fine.
Have a good night.
There you go. So now every time I use War Cry, I get 4 stacks. That's pretty good. So that gives me more Maelstrom.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Harbinger nearby.
Nemesis.
Nice. I can see what the final roll was on that.
Well, that'll be good to get then.
It will definitely be my
I
new
gotta
chest
be-
armor.
I gotta be careful. The amount of mana that I use 60 mana whenever I use Fine.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Damn, that guy just died. Arb.
I
Or
am 100% going to be equipping that chest armor.
My War
30%
Cry crew
elemental.
uses 60 mana.
pretty sure I did build into like less mana cost for something. The Maelstrom maybe?
Well, I hope so. Well, because I'm casting Maelstrom 4 times for 50% cost every time I use Maelstrom. I just realized that when my Scorpion uses it, my Scorpion will be casting Maelstrom 4 times as well. I might not be able to cast Maelstrom very
I don't think the Scorpion
often.
uses your mana though, does it?
I don't know. Let's see. No, I don't think so. Because it's the Scorpion itself casting it. Which would have been quite unfortunate if I had to pay for the Scorpion too.
I gotta quit that.
I
because
think
that's
most of my
nasty.
damage is coming from Maelstrom. Yeah. Yeah, my damage is coming from Maelstrom.
Okay, that single piece of armor just gave me 50 lightning resistance and 30 of every other of the elemental resistance.
Nice.
I think you have to move your microphone again too.
I need to move my microphone again. Is this better?
What you doing, Anna?
Better for?
I think it's worse.
No. Yeah, I don't think it's
didn't
worse.
actually change anything other than moving the mic closer, so I don't know.
Because got back from mini groceries. Ooh, mini groceries. I like full-size groceries myself, but mini groceries would do good.
Level 77.
So for
So-
I'm
oh, it's
actually able to stack up like 9 stacks of nails from.
Nice. Yeah, guys, I don't think we're winning the race. I'm sad now.
No.
We're ever going to win this race.
Yeah, especially considering login time. I have
Right.
overcapped lightning resist.
There's a little spot with groceries and oh, we don't have eggs and one other thing. Yeah, whenever I do that, I want to go, ooh, I don't have this. Ooh, I don't have this. Ooh, a Harbinger's nearby. Ooh, I don't have this. The Harbinger's optional.
Let's kill it.
No, it's not.
No, I meant for being
Oops,
at the grocery store. Where even is it?
To the right,
This
maybe?
way.
Yeah.
It's good for the map, no?
Yeah, it's right
Yeah.
down here.
Yeah, it's down here.
How many Harbingers are there usually at your grocery store? Too many, but also not enough.
No drift boot.
Oh, these boots are trash. I'm just gonna banish mine. It
know,
did not get exalted.
I'm gonna roll that up.
God damn,
I'm
this
so much do
guy.
this today.
I quite like not fighting this guy. Billy. Oh, hello. Aha!
What'd you get?
Something good?
Stormbreaker
your-
with legendary potential 1.
Hey,
Oh, they must have changed that because you used to not be able to get legendary potential on the Ascendancies. Okay.
Well, it's got legendary, but I got my weapon guy. Actually, that weapon's gonna serve me for a long time now. Yeah. Especially with that legendary potential. Ooh, I'm happy.
So, if you get any more runes of Ascendancy, you want to try giving me a dagger?
Yeah, I'll try. Actually, hold on. First off, I need to do I need my necklace, but I'm not. Hello, necklace.
The necklace
I'm not
is a
actually-
boss drop. You cannot chance it, unfortunately.
Okay, I was gonna say, it's also gonna take such a long time for me to get it because of its level that I'm not worried about it. By the way, when I was talking about that, I got a unique necklace drop.
nice. It's a good one.
It's the druid one.
Oh, the one for my totem build. Was this
The
wicked one?
transformed one? No, the transformed one.
Mm.
Increases damage while transformed, move speed while transformed, and minus to resistance while transformed.
Oh yeah,
God.
no, that's not the one. No.
Okay, I figured. Yeah, I'm always having fun. I get to hang out with Raptor, I get to hang out with Fru, and then if anybody else ever wants to join, we get to hang out with them, and then I get to run away and steal all the EXPs while calling everybody a nerd. That's about it. Nerd.
Okay, now that we're level 23, now my stuff can start dropping. Well, at least the body piece and the boots.
Oh.
Well, from the boss.
Yeah. Powerful, right? I feel bad for this boss. I love everyone from like barely being able to do anything to just absolutely ruining this guy's day. Right?
And look at that, a
Hey,
unique.
loot over here.
It's
Prism wrap.
that's the wrong unique for me.
Is anybody-
But
I
I
would have
think
laughed if it was right unique.
Does anybody need prism wrap?
we could all actually get use out of this, but I think Raptor's gonna get the most.
Which one?
It is Stormhide Paws. +1
Yeah,
to swipe. Every 3 seconds, your next swipe has 100% of its base damage converted to lightning and deals 30% melee damage. Melee lightning
Oh,
damage.
fine.
Increased lightning damage, which is good for you. Increased cold damage, good for me. And plus one to all attributes. But since Raptor's actually using swipe, here you go, Raptor.
Seek out
Thank you.
the outcast queen, leader of the living rebels, and show her the evil.
Oh, that?
The rest
Thank you.
I think it's a dragon.
to you.
Yeah, I think it's just a dragon.
Yep, that's a Chrono Dragon, I believe. We don't actually get to fight any of them.
Too bad, eh? No,
at least not yet.
unfortunately, there's like no fighting the giant dragon at the end of time.
Maybe eventually.
Maybe eventually, that'd be pretty cool. It's been a while
Now,
since I've actually seen what it
convert
looks
fire
like. But then
Arctic
what's the point?
coal.
Because it looks cool.
Yeah, that's literally the point, because it looks cool.
Scorpion. Tornado, earthquake, oh my god.
What?
Holy jeez. Oh, I just looked at the DPS I'd be doing with Avalanche. 4,600.
Woo!
Except I don't use Avalanche, so no, but damn.
I wonder why Gathering Storm is so low, unless it's because of... Well, because you basically spend one of those, your surcharges like 4 times a second. You can,
I don't know.
because the cooldown for it is 0.25 seconds.
Is it?
Yeah. So I think that might be why the DPS looks low on that, because it's actually that times 4. Assuming you have the charges for it.
It's saying damage per second, so it should already be multiplied by 4.
And what is accounting for cast speed instead of cooldown speed, though?
Maybe. Consume a portion of mana to deal more damage. Oh, it would use 1% mana. Interesting.
Yeah, we could get a baby one of those Chrono Worms as a pet, but it costs real money.
I'm getting Island Cleaver right now so that I have... So if I hit 3 enemies, I get 2 storm stacks at once.
Okay. I will be back.
So
Yeah, I
once
just moved off
start
to the next
picking up-
area.
Once I start picking up Tempest Weapon, that'll give me spell damage, so I'll gain a third of my melee damage as spell damage. Which will help.
Yeah, that once you cap that out, it'll be all of your melee damage will be going over for spell damage.
Okay. So I should probably actually focus on getting that next. And then for Tempest right now, I've been picking up Growing Storm, so that when I kill people or hit bosses, I have the chance of getting that. And then Warcry, I just finished up getting Whirlpool. I don't know what else I really want for it. Well, I guess I should grab Berserk. Honestly, I should take a look at what you're trying to get me to get for these.
Yeah, Berserk should be adding a decent amount of damage after your Warcry. Because that adds a decent amount of melee damage for all your attacks.
Oh,
The
and
one
then my
adds
melee
more stacks of
damage
it,
will
the
go-
other adds it to your minions.
And then because I'll be getting more melee damage, it means my lightning strikes will also be doing more damage.
I am back.
So I hope it all comes together, because I just never played that that class before, so I'm not 100% sure if everything interacts. I'm kind of just winging it with kind of what I know.
That's fine.
Sorry.
I mean, I've also just been looking at stuff and like, if I think something was pretty cool, I'll probably just end up picking up that.
Like, the only classes I really know would be Spellblade and Paladin. A bit of
fine.
White Knight.
Might as well go do this Bolt Forge side quest up and get it done with.
Yeah, that just gives you some experience. I ran through that too.
Oh, you already did the side quest in this area?
I see. Yes.
Oh,
Literally
it's
just
basically
look up
literally,
first
hey,
and
walk
go
to the
Forge.
forge. Done.
There's no side quest
Oh,
down here.
yeah, that one. Part of me wants to get the one for Maelstrom that will reduce the size by like half, but double the damage. But at the same time, I also don't want to do that because smaller size is kind of annoying to deal with.
What do you want?
I am glad though that even though things look complicated for this game, they're not that bad.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a lot more accessible than Path of Exile is.
Yeah, we don't need a
I didn't
PhD
even
to
mention the
understand
game's name.
We all knew. Everyone knows.
it. And at least it requires more than Diablo.
Have you seen the people that, what are they called? They make fun of game mechanics and stuff, or just games in general. I forget what their channel's name is, but they make fun of basically Path of Exile, with the EXP points being split into little EXP things that have, and then there's like your character's star charts and stuff like that. I presume you guys have no
Wow,
idea what
that's
I'm
fast.
talking about.
Goodness, that's
Not a clue, no.
Cool.
Maybe?
It's like, full damage, critical strike chance, 104 damage reflected.
If I see a unique... Oh, it's a ring.
Ooh, I got unique too.
I did not.
I got the crab ring.
Crab ring. Meow meow Charlotte.
Ah,
Meow
crab.
meow Charlotte. Meow meow Charlotte. Meow meow Charlotte.
Let's see, what is my thing?
Oh, I have the chains of Ulrio's belt. Increased ward gain on potion use, necrotic resistance, reduced duration of stun. Potions grant ward instead of health.
Ow, ow,
Also
ow, ow, ow.
increases your damage. I got hurt.
I might actually want that.
Oh, the belt?
Maybe because I prefer Potion Ward and I need that right now. Do you want the crab ring?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Crab. Boo. Crab.
Crab booty, crab booty.
Look
Look
like you
like crab.
taste like crab.
No. The fate is replaced by summoned crab.
You know,
As
actually,
for
the belt
my
was all me.
nemesis...
Summoned crab. Summoned
Nothing
crab.
good.
Something crab might actually work well on me, thinking on it.
Summoned crab.
The only thing is I would have to give up my dodge.
Summoned crab. Summoned crab.
Teleporting bears. We are fighting zombie
Teleporting.
teleporting bears.
Summoned crab. Wait, am I summoning the same crab over and over again? 'Cause would that mean that
No,
I'm...
because its colors can change.
Oh, that's cool. Alright, I'm
Lizard.
going the crab now.
Lizard! 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 Lizard!
Lizard! Lizard! Yeah, okay. I got bored of the crab ring now for healing back.
No. Give me the rapper.
Okay.
Yeah, I could
Okay.
possibly use it.
Here you go.
Thank you.
All yours. Careful. You want some crab legs? That crab legs are delicious. Yum.
Now I have crab.
Yeah, you have crab. Does that mean
Are
that we
you
can go to
kidding me
you
now,
for all you
Mr.
can eat
Krabs?
crab?
I
What
mean,
if I wanna
considering I
leave?
don't use my mana that often, I could keep on summoning crab.
It doesn't use mana.
Doesn't? Oh, it uses evade
Yeah.
charge. Interesting.
Yeah. That's the nice thing
I have
about
gone the
it.
wrong direction.
Probably.
We both
I
did.
would know because I went the right direction. I don't see either of you.
Yeah. We went back and
Hello,
killed some
people.
enemies.
I love the enemies that enrage at half health and then you just murder them before they have any chance of getting to half health.
Yeah, I think I give up on Shatter Strike.
Oh, you're not a fan of it?
It's the mana cost, and the level. It's so annoying to use.
That's
I
fair.
see. Yeah, I'm annoyed that I have to keep just using my Maelstrom over and over again. Yeah, sure. I'm only casting Maelstrom once for every 4 times I'm actually casting it. But my all on it.
I have found enemies. I must slaughter. Actually, these chunk of them too. Okay, so something the crab still counts as his dodge for the purposes of activating aspect of the boar.
Oh, that is
Which is
actually
good.
hilarious.
Even though I'm not, dodging.
Right? Yeah, that's actually pretty
Big
cool.
chest. One of the big show up on the map chests.
Where are you?
We have Lost Raptor.
That's a good question because I saw enemies, so I started killing them, and I found a big chest. If y'all want to warp to me, y'all can.
Why, hello.
Oh,
Ah,
that's
the
fun.
key.
Wanna go for Lightless Harbor?
Buki, are you still using Stormcrows?
No.
Because I found a chest armor with Stormcrows on it.
Cool. Do you
I
guys
also
think
found
we
a
can make
staff
it
with
through Lightless Harbor?
We are definitely out leveled it.
Oh, we're further than it?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind then.
Basically, we get the key after we get past the area for it.
Oh, okay.
So basically, it gives us the story skip for our next character if we wanted to go through.
Yep.
Which I would say save the key for an alt.
But I want to skip now!
We can't skip now because we're at the point where we would have skipped.
But I want to go through it now! Like, I want to be further!
Well, we need to get the key for the next dungeon to go further.
Yeah, but that's after the dungeon!
Unless we get really lucky and get one now.
Oh, can you actually?
If you're super lucky, yes.
Oh, cool. That's pretty cool then.
Crab.
Brad.
Yep, it's definitely different crab because that one went from like a sage green to a brownish color. Oh.
My goodness, I'm getting tired. But it's only 6. I've only streamed for 6 hours.
Get sugar.
I ate a cake.
Well, eat more cake.
Yes,
More
more
cake.
cake is good.
How do you not want
I
more
also
cake?
ate a cookie. And because I'll have more tomorrow.
Oh, this is the right way.
Yay, now I got Berserk on use.
Nice.
Yeah, Berserk currently set to apply to my raptor. And me.
Oh, you went down that path.
Well, I mean, I'm using the raptor. Might as well give it Berserk also whenever I go Berserk.
That's fair.
Well, this is the right way. That was fast.
Oh, but when you run, well, when Berserk runs out. Ow.
Hey, Maelstrom.
Yay, Maelstrom!
Question for you, by the way. If you
What?
have it as one of your set abilities, does it get all the bonuses?
It
Yeah.
works for your tree, yeah.
I have 17 stacks of Maelstrom.
And rising.
No, yeah, I'm at 21 stacks of Maelstrom.
Yeah, I'm best guy between 8 and 10.
I'm at 9.
Apparently you can only have 20 stacks of Maelstrom. Fun note.
I think it might have a higher cap. I think it's just that the duration isn't long enough to go longer.
Well, it's an 8-second duration. Yeah, it doesn't actually say how much it stacks up to, but good luck getting a ridiculous number of stacks.
Yeah, 'cause I know the build planner does show like for like the max stacks you can get for things.
I mean, that makes sense.
Oh, where do y'all go?
The
I
college.
was
area?
checking to see if there was more stuff over here, because there's a lot of area we haven't explored here.
That's fair.
Well, we're
Except
doing
there's a
the
nemesis here.
yeah. We went to the spot for the side quest.
Oh, then I'll just warp to you. Boop. Boop.
They won't let me in.
Well,
There's the time, bro.
Crab, open the door for me.
Open the door! Dead.
Open the door, Crabwood.
Crab words!
Oh, I have a level up.
Yay.
I actually need to check my passives for this.
Oh no.
Okay, 1 point back.
Impossible.
I
Yeah,
love
we got the
how
password.
we just go like super far into the future just to get the password from the guy.
Right.
So that he's like, wait a second, how do you get the password?
I just
Oh, you
remember the
told us.
password. Yeah.
Who knows what? Like 10,000 years from now or something stupid?
No, it's only like 1,000. You know, it's 1,000 from our actual. This is 200. Yeah, to about 200, almost 300 years in the future.
That's fair.
Long after they're all dead.
By the way, I do love how they call the guards on you even though the guy can't even see you. Yeah, you?
Oh, y'all went back already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly thought this area was larger.
No, that's as busy as you go up the stairs and that's it.
That is, I will say, I really, really like how this game utilizes time travel.
Right? Especially in the later dungeon. I really like that
Yo,
one.
Yeah, that's a fun dungeon. I'm glad that's the one you actually have to farm for legendary potential. 'Cause I don't mind it.
Speaking of legendary potential, what do I want to put on my hammer first?
Crab.
I think crit.
Makes sense. Oh, I just realized that means that I can set a loot filter for my sword, for my weapon already, so that I can get the legendary potential that I need. Oh. 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 Do I want the sword type next? No. And like you're shot for 4 seconds when you stop moving.
I mean, you could use it if you want for like leveling for now. If you have anything better.
I also realized that it gives a 139% chance to oh, reduces your lightning resist. Reduces lightning resist by 2%. That's funny. So it has a 139% chance to shock on lightning hit. Doesn't that mean that when any one of my attacks basically hit something, they're going to be taking lightning damage?
Oh, the Shock, yeah, because
Yeah.
Shock, I think, does Shock get unlimited stacks, I think?
I think so.
Or is it cap at 10?
Yeah. Good idea. So I can shock myself. That's that.
I thought there was a nemesis here.
So am I.
There was, but then once we all left to go to the quest thing, it made a new instance, which makes me sad.
That sucks.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
Someday they'll have persistent maps.
Okay, shock goes up to 10%. Hold up to 10%.
Oh, it is 10 stacks? Okay.
Uh,
We gotta be
Miss Beast.
back here.
I got a champion over here, by the way.
Yeah, I was chasing something that was chasing you.
I'm on the way.
It's dead.
And it's dead.
So where's the beast?
Up here.
Up north.
Just up and to the left a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's not bad. Open rip to confront the
Resident.
beast. Oh, this one's not like it's Raptors again.
Yep, it's mine. It might be a
Mine is
certain
mine.
amount of runs. We'll swap them. Maybe.
Might just be random
Okay.
from the party.
Could be.
Possible.
Mine can fly. I get my
Mine-
wings. Yeah, I get my wings. I wonder what's gonna happen once we max out the beast though. Because it looks like you can only upgrade them 4 times.
We might get.
I think it works like
amount of runs or
the
something.
Nemesis.
Maybe.
We'll find out.
That's true.
Probably pretty soon too, for how fast we're ripping through this.
As long as we continue to find them, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think
Well,
we
remember,
can
I have
find
the map sense of a
another-
dead lemming, so
Yeah, what?
I have the map sense of a dead lemming.
Poor lemmings.
Which, the funny thing, on the vacation, I found out that applies to GPS as well.
Oh no.
Because I was asked to GPS somewhere, and I took us to the wrong town.
Damn.
It was only like a
Did you manage that?
10 to 20 minute drive difference, but still.
When I first got the GPS in my car, I needed to drive to the DMV. That's 5 minutes. Oh, it's more like 20 minutes away. My car decided to take a 4-hour route.
Oh no.
Godspeed with
Yeah, it was quite the detour.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I mean, obviously we didn't drive the 4 hours. Because for some reason it decided to avoid the highways and all the main roads. And was just like, we're gonna take all of the off-road paths. And we're gonna drive all the way to the city an hour and a half away. And then we're gonna drive on the off-roads all the way back. But why? Especially when I basically leave my driveway and turn left and I'm done.
I'm so glad that this has the teleport to friendly player thing. Speaking of which, Borderlands 4 is adding that. You can just fast travel to allies.
Neat.
I mean, that's very reasonable, actually. Yeah, it's reasonable.
I guess we'll go to
Nemesis.
the ruins of Elturel first. Well,
Here's
first
the-
Nemesis.
Yeah. Can we not get through there?
Oh, we have to
We'll
defeat
fight
this
off laser
wave.
enemies.
Ah! Can we die faster?
Okay, they
I'm
spawn
burning
faster.
maelstroms here.
There it goes.
maelstroms in here! Summon them, guys! Summon them fast! Fast! Oh,
Summon-
there goes the maelstrom.
Uh-oh.
And... Hi, Wrath! How are you?
Hey, Wrath.
Hi, Raph.
Ooh, golden resonance.
Oh.
Yeah, you guys saw how fast mine died because of the 20 stacks of maelstrom?
See anything good for me?
The Harbinger.
Nope, vanish.
I don't even know what mine had. I was just like, I needed to die fast. Ooh, hello.
Oh, hello, beast.
Ooh, wait a second. I gotta equip these new boots I got.
Ooh, ooh.
After, you know, kill things.
Yay, level 30.
Yay! What you up to today, Red? Oh, this one's mine. Wanna know how I can tell? It's the wings. Oh, hello. Mage level of Glacier, Mage level of Static Orb, Rogue level of Net Shard. Oh. Yeah.
So, I just got the boots I got from my thing is Snowdrift with plus 27% physical resistance.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, did you say Snowdrift?
Yeah, with
Isn't
plus
that only-
27% physical res. Boots.
No, Snowdrift
do you
are
need them for-
boots.
Oh,
I might need those.
Okay, I'll go ahead and send them to you then.
Thank you.
I was gonna use them, but I can send them to you.
More cold damage?
No, that was a
Go for-
different one.
Oh, okay.
Those what you need for?
Yeah,
Wait, I thought you were doing lightning. Why are you picking up cold?
I
stuff?
am until I get. I'm doing cold until I can. Until I get that dagger.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
What level is the dagger supposed to be?
Oh, I can start appearing at 36,
Ah, okay. So until
or
then,
get
it's
lucky with
ascendancy.
ascendancy.
Yeah.
And my ascendancy failed. I got the wrong one.
Sorry to hear.
But
Yeah, I think
someone
that's
got
what I'm
their
going for,
their
yeah.
build weapon.
I mean, mine's a lot lower level than yours. So that's
Maybe
like
you're- Yours is like about the same level. Isn't like yours like 33 or 36 too?
35. Wait, I thought yours was the. Oh yeah, that's right.
Mine is in like the
Dagger
high
is
50s,
not
low
cool.
60s.
That's what it is. Yours is a dagger and not as cool. Warpath. That's what it comes down to, Drew. You just gotta be as cool as
That's
the
such a
boopy.
fun skill.
Which one? Oh, Warpath? Yeah.
Hey, we got another beast over here.
Nice.
Oh my god. Wait, is this the one where we're going to the beast?
Nope, it is still green.
Oh, okay.
So, oop,
I'm guessing this one's fruit?
No, because mine has like
this one's fine.
2 heads and vines.
it's mine.
Oh, okay. We like
I
never
think we
played
did.
yours fruit.
No, we did. Cause I remember seeing like the vines on the shoulder for one of them.
Oh, I wonder if it's going between all of them then.
Probably.
I wonder if the actual thing that we're supposed to be doing is you fight it, then you upgrade it, then you fight it, then you upgrade it. But because there's 3 of us, we have to fight it 3 times first,
That's fine. And more loot, more loot.
Yeah.
right? Not necessarily more loot, it could actually be less loot. Depending on what
Well, I
the
mean-
completing one does.
Fair, fair.
But it is cool that we get to see what all of ours look like.
I mean, isn't loot quality affected by how many players there are?
Yeah.
So higher
But,
quality loot
if-
then.
But if you kill the entire lineage, it be that you get extra drops is what I mean.
Fair. I just saw something really funny.
What's
So
that?
the entire mechanic for this is basically a lizardly, you killed my father.
Yeah. You killed my father, prepare to die.
All right, do we,
Except
You
then
killed
we
my
killed the
father and
ruin.
my grandfather, prepare to die.
do we do the runes now or later?
Might as well do them now.
Oh, that's the ruins here? Okay.
Yep. There was another entrance from that we kind of missed.
You killed my grandfather and my great-grandfather, my grandfather, and my father, prepare to die.
Oh yeah, because I think this also connect up to the area for the dungeon. Yeah, so we can go here, go to Feldward, get the dungeon, and then head to the back to the Risen Lake.
You sent
Yeah,
my
yeah.
grand and happy to the great tavern in the sky.
I love how though that no, Luke, I am your father. Wait a second.
I mean, they look lizardly enough.
Not that lizardly. Well, yeah, they're too lizardly for me.
They're not
Wait, are you
lizardly
calling
enough for
Darth
me.
Vader a lizard?
Darth Lizard.
Darth
Darth Vader is
lizard.
so hard.
Well, he's a very poor lizard considering he can't regenerate.
Lizard can kill people without being able to see them.
What?
Star Wars Episode 4, he literally choked the person on the other side of the galaxy using Force.
Well, we're talking about regenerating, not killing people with the Force on the other side of the galaxy.
Fair.
What a difference.
Fair. Not lizards regenerate. In
Okay,
fact,
look who
very
I
few
found.
lizards do.
Beast?
Yeah, I
Oh,
am a
neat.
Boulder Fist. Yeah.
Oh, it's just a glyph of despair. I'm sad.
Oh, okay, we're chasing it now. Never mind. Oh,
This is Raptors again.
Oh, I think how it might work is it might take a certain, it might be a percentage chance to go to kill the lineage. Maybe.
maybe. It seems like the more times that we go into the past, the more
Longer
well,
it is?
it takes longer and longer to get. Yeah. It's
Kitty.
a nerd.
Summon Sword Totem. I'm getting a lot of the skill things for Druid.
I think that's part of this
That's cool.
because
I-
I'm getting Creeper as well. Sorry for Shirley called you a nerd.
Rude.
I know.
Oh, I
she's
see the
very
waypoint
rude,
down to
kitty.
the right.
Charlotte's a very rude kitty. Meow, 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 meow,
the forge.
meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Money. Money. Like the only time you need to pick up money. I love the teleporting bears, they're kind of funny.
Wait a minute, it's not Luke, I am your father, it's Luke. I am your lizard. Well,
I am
There's a
your lizard,
waypoint.
wait a-
I think this was the other entrance.
yeah, this is the other
right?
entrance.
Okay, yes,
yeah,
we go back up.
I want to go north.
Yep. Because I remember there was like siege emplacements on the way to the actual
Yeah.
thing. Truly a massive amount of gold. I just got a singular
Look, this
gold.
is what. Look, sometimes you only need a singular piece of gold. Lord. Let me level up. Why is it taking so long? Well, I mean, I want the 5 levels so I can start upgrading my scorpion.
It was the other path, wasn't it? It was.
It probably was.
I just want 6 more levels so I can get that dagger.
Yeah, but
I
you
want all
need
the
the area level.
Yeah, I do. Or get a Rune Ascendancy and happen to just get it magically in my inventory.
Yeah, I think that's gonna
Oh yeah,
happen.
this door that's just right up here.
Right, because that clearly never happens, right?
Yeah, because we have to go through the
Yeah, yeah, I've never once seen somebody use a Rune of Ascendancy and get exactly what they wanted on their first try.
Didn't you have
On
that
each
happen last
season,
season?
too. Yeah, it never happens.
I didn't get it on the first try, I got it on the second try.
I was talking about last time.
Speaking of uniques,
Well, yeah, it was my first unique that I got.
hello,
I'm going
Nemesis.
to dismiss this one because I do not need the bee gloves. Again. They're not that they're not part of my build.
I do like, by the way, how I can keep Berserk up forever.
I have a companion axe.
Nice.
Nice.
I'll have a spear that Boogie might be able to use until can use the your hammer. Which honestly isn't that far away. I might just banish.
Up to you. Do what the will. Level 81. Wow.
Attack? What's the difference between attack speed per stack, which is 4% per point, and and attack speed maximum 16% per point? That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, that's the bonus you can get from your
Yeah,
Berserk
one gives you a
stack.
higher cap, one just lets you get to it faster. Okay, so Berserk
each
has
stack
increased
is going to give you
duration and
4%.
additional maximum.
Yes.
So each stack gives you 4%, but you cannot get more than 16%.
Per point.
Right.
They're both per
Also,
point.
Berserk doesn't give you increased melee speed until you get Fury Strikes.
Right.
It gives you increased damage.
But the thing is, though, is the 4% is 4% per point, and then the maximum is maximum per point.
Right. As in, if you get 4 stacks, you can only get. Once you get 4 stacks, you're capped at that 60%.
Yes, whereas if you raise it, you will get more stacks you can throw into it.
Okay, sure, whatever. Let's go with that.
I don't
Do you
think
have me
Boogie's
getting that?
with it.
Not really. It makes no sense to me. I don't care enough. Oh, makes
Oh,
no
my
sense
crap.
to the lizard. Who's this guy?
Stop
Back
running.
here.
He wanted to fight me. He knows the true worth.
I got nothing.
Same. Or at least
He
nothing
knows who
useful.
to fight. Whee. Oh, he leveled up. Let's go.
I'm a bar and a half away still.
I'm going to level up. I just leveled up. Never mind.
Yay! Okay, we're going back to the past now, guys.
Yay!
Wah! Wah! Okay, I got the sacred light. Shit, I could cast smite on it. Part
Do
of
we
me
want to go
wants
back
to
to
do
past
that.
now and come back, or do we want to finish exploring this area?
Might as well go to the past.
Probably do better to go to
Because
past now. just
it
in
gives
case.
us the same area as last time anyways.
Yeah, this one isn't kind of a full new area. It's just a sub-map of this area.
Okay.
Hunt corn. We've once again corn.
Because this is working like those Weaver areas did in the last season.
Hunt never ends.
Yeah. The Weaver areas are still a thing though, right?
Yep, they are.
Yeah. They're just not
Hmm.
seen till maps.
Okay.
And we're making good time, but I don't think we're even halfway through yet.
No.
No.
Probably more than a quarter.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's the 10 chapters now, or is it going to be 11?
Yes, there's 10 chapters because they added a new one.
I don't know how many chapters there are. Oh, we're on chapter 4.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we're almost halfway.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing pretty good.
Yep. It's fun.
I have noticed that we have been dying a lot less now, too. I don't mean here, I mean in general.
Yeah.
I mean, like, these things still do a ton of damage, but we're not
Yeah,
dying in one shot.
They have chunked down my ward quickly, but I'm still alive.
I mean, they do, but it
Yeah.
is a seasonal mechanic, so it kind of makes sense.
It's like it's raptors again.
I
Oh, you got
found
a
a
lot of
chest
health this
full
time.
of bones. If y'all want to come over here, this chest full of bones. Oh, God.
Only
Oh,
you'll get the bones.
oh, okay, grab it.
Because I have mine giving me 2 feathers and a, thing.
Vicky, there was a chest I had found. That's what I thought. On the skull chest.
Oh, okay. I don't know where that is.
Lead y'all to it after you kill this thing. I did open it, but I think it's individualized.
Another glorious hunt.
Okay, so I need petals.
These parts will not go.
You just do not
Okay,
want to
here.
give me horns, do you?
Where are we going, Raptor?
It's the same place
I'll
as the chest
take
as last
shards.
time, basically. So just
Oh, up this way, okay.
Yep.
Impossible.
Because I remembered that there was a chest there last time, and there was this time too.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yep.
I need to get the petals for mine.
I'll trade you my petals for your horns.
I can get fangs.
I can get more horns, so I'm going to get more horns. And I'm also going to empty out anything in my inventory that I need to get rid of.
See, I know I don't want to get another fang because I don't need the fang, but giving mine 3 heads just seems funny.
Fair.
So I'm giving mine a 3rd head.
All right.
Ibuki's going
now
full
I-
Hydra.
So now my... Oh yeah, because that was the first thing you mentioned was the fact that we ran into mine with the additional head.
And I was
I
wondering
think
if as we
there's
linked
50.
enough to get more heads.
Well, to be fair, mine has 3 heads.
Fair. Fair.
So mine also has a fire breath and an ice breath, though. That's the downside of having more heads.
Mine now gives double the horns, still 1 fang and bones.
Holy media! Pew, pew,
Yeah, it'll be a good time to find a nemesis.
Would, yeah.
Right? Did we already kill a nemesis on this map? Like at the beginning?
We did, I think.
Yeah. Alright, well that's
But a
fine.
champion, though, there could be a champion.
Champions aren't even as great. They're kind of boring. I like champions, but I hate champions. A lot.
Hey,
Alright, so we're
Soulfire.
unlocking Soulfire Bastion and then heading back to the
Yeah.
outpost, right?
Yep. Sounds about right to me.
Wait, did we do this one last time? I can't remember.
No, because this was the one that was glitched.
That's
Yeah.
right. This is a glitched one.
My Maelstrom does less damage again.
I wonder if it's still
My
glitched.
damage like never changed. My god.
What do you want?
I want 4 points here. Oh, okay, because of the Stormbolt
Yes.
one hit.
Which leads me to more health regen, I think.
Okay, so Tempest Force will gain mana when using that. Okay, so that makes sense. And then shared increased lightning damage. Shared lightning resist. You get 25% lightning resist from Stormbringer? Damn. Shared threshold. Increased stun chance, additional endurance. Ah, okay. Life regen per endurance. Only 3.
Yeah, that's why
fewer
you're
lightning
uncapping
strikes.
your endurance stuff.
Yeah. Increases elemental melee damage by like 1, and then 3 seconds your next melee attack deals additional lightning damage. That's not very much, but I guess if I were to cast it, it'd be an extra 60, but whatever. Melee. Oh, and then Thunderstrike would give me a 50% chance when that's maxed to cast Stormbolt when I hit something.
Yep.
I see.
Looks like Kix is isolated.
What was isolated?
Kick.
What
Ah.
is an indirect Stormbolt cast?
But when you don't actively cast it.
Yeah, so when it gets triggered, which I don't understand the wording of that because you're always indirectly casting Stormbolt. You never cast it on your own.
That's what I mean.
Maybe from Gear or that ability or something?
Failed. That's just kind of weird. Whatever.
Yep, test failed.
Do additional health and mana and have a chance to cast Maelstrom when hit. Okay. Oh, so every time I get hit, I have a 3% chance to cast Maelstrom, which will go up to 30%.
Yeah.
I see. It makes me kind of want the Taunt ability then, because then the more times I'm getting hit, the more times I'm also casting Maelstrom. The more times I'm casting Maelstrom, the more times I'm casting Thunderbolt, Stormbolt, and the more time I'm doing really anything, the more times I'm casting Stormbolt.
Okay, Kick is no longer
Really, I
isolated.
want...
It's
What?
only for a couple. Kick is back to being connected to the rest.
Oh,
That was weird.
okay.
So it disconnected from the rest of the chat for a little bit, then it reconnected.
I didn't even notice.
No idea why. I just noticed because the chat on the Twitch and Kick was slightly different for a little bit.
That makes sense.
Might just be on my end though.
No, it probably wasn't. Oh, and then I realized that Power of the Storm is also going to allow me to cast, whenever I have my 4 stacks or more of Maelstrom, I'll be able to cast Stormbolt 4 times
Yep.
each.
Yep.
Oh my god. I'm just a walking lightning storm, aren't I?
Yep.
So that's why I wonder if it's just not fully calculating your damage correctly because of the way it's calculating DPS for Stormbolt.
Yeah, because I'm getting Stormbolt from dozens of other things. Are we supposed to go to the Corrupted Lake, or do we not care?
The Corrupted Lake would have been where we came out, but we can go there for like a quest reward.
I mean, free quest reward, right?
Yeah.
I'm
So
not
I think it's-
opposed to just have...
So I can't remember if it's passive point or idle slot or both.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for whatever we end up getting. Stuff is stuff and things are things and stuff and things belong to the movie.
Wait, I think we have to go. Okay, no, that's like the waypoints at the end down there.
No, I just want stuff.
I also just want stuff.
Right?
Yeah, because the more things we kill, the more I have a chance to get my body piece.
Yay! I'll probably grab the increased range for Warcry then too. Because if I can get the increased range for Warcry, then I can pull more people in, which means more people will be taunted, which means more people will be hitting me, which means more Maelstrom.
Yeah, I think I might look into getting the fire aura area for mine.
I'm back.
Hi, back and
Hi,
Buki.
back. We both did it.
Great.
Possible.
Impossible.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the aura and it's not that big of an area, and I think I kind of want it bigger.
I love all these prophets that holy prophets! Oh my
Right?
lord!
Life
That's
recovery.
a little light.
Did you have a hiccup too?
Do you guys have a problem for the amount of
Someone
prophets
will
that
helm.
popped up?
A little.
No.
Did you?
No?
I meant
didn't really
performance-wise,
see
not
anything.
like panic-wise.
No? No?
Yeah, I didn't
No,
really
I
see
do
anything
it too.
either. I have now found another summon wolf helm, by the way.
Oh my god.
It'd be nice if it could give me the
Excuse me?
summon raptor, please,
Summon the raptor!
because I could actually use that.
I think Raptor was the relic? Ah, it was
Ooh.
both.
Well, I like both. Metagame or... Nope! Here, let's grab the chance to cast Storm Bolt when hit. Oh, wait, hold on, what are you? Oh, a Glyph of Envy. Man, we are getting a lot of Glyphs of Envy.
Yep.
The Glyphs of Envy don't give the corruption anymore?
No, they just changed the base item type.
Hmm. I see.
I mean, it's still good if you have like your exalteds for something you're going to be upgrading. If you have all the mods you wanted, but it's not the right base for it. Like how you look at yours, like for like the build planner, I have like your helmet set as the one that gives you endurance threshold.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll be able to change that for if I need that helmet.
Yeah,
Okay.
which I actually like that as one of the crafting pieces because there've been a lot of times where I had like the perfect mods. I'm like, oh, it's not the base I needed.
Yeah, especially like there was quite a few times where I was picking out items and stuff, and I was looking for the proper base item too. Because the last one that I was doing, the Forge Knight, I wanted to make sure to have the Odachi because the Odachi had
Speed.
a higher
Speed.
crit. So no, I had crit.
My bad. I just remembered something
Because
about
then
that.
you stack a whole bunch of crit on it, and then you just have a ton of crit on a crit weapon. So then you're critting a lot.
So much crit
So
that your
that
crits
was-
get crits.
Hopefully.
Warframe.
Actually, I think Screw, aren't you going that direction for your crits to get crit?
Yep, this one the new Primal unique is it's called Deadly Strikes, but yeah, it's basically a critted crit.
Yeah. Except
Yep.
you can only get up to 40% of that.
Yeah, I'm still okay with that.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think I'm only allowed to have 9 stacks of Maelstrom. Interesting.
I think I got to like 20 though last with the shrine.
Do I want Fury Strike? Screw?
Which one was the Fury Strikes?
Yeah.
I thought I had you get taken Fury Strikes.
No, because you never actually gave me Warcry on that one, so it's kind of hard to tell.
Oh right, hang on. Let me relink the build that did have Warcry.
Hello, Charlotte. Hello, little kitty. Everybody say hello to the little kitty.
Hello, Charlotte.
Hi. She's waving at you guys. You can't see it.
There you go.
Yay.
Take her out of my lap now.
I don't think anything on the Warcry tree would have changed.
I've noticed no differences on the Warcry tree from last season.
physical damage. I see. 2, 1, 1. Oh, because the spell's physical damage is gonna make it so that
Basically, Warcry becomes it does damage instead of just the status effects.
do I care about that though? Like I do, but do I?
That was a personal call one, which it's not required for. It was just free damage. Why not?
That's 8 points there. It's basically because getting deep roar. Cause like I want deep roar for the. Oh, but then I would need the taunt, which means that I would basically have to give up brutality and fury strike. I see. So do I want to give up brutality and fury strikes to use it more defensively, basically?
There is one thing I'm definitely noticing is that at least in campaign, the maps are pretty much the same points for entrances and exits.
Oh yeah, the campaign maps are the same every season. Like
Yeah.
these never change.
Which is honestly kind of nice.
Where'd you guys go? Oh. You guys left me! Oh my
We
god,
did.
you guys left me and there's a unique back here for me.
Congrats.
Impossible.
I blame Raptor. Raptor
I-
kept going.
Kiss,
I
kiss.
thought you
I
all were
blame
moving.
her.
I mean, you're
hello.
getting free stuff, so.
Which unique is it?
Swaddling of the erased.
Ah. So it could be good or it could be trash.
Probably be trash. Well, for real. Plus 6 all attribute, 6% attack and cast speed, 15% more spell damage to low health enemies, 15% more melee damage to high health enemies, meager will of 14.
That's a decent amount of will.
Especially to find like this early, yeah.
Yeah. How'd that ring? Did you by any chance use that ring I sent you free, by the way?
Oh yeah, I got nothing good. I think it was. Yeah, 11% mono regen, 36 lightning resistance, 15 void resistance.
We got a friend over here. So how many heads do you think you'll have? 1, 2, or 3?
That's a good question.
At least
We'll see.
At least we'll know whose it is based on the number of heads, right?
It's mine.
It's my turn!
Actually, giving yours a lot.
It wants
are.
to end me. It's jealous that I
Apparently.
survived the modern era.
Oh, you're some custom
Yep.
meteor? That's really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, you're like
After every
super.
attack.
So, I do like how they're dropping better and better stuff every time we kill them, too.
Mhm. Hey, speaking of which,
Hello? Alright, 1, 2, or 3,
wow, they
ready?
really want to end me.
Oh, it's the inside one, isn't it? There it goes.
They
Oh,
really
practice again.
want to end me.
Really?
I
We only fought mine
wanna
once.
I want to fight mine. Oh. Hey, Brew, do you have a one-handed dagger? Well, do you have a dagger on you?
I don't, but I can keep an eye out for one now.
Yeah, I got a rune of ascendancy. Ah, and we have our other friend over here.
Ooh, look,
Goodbye, Beetle Queen.
I hear a lizard.
Lizard! Lizard!
up here.
Goodbye,
Lizard dead.
lizard.
Well, not lizard, not dead, but free.
Yes, we have freedom from the confines of its stuff.
Oh, that's a
Lizard.
new that's a scepter I haven't seen before. Helmet.
Quick!
Yeah, I got a scepter I haven't seen before.
No?
Yeah, I'll read out once we're done with this guy. These guys.
He died fast. Quick! Go to the next one! I stand corrected. He died fast. Go to the next one!
Meh. I'll just empower it. It's Calamity! Let's see, any daggers on the ground? Okay, I found, I got a dagger.
What happened? They died so fast.
I'm checking the loot on the ground to see if there's anything good for me.
Hi, kitty!
Hi, kitty.
Ah, I see. Yes. Yes. I see.
I swear to God, if it's Daggeraths, it is not Daggeraths.
Would you like your gift? There you go.
I looked over stream, it's the wrong one.
Okay, so y'all want to hear the neat sound?
I mean, you can keep it if you want.
I don't want it.
I've
Okay.
never seen this scepter. Called Hazelroot. 22% chance to cast Thorn Shield on yourself when you directly use a physical spell. Plus 1 spell physical damage per 3 attunement. 55% increased physical damage. Plus 30 health and plus 30 mana.
No.
That is a very interesting scepter.
Right?
Oh, and I got
Hey, no,
Suki, are you still in the bear set?
Yeah, I'm using the bear set. Why?
I got a helmet for it.
I have the helmet. Actually, what's the stats on the helmet?
I'll check real quick. 14 health regen, 27 void resistance, 128 endurance threshold, and 100% chance to taunt nearby enemies for 2 seconds when you stun an enemy.
Hey, Drew, is the endurance threshold the most important one?
Yes, because that's basically like your
Yeah.
extra defensive layer.
Yeah,
Send it to
yeah,
ya?
you want to send that to me? Yeah. The top 2 stats are lower, but the threshold's like 20 higher. 21 higher.
Fair.
Thank you.
No problem.
Because once you go below your endurance threshold, that's when you take less damage. So getting that as
Yeah,
high as
yeah.
you can is good as is what you want.
My endurance threshold is currently almost half of my health.
I can't remember how high I was able to get it for that build.
Nope.
I think it was a little over half.
I got throwing damage on the gloves. I'm done with them already. Maelstrom!
Yeah, I think I know what character I'm going to make next. I might make a rogue because I haven't tried out rogue yet. At all.
Do you like how fast I kill things when we get Maelstrom? Look, Fruit, my DPS is useful!
Hey,
Nope, I
Warpath
see a
Shrine.
champion.
There's a
Where?
Warpath Shrine over here. And there's a champion over here, too. It's mulching
Oh my
time.
God.
What
wow.
champion? Well, we have like 3 attack shrines up right now.
Ooh. Carnage Champion's necklace. That actually does something very interesting.
What did you get?
I got a necklace that. Something. Let me see. Mana regen, necrotic damage, chance to shred armor. Its special thing is +5 spell damage and 18% reduced health cost of spells.
Yeah, I already have, unfortunately for me, I've got a better one of those, but it's still really cool.
Yeah. I have no use of it, but no.
I mean, it's still cool to get.
Yeah.
Wah! 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 Wah!
Just teleport to Buki at this point.
Probably a good idea. Whoa.
I didn't do nothing.
I know.
Bye.
Oh, it's this
Look,
guy.
there are things in my way, and things that are in my way deserve to not be in the way. Can I get
Okay,
more
I
than
summon
just
crab.
crab? Can I get more than just the... Can I get more stacks of maelstrom? I want more than 9 stacks of maelstrom.
What
Okay,
dagger are
just
you
like
looking
them.
for, Fru, by the way?
It was like Bagarath's Claw or something like that.
Okay, because I just got a unique dagger called Drought's Release.
Nah, that's not it.
That's good.
Wow. Okay, a shard that gives me additional storm stack.
I'm sorry, what?
I had a shard for that drop.
Oh, that's cool. I like the sound of that. I do like Storm Stack. Actually, I'm having a hard time building up Storm Stack right now because everything's dying too fast.
What does that drought dagger do? 27% of missing health regained on potion use, plus 1 to oh, it's an acid flask one. Never mind. I'm just gotten 2 acid flask unique, so I might just make an acid flask rogue at this point.
Acid Blast is just, it's actually a lot of fun to use.
I think you're using it a little bit before you got the all the stuff for your rogue build.
Yeah, I was, and it was actually doing, it was doing quite a lot. I was part of me was tempted to swap over to an Acid Blast build. Just because of how good it was.
Oh, by the way, Fru, guess what boots are currently on my Nemesis?
I'm guessing
The-
boots for Acid Flask.
No, the exact same boots you're wearing.
Oh, another Snowdrift.
I'll let you know what the different role is in case you want to switch.
Snowdrift was pretty common to show up. It wasn't like as common
It
as
was, yeah.
Calamity was, but it was still really common. Man, Calamity was common.
Haunted me. I must have found at least 30 of them.
Yeah, that's it.
I said at least, and I also played
Yeah,
quite
I
a bit.
know. I was joking. Seriously, there was a lot of calamities that showed up. Where'd he go?
He died.
I went down.
Not you. Well, yes, you should probably come join us.
Lizard, lizard, lizard.
Get that damn lizard!
Idle.
Nothing.
There's also a mage.
Hold on, I got something for you, Raptor.
Oakley dokley.
I'm pretty sure that's a good idol for you. So I don't think
Yep.
you equip it yet.
Nope. I cannot.
I
Why
got
do I have a
a bleed
Sentinel idol
idol.
already?
Nice.
What?
I already have a Sentinel idol.
What's wrong with a Sentinel idol? Sentinels are allowed
Kinda funny
idols
that I
too.
Yeah. I just kind of funny they drop for me.
Where'd he go?
He's in the gazebo.
Ah,
He
that would be
wasn't
why I
in the
jumped like
gazebo.
that.
No, he's out of the gazebo.
Look, just because we're making fun of you for being in the gazebo doesn't mean you're allowed to leave the gazebo.
Yeah, nothing good.
He's summoned on potion use.
Rooted. I see you.
Hi, Rooted.
I rooted.
I rooted. Next level, I gain lightning. I gain more storm bolts because that's what I need. Oh, your glove just rolled away. Oh, Glorby. Oh. Yeah, next
Oh.
level, I guess the storm bolts on being hit.
The corpse! They have come for the Buki!
Oh no! Seriously, that cat creeps me out. Look at him go!
Hey, level 33.
I'm still a bar away.
You'll get there. I believe in you, Fru. Luck.
Fru can do it!
You can do it, Fru!
You know, I didn't say you could do it. I said Fru could do it.
But I said, you can do it! I can't. I can. Best feature? I know, I love how the V2 Studios does it. Oh, hello! Hey, anyone want to guess if it's gonna be raptors?
I'm on my way.
Oh, is this inside or outside? Oh, it's inside.
It's fine!
Fine.
Hey, like, wait a second, Fruit, yours is 3 heads too?
No, mine is 2 head. I must have just added the third. I must have just added the third head when I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, because that's not mine.
Yeah, because it has the vines. And
Yeah,
mine
'cause
definitely
no
has
wings.
vines.
Mine's the only one with no extra heads.
You know how sad you just made me now, Fruit?
Very sad.
Yeah, I thought mine had 3 heads, and yours had 2. You know what? I think I know why I'm taking a lot of damage.
Why?
My chest piece is level 3.
Should probably put some slots into that.
My weapon's level 6.
Yeah, because we should have enough of affixes now, or the shards you could just slam in.
There, I increased my weapon to level 28. Bing, little Charlotte! Bing!
That's Charlotte of Charlotte.
Is it Charlotte?
See, what map
Oh,
area are we
Charlotte.
at? 29.
Yes, it is Charlotte.
These puny walls can't stop me. I can jump through them. Because they are apparently made of cardboard or something else like that.
Right? Wait, can we actually
Oh,
jump through these
no.
walls?
Yeah,
some things, yeah, you
as
can
long as
jump
there's a
over.
target.
Oh, alright. Sure.
Yeah. What's even better was I had a pretty far away
Brilliant.
target. I jumped through 3 sets of walls.
You can actually
Really?
evade through them too.
Oh, that's actually funny. The best feature is Blizzard. Blizzard. That's my favorite feature. Yeah, we're only in
Blizzard.
chapter
Hold
5 already. Blizzard.
Here
Yep.
comes Crab. I had to get my crab out.
Crab. Oh.
I didn't ask how they were released. I said I cast Fireball.
Okay, fireball, 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 fireball. Stop throwing rocks at me, you damn nerd!
I love how you could just jump across gaps if they're just short enough. And sometimes that you could just skip whole portions.
You can just dash through the walls. That's so weird.
It's
I don't
not
think
a
we were
change,
able
it's
to.
nothing
We
new.
used to be able to do that. I think that's a new bug.
Nope. This
It's
was present in
really-
last season. It was how I kept up with some of the on the Steam Deck sometimes.
Oh. Wait, are you saying that I'm too fast still?
Lizard.
I said when I was playing on the Steam Deck, so. Oh, hey, there's also a
Okay, we got
Nemesis.
it. Time for Lagon? Oh no. Oh yeah, because he's up soon, isn't he? Isn't he in the next chapter?
Hmm.
Yeah, this way.
After that.
Way.
After that.
I thought he was chapter 7.
Mm.
Yeah, we're still a few chapters away from Lagon.
Oh, going resonance. Or
Cruelty. Bees are automatically sacrificed.
okay, so this Snowdrift has attunement.
I don't need attunement.
I think it's higher because I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay,
upgrade.
yeah,
And I've
well-
also got something else on there that's pretty good.
Okay. Acolyte level. Cool.
Because I've also got a pair of the Advent of the Erase that's already up to 12 of the Weaver's Will.
Nice.
So, let's Empower.
Power! 33. So 2 levels and I get my Scorpion stuff. And also 2 levels and I can equip Stormbreaker. Nice. Whee! Ooh! Ooh! Stop killing! Stop killing! Stop killing!
Experience Shrine?
Kill! Kill! I think
Way
Raptor
too
walked
far
away
away.
right when you walked away.
No, I was in inventory, so I hadn't actually moved from the Harbinger yet.
Oh, I can't tell if you made through that
I
wall.
saw
I
you
was outside the
walking
range of
away
it.
with the thing. I'm sorry, Raptor.
No, that they patched that. That's been removed.
What?
That has been patched.
But you were
The
walking the
moving
other
when you have
way.
the menu open. Not on my screen. On my screen, I was standing still.
I actually do quite a bunch. I do a lot of damage, actually. Good about you.
Crap.
And drop nothing.
Person.
Grab whatever that is. Grab whatever that is. Why do I jump overboard anyways?
It was his plan.
Okay. Sure.
It was
Whatever.
his plan also because, well, they're undead. That means they might pop back up. Because, well,
You washed up safely. Yes, I'll only slow you down
What happened if we didn't wash up safely?
without me.
That'd be unfortunate.
Would be.
oh. That's the weird thing with this game is it's somewhat of a time loop, so we are kind of guaranteed to.
Does your quest luck still say to jump off the deck?
Nope.
Yep,
Did you?
mine does.
I've got traveled to Majalaka.
Well, I have that too.
Move.
Yeah.
Oh, I only have the travel.
Nope, it wants me to do both. Oh well.
I do know there's a glitch with that in multiplayer. I'm surprised they haven't fixed that. Fixed.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, hey.
And yeah, we can't do this one yet.
I now have
Yeah.
the spooky resonance.
Yay! Resonance of the boogie! I would put that down before it stabs you.
I'm getting
And boogie resonances are known to be stand happy.
surprised. I see it.
That's right, stand. Oh.
Now I am more booky.
No, I just stabbed. It doesn't turn you into a boogie.
Oh, I mean, if it's essence of Buki and I eat it, I currently am part Buki. Because you
Well,
are
that'll
what you
just
eat.
stab you on the inside. That'd be quite unfortunate.
Isn't that called heartburn, basically?
I don't know what heartburn feels like.
Neither do I. Unless it's something like when you eat like really, really hot food and your chest burns for a couple seconds.
No, I'm pretty sure that's not.
Okay.
And the wing carries. These creatures are so gross.
Yeah.
Whee!
You know what this game needs? A giant stand.
A what?
I was making a joke.
I didn't
Giant
hear what you
stand.
said.
Think Trimmers or Doom.
I
Or that
mean,
one giant
technically, isn't that what
sandworm
the
from,
carrions are?
because they're not wormy enough. They're more chimera.
I mean, they are a worm. They just kill a creature. I think they kill creatures by letting the creatures eat them, and then they burrow through the creature to control. It's actually very disturbing.
Yeah. Sounds like it.
Ooh.
What'd you get?
16% less frequency of expending storm stacks. 8 spell damage per storm bolt.
Nice.
So basically, slows your stacks down so you don't cast them as fast, but they do more damage.
Oh, never mind then. Screw that. Screw that.
Wait, wouldn't that also allow you to get more stacks because it's how fast they decay? That
You underestimate how
how
fast they
many you
gain
can stack?
stacks.
But you were saying you wanted more stacks earlier. That would be a way to get more stacks.
No, I want
Oh.
more stacks of Maelstrom.
Yeah.
Actually,
my bad.
technically that might not be bad because I have way more ways of using. Like, storm stacks isn't my only way of casting storm bolts. So even if I slow it down that way by 16%, I'm increasing the damage of every other storm bolt.
Although, what is 16% of 0.25 seconds?
Those aren't worms. Those are snakes. I can tell because they have the signature tongue flicker that snakes do.
What's the difference between a worm and a
They're a
snake?
Tail.
Eyes.
Sometimes vestigial legs.
I'm merely an academic in search of Majelka's history. So much knowledge gone to
But anyway,
Mhm.
Buki, it's 0.02 seconds.
Oh wow, that's very long enough.
It's so you go from 0.02, you go from 0.25 to 0.27 seconds.
Okay, so
Oh, no.
Lagan is chapter 7. Remembered right.
Yeah.
Yay.
The only downside is I can't equip it because it's a 4 spot one.
It's time for
Oh, but-
another beast.
Yeah, we'll be getting more slots soon.
Oh, it's
Good one,
raptors again! Yes,
Quit hogging the dinosaurs.
Yeah, I know!
It
I love
really
my
wants to kill
dinosaur.
you. It's trying to get revenge for me surviving longer than it. So it's really working
I
to the
know,
full
but
and
I
trying to try to kill
want
me.
to kill mine. Making me sad. Raptors hogging all the dinosaurs.
Well, I
Raptors,
mean,
stop
I
hogging
am
the
a dinosaur,
dinosaurs.
so I guess I am hogging myself. I guess.
Oh yeah, cooldowns are now 50%.
Lizard.
Lizard! Lizard! I disconnected from my chat. It was awkward to disconnect from your own chat. Thankfully I'm connected to chat in more than one place, but damn, can I stop disconnecting from chat?
Ooh, level 35. New attunement slot.
Hey, you're higher level than me now. Go.
Hey, I know I'm 35.
Why am I the lowest level now?
Cause I
That's a
ha-
good question.
Hey, you were ahead for a while. It's our turn to catch up. And be ahead.
That's what I mean.
Okay, so I will next time we're in town. I will check and see what I should throw onto the jump skill because I have things I like on the jump skill.
There you go. Every time that I use yes, my scorpion! Yes! Yes, scorpion!
I'm also gonna start getting lightning blast, even though I can't exactly use it yet.
My scorpion uses maelstrom now too. Yes!
Don't worry, Raptor, you're good. I have a good Raptor. You is good.
There you go. I now doubled up on my stacks of maelstrom just by grabbing a scorpion. Oh my god, I just realized that means that the times where I get the 20 stacks of maelstrom, from the Maelstrom thing is gonna be even worse.
It is possible to get more than 20. I know because I think I hit like 25 once.
I mean, the only time that I've gotten more was being under the
Oh
effect
yeah, it
of...
required the shrine.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And I'm 100% sure it requires the shrine. But I mean, technically speaking, I can have 18 stacks. I cried for a few hours. I'm over, if I... Thank you, Summer Nice. How's it going? No T-Rexes yet. We're not a high enough level.
You see, Emmett, this is why we can't take you anywhere nice.
You know what's really funny about that? The next level I'll be high enough to get the T-Rex as soon as I have the items to get it.
Nice. No, we already established that online can't be taken anywhere nice. Now we have to establish that online's also the reason that we can't have nice things. I'm joking. You're why we're allowed to have nice things. Raptor's why we can't have them.
You're right, because they're mine.
Buki, no, let's be real. It's you.
It's definitely me. I'm gonna break them or
No,
steal them.
based on drops for today, it's true.
Right.
To be fair, I haven't gotten any of my build uniques yet. It's only been the leveling uniques.
Wait a second. Hammer. Why am I not using my hammer?
That is the question.
Buki got her build unique already.
I haven't. I ain't got a single piece of my build for unique.
Oh, okay. So anytime I attack something, I gain a storm stack. I'm gaining like 2 to 3 storm stacks every time I hit something now. So, oh my god, what do storm stacks also do? Oh my god. Alright, so, if I stand corrected, I need to use storm stacks faster.
Are you capping out on them?
I hit 20 in the last encounter.
That's right. I think they do have a max. Oh no, it's only the buff is the max, I think.
Yeah, but it's not like it actually matters.
Oh, the Cade Skull. I got the Cade Skull drop.
Wait.
I'll probably store that for if I make a,
Yeah, never mind. I was about to say, does that mean that my Scorpion also gains, Yes, my Scorpion gets the, electricity as well.
And you thought you were doing too little damage.
I'm not anymore. Oh, hello you. Lagon fight was so much easier than you remember. Didn't they nerf Lagon though?
On the sense that they give you the shards from the boss now to fix your resistances for Lagon.
Yeah, I remember something about giving you a piece of equipment beforehand that gives you more resistances or something.
Yeah, that was the little nerf was, oh yeah, the lady now drops shards for resistances for Lagon, since that was the problem that everyone always had.
Was just fighting him?
Yeah, because they had like no resistances.
To be fair, he sucks.
Yeah, he is the first get good boss of the game.
I don't think we're gonna struggle against him.
Resistance wise, probably. Well, I'm going lightning. Cold could be better, but I could deal with it.
I'm at 7440 right now.
I'll have to check mine.
Yeah, I'm 8843 for lightning cold.
I'm at 75. I'm capped on both. 90, 79, not on cap.
Oh, I have the level to equip the dagger now if we can find it.
Yay!
Oh, I hope you find it.
I still need
level
4
37.
more map levels to get it to be a drop.
Hi Taboo, how are you?
Hi,
Hi,
Taboo.
Are we gonna have to give Taboo a bath?
Always.
Hey! Rude. I was trying to do my level.
Wait, did Buki leave the area?
Oh no, I was yelling at the enemies.
Oh. Yeah, I should
Are
probably
we
go ahead
leaving
and
the area?
head. Well, I'm still killing things, so there's
I
that.
see that.
But I've also
I'm joining you.
okay. I was just checking to see
No,
if there
I
would be a nemesis
realized.
here.
I realize my Scorpion's actually going to be a lot deadlier than I am with Maelstrom because it has a larger Maelstrom range. What do you have to today, Taboo? Hi, Foil. How are you?
Hi, Foil.
Oh,
Why is everyone teleporting to each other when we're all standing here together?
I'm not.
I
I'm
didn't know we were
opening
all
up my
standing here.
menu.
Oh, it's just me teleporting.
I'm
Because I
checking
didn't
the
know that
build.
you guys were both here. Whee!
Okay. 4.
I did like the primordial bow. Like the primordial bow actually looked really strong.
I forget what that one did, but yeah, I do remember thinking it looked neat.
Impossible.
It made me tempted to want to actually make one.
Okay, now my minions jump with me, and we heal, and we get rid of stat summons whenever I jump.
Yay!
Now, hey now. I've seen how you handle yourself. All you need to do is clear a path. Then I can teleport in and retrieve them.
I gotta sell stuff right quick.
Wait, there was a sell place there?
No.
Wait. Oh, y'all are further ahead.
Yeah, but we just went back to town to sell. Since we didn't actually unlock the town for this area yet.
Oh. I'll store some stuff on here.
I'm back. Well, my inventory was full.
Oh, I never actually used those golden resonances I got.
Exterminate innocent creatures? Typical. I'm okay with that.
In our defense, these are no longer innocent creatures. These are like undead minion creatures.
I'm fine with calling them innocent creatures while I kill them. Makes no difference to me. Yeah, makes no difference to me. Is there a way to use, like, is there a thing that allows me to use these stacks faster or no?
Maybe?
Oh yeah, there is a modifier that decreases the cooldown for him too.
Okay. Yeah, because I hit 23 stacks now.
I might have that on the idols, I think.
I mean, like, if using this hammer, you definitely want it, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know if the mechanic for the Stormbolt is the more stacks you have, it does decrease the time as well.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Let's see.
Alright, I don't know if there's a maximum, though.
Did you all find one of the sigils why I wasn't on the map?
What?
What was that?
Did you all find one of the sigils why I wasn't on the map, or
No?
checking? Okay.
Who uses corn from 40k? Doesn't matter whose blood. Actually, corn does care whose blood flows. That is a big misconception. Corn does actually care.
Yep.
He doesn't
Because
like when
corn
the
is-
blood of the innocent flows.
Yep. Because Korn is also the god of honor. Weirdly enough.
I'm at 40 things.
Past the point.
That's interesting. Baby scorpions. Hmm.
Yeah, I kind of just grabbed those because I'm like, oh, these have to go somewhere. Oh, baby scorpion sounds fun.
That does actually sound pretty. Wait, I can make my scorpion bigger?
Mhm.
I love it.
Definitely can.
I can increase its size by 32%. I like that. I don't really care about the baby scorpions. It's kind of funny, but it's not really anything that I need. I'm already filling up shock chance, so I guess there's no reason to give shock. So which for the chaos propaganda, yeah, and? And? Ooh.
Yeah, what is the chance for that dagger? Let's see.
Welcome to Boozy Stream. We have Heresy and Heresy accessories.
Bye, kitty.
Heresy accessories, I love it.
The chance for my dagger from Ascendancy is 15%.
Oh, wow, okay. So I want 8 of those. Oh, because of the threshold. But I'm gonna grab the 5 of these first to increase lightning damage. Okay.
And I was
lightning
mistaken. It was level
resistance-
37 for the dagger.
Oh, I get 36% lightning resistance from Stormbreaker as well. Yeah, my damage actually isn't half bad. It's just calculated really poorly.
I'm usually lightning.
You are super quiet again, Raptor.
I didn't even touch anything.
My Maelstrom DPS is all over the place now.
Why is the Nemesis down in the boss arena?
Yeah, it can be. Are you gonna tell the Nemesis what to do? Ooh.
Close call
Why
shield.
all the damn?
50% less.
Maybe a DPS. If my skill doesn't show a DPS number. That's fair.
Oh, you're doing healing hands.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, Flay. Okay, that doesn't show a DPS.
Time challenge.
3. No, she told me it'd take.
That's odd that it doesn't show DPS, since that is a DPS skill.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking,
play one
Warcraft's
of
not a
these,
DPS skill. I love that.
So you're probably not going to want the snowdrift I got, so I'll probably go ahead and throw it on.
You know
Like,
what?
if I had
Really
cooldown,
well.
I would. Like, that cooldown is the only thing I'd want on boots right now for a
Oh,
unique.
it rolled. It was a 2-minute. I do, however, have Advent of the Erased if you want to try rolling that up. It's got
Okay,
12
that
Weaver
one.
Will. It's the Weaver Will boot.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Like a snowdrift is like the unique boost for the cold build I would want anyway.
I think it just
It's one
does
of the
melee
boosts
hits,
I'm
so you
doing
think your most
semi-standard.
accurate DPS number would be from your basic attack?
I think.
I see. I gotcha. I mean, mine's not even accurate at all, because all my DPS comes from my Arky Sparky. And that, like, doesn't show up at all. Ooh, hello, you!
With this treasure, I summon Mr. Krabs.
I still think cruise damage is ridiculous. again.
I'm only doing 3K.
I honestly don't know how much my
2.6.
DPS is.
Same. I hit things and they die. That is all the DPS knowledge I need.
Okay, looks like when the chant weapon is active, I'm 30, like about 36. When it's not active, it's 26.
I mean, that's pretty good. I just wish that I knew how much DPS that I had properly.
I think the only way to do it is to like look at what your Stormbolt does and multiply it by like 4 or 5.
I mean, that's only 1,000, but my
Try.
DPS is a lot higher than that.
That was a lag spike.
Okay, yeah, it's got to be higher than that.
Hey, just using one of my
Because-
skills.
I just cast
You better
so many, and my damage isn't low. I also actually just increased my lightning damage too. And you can see that I'm running through these guys with just Maelstrom, and they're dying. That's not a small amount of DPS.
It's not like when I play Paladin, especially like using healing hands, that's my issue because it never showed DPS for that before.
Yeah. So it's like you can't tell exactly what you're doing.
You know, considering
I
how
would
infrequently I use
love
up
to know what I'm doing.
I might throw on the healing skill. Just for a bit more survivability.
That's fair.
Because I know that was my big problem last time I ran through with this type of character was survivability at the end game.
Hey!
We'll see.
Yeah, survivability for you should be better since I did put in like a lot of endurance stuff for you.
We're
I've
very
just worked
good
on
at
building up
making sure
stuff.
that we don't die.
I am not.
Oh, Harbinger!
Miss this? 'Cause I'm pretty sure a Harbinger would eviscerate us right now.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Bigger scorpion.
You do realize the Harbinger is like the stuff in the monoliths, right?
It's fine. 1v1. 1v1. Ignore the fact that there's 3 of us with overhead. 1v1.
I do something a lot that when we actually did, was it Jewel that we did? At like the max level, we were like, that was the time boss.
Oh, yeah.
The time dungeon. Did we do her on our paladins at like 30 levels below the dungeon and we still did it?
Yeah, and she was level
We did.
100. Alright guys, I have the I win button.
Nice. Yeah, I do like the fact that you can get this to passive cast itself. Especially if you get the right relics. Not relics, but idols. It really
You're like cutting out like every other syllable.
Right?
This is not intentional. I have no idea why this is happening. I haven't changed anything.
He dies. He dies.
Thank you for letting me know. I don't know how to fix it, but thank you for letting me know.
Oh, I just made a raptor very happy.
What?
Oh?
I got your cleaver.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. Can't get your weapon apparently.
I'm gonna empower it a couple times to see if we can get anything good on you, but yeah, it's your cleaver.
Okay.
Looks like we're maxing out our lovely friendo.
Oh yeah, I see the thing. I hecked up. I hecked up. I hecked up. I'll be down there in a minute.
Did you summon it? Nope.
No,
I see.
It's
but there was a
exterminate.
champion here.
Darn it. Ooh, I got...
Sorry, that's just a scary champion, so...
Yeah, I think it was actually the champion that killed me.
I think it was, yeah, because I just saw the beam go towards you guys.
Yeah, because I haven't
Oh,
summoned my
Raptor guy.
Harbinger yet. Yeah. I actually had summoned my Harbinger, so I summoned it. It should still get
Yeah,
the
no,
boost, though, so.
Hey, I didn't do nothing.
Oh, this is a transversal one.
No, no more
I
number
Wait, wait.
signs.
Nope, they're all dead. We feel free.
Yeah. It was talking about how I got killed was exterminator spawned because I was like, I missed on mine, and then Exterminator just started casually walking over.
Yeah, the exterminator kind of sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to find him up there, but then he just like, I don't want to fight for her anymore. I want to go kill these people.
Pretty much.
I mean, I didn't get hit, so I'm okay with that.
After this map, I'm gonna try turning my headset off and back on and see if that fixes the
River champion.
So you're not cutting out as much, but you are still quiet.
The weird part is I haven't changed a single setting.
It might be time to
Yeah.
get a new one.
Oh, my
It
scorpion
probably
died. My scorpion's not
That'll
very
be something I have to
strong.
look into is buying a new headset.
Yeah, that's gonna be the one issue for your build, Boogie, since it's not really built for minions. The Scorpion's not gonna survive that much, I don't think.
That's too bad. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, if I get my Maelstrom damage up a lot, then it should be fine.
Yes.
Yep.
Like, it's gonna have some survivability, but nowhere near the level of Raptor stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. Whose is it? Whose is it? Is it the Boogie? It's mine! Mine decided to wait for us to come to it. Isn't mine pretty?
Ooh, give me a nice
Yeah,
idol.
okay. Ooh.
Oh, new lineage. Ooh.
What'd you get?
I got evolutions in.
So did I. Oh my
Oh! Is this a guaranteed drop? Because I got the same one.
god. Do you guys
Possibly.
see what the last ability is?
Oh yeah, the Rift Beast summoned, yeah.
I'm going to
Oh,
call
but
it
it's
one.
okay, only one of us wants to do it.
Ah.
Because if not, we're all fighting over it. It says
Oh.
when 8 hits leaves a boss or champion below 40%.
Well, no,
Do
no,
you
it's-
all want to
not
equip
that.
it then? Because whoever's
each
got the
summon-
one that does
we-
that hit.
Yeah, we each summon one.
Okay.
It's
Oh,
gonna be based
yeah,
off the one that
freedom
we
one.
built.
That means 15 seconds that we'll have 3 Rift Beasts all up. I mean, we might as well test it anyways.
All I am missing is bones to get the Tyrannosaur.
Oh, really?
Yep. That is literally the only thing I'm missing is bones.
I
need to-
have...
That could
Oh,
be a lot of
this is a lot.
bones.
Yeah, I'm at 4K. I need 13.5K.
I
But
need
as soon as I get that, I'm for it.
21.5k.
I need 22.5 for mine. And a heart.
I mean,
I don't
that
need
part is 10k, so you need a lot more.
Well, no, because the heart, because I think the heart can drop from like the high level ones.
Okay. Hopefully.
Yeah, because mine's the necklace for the crit necklace that's level 76. It'll go and be a minute before I
Yeah.
can wear that.
I like how Raptor can wear... Yeah, he wears right now. Oh, and we get +1 to all of our skills for the necklace too, so that's kinda cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to get that necklace. That's gonna be so awesome. Do I want to use this necklace? I actually don't know if the necklace is actually even good for me at all.
No, but
because at
it's
least-
useful to use for the meantime.
Yeah.
Actually, that necklace is super good for me.
It's a lot better for you than it is for
I
us.
actually think for your build, I actually have that as your necklace.
I think, yeah, you do. You actually do. I can double check real quick, but I think you do.
Wait, but Raptor can't use that if he's using the Tyrannosaurus one.
It's not a primordial.
Yeah, this is not a primordial unique.
Oh, it's a fossil. Okay.
Yeah, this is just a normal random unique to use.
Yeah, that is exactly what you
Okay.
have actually set for it.
Oh, so that means that you have yours already.
Yeah, I just want a better roll.
Well, yeah, better roll, and then you can actually
What's the
build
roll
out.
on yours, Raptor?
What's the
What's
roll?
the roll on yours?
Give me a second. I'm currently having a glitch due to swapping tab. There we go.
Of course.
Every once in a while, that might be part of it. +2 to all skills, 40% increased minion damage, and those are the only two things I think can change.
Oh, it's just the
Actually-
Oh, it's only the plus skills and then the implicits. The minion damage is set.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you have the +2 to all skills, you're keeping that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can roll up to 6, I think.
No, it can only roll up to 2.
It's the all attributes can roll up to 6.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have +5 all attributes. That's actually really good. +11 to all
Yeah.
resistances. +2 to all skills. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
actually super.
If you can like
Yeah.
get like the one legendary potential on that with later on from the nemesis, yeah, you basically have your best in the slot.
Nice.
Ooh, the latest
Now I need to do
key.
some leveling
Ooh.
up. So I will be doing that real quick. Because I have because the 2 points of every skill.
Yeah, you basically already have your thing.
Which is nice.
Like, for me, I just wonder if it's actually the plus skills would be nice, but isn't as nice as the stats to get from an actual necklace is the issue.
Well, let's see if we both summon one.
Oh, I didn't put mine on.
Oh, I'm not
Okay.
even there. I'm doing level up.
It didn't even do anything.
It got a few hits in.
No, it didn't. It literally spawned in. Goodbye. Yeah, it literally just spawned in and it died.
Hidden so close. A word of advice. Don't ask her about the diamond matrons.
So I'm gonna take this portal, takes us right back to where we need to go.
Hey, I forgot that we could take the portal.
You were running, weren't you?
No, I was running in circles, but I don't think that exactly counts.
Okay, time leveling up. Now I warp over.
Whee! Now we wait for you. Fast killies. Fast killies. I like this maze. It looks cool. Oh wait! Oh no! It's at the end. It's the very end of the game where we get to pick which faction we join,
Faction.
right?
Yep, it's
Yeah.
in area chapter 9, I think.
Yep.
Yeah. That's
Where we meet the still living forms of some of the people that we're killing around now.
Okay, so now we can go unlock the other dungeon. That side quest.
Like that.
First, I gotta throw some idols in my stash.
Put all those in there.
Actually, I need to pull out some idols.
Can I help you?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have 6 idol slots. I haven't thrown anything in.
Ooh, I'm gonna hold on to this necklace actually for when I get the other thing.
Yeah, I almost sold the necklace that I need to keep.
Well, this is a buyback.
Yeah, well, I didn't sell it, thankfully. I said I almost did. I sold every other necklace that I had. Ooh, scary.
Until we meet again.
Hey, we get another passive point. That's what I want. Bam. I have a lot of lightning resist now. plus 50% elemental resistance while you control a totem.
Ooh, elemental damage
Cool.
over time works.
Oh, I have a lot of move speed. I have 47% move speed.
Yeah, I don't have good move speed yet.
What's my move speed? Oh, my, the score pine should be 35% alone. That would make sense.
Yeah, I'm just upgrading my gear right now. Just as far as I can.
True, I have a 209% chance to shotgun hit.
Nice.
So unnecessary.
Yeah, my move speed is only 9%. Makes me kind of sad.
You're so slow.
Where do we
Yeah.
see? Oh, I'm at 50%.
Why are you so high?
I have
You
no
can't
idea.
put it
Oh,
through if you're faster than me.
I don't actually know why.
Where do you guys go?
I'm still in town.
I'm still in
Let's go
town.
talk. I have to go talk to Snake Lady.
I thought
And
you guys
Mookie-
were well, possibly
Plus, we're
joining
not going
me.
that way yet. We have to go do the side quest.
E.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Time travel side quest.
Time travel.
So we travel back to Shining Cove.
Chippy Chow, thank you for the raid. How are you? How are you? Epoch after epoch. We're raiding from Boogie Shinko from Apex to last epoch. We're here for that partner push. Grab those drops. Oh yeah, the drops of this game.
There are drops for this
Oh,
game.
yeah.
That's why I put it in the title for you.
Oh, thank you.
I gotta see if I can claim them.
Ah,
I
hello,
should do.
Papa Giorgio.
We have a beast.
Hello, Raiders. How are you guys? What are you up to? Wait, you guys were playing last epoch, and I think, ooh. Wait, oh, we're going back in time again, guys. What build were you doing? And for those of you lovely Raiders, if you don't know who I am Kabuki Shingo. Ow, I caught my ankle. Draconic Lizard VTuber. It is lovely to meet you all.
Hey, before y'all go there, okay, yeah, back to past. Okay, never mind. I was about
We
to
are,
say.
yeah.
That is what we were
thought y'all
telling
went to
you
the
for.
portal.
So Valorant moved to Apex. Oh, and then you moved over to... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, you were playing Apex and now you're raiding because... Okay, I gotcha. I presume you raided because of Papa Giorgio over there.
Lizard.
Lizard! Lizard! Yeah, Papa Giorgio's a cool bean. I hope he wasn't rude or anything. I'll have to fight a Papa Giorgio. We'll go fisticuffs. 2 rounds in the boxing ring. I'll lose.
I mean,
Trying to kill
you're a very
Chippy.
small lizard, so yes.
Yeah, but you underestimate how much time I can spend in a boxing ring before dying. It's not
We
very
have
much
heard
time.
this.
You're not supposed to bring knives into a boxing ring.
Look! If I don't bring a knife into a boxing ring, I'm going to lose.
How you just gnaw on their ankles until they give up, or have a heart attack? Well, because cute.
That's a boy, it's fine. Papa Giorgio is. I like Papa Giorgio. He's always welcome here. He's always welcome here.
Bones. Bones. A lot of bones. I can get a T-Rex.
We're missing a raptor.
I'm
Mr. Raptor,
running
he's not
around
behind you,
literally grabbing every bone on the map because I want that T-Rex.
Is that right?
Oh, hello.
Yeah, see, I told you
yeah,
you
we-
should have one.
Oh, these are allied.
Yes, they,
These are hostile.
what did you think?
I thought we'd get to fight them again for more drops.
No.
Right?
Aw.
Ah, there we go. Now I can get horns.
Yeah, I can get horns too. I can also get fangs, but I don't want
I got
fangs
fangs.
or horns.
Because I need fangs and horns. Wait, actually, no, I don't anymore. I need bones.
Another glorious.
I should have gotten bones. Too late. Can I trade the
Oh, you know what? Look at fangs.
Eager for our next hunt.
Hey,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
also a
definitely
nemesis.
taking
I could literally popped out of the portal and I saw a nemesis.
Oh yeah, I knew Nemesis was there.
So I'm gonna waddle over to the nemesis.
Bring a knife is the... Yeah, exactly. You bring the knife to a gunfight, you bring a knife to a knife fight, and you bring a knife to a fist fight. As long as you have a knife, you're gonna win.
Another
And
point.
for anyone thinks,
Bring
but
gun
they
to
can
a knife
shoot
fight.
you. I was about to say, before they shoot you, you just throw the knife at them. If you hit them with the blade, you win. If you hit them with the back of the knife, then they'll be stunned. Think, why the heck did you throw a knife at me? And then you stab them with your back at knife.
Even better, bring a Buki to the knife fight because, well, the Buki will go feral.
That's true. That's true. And I'll bring a knife.
I actually did see someone do a test that we actually had a gun expert and like a knife expert to see what about it. The knife actually does win depending distance.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's surprisingly far too. Oh hey, I got Pebble's wand.
When you bring a tornado to a fist fight, see, we play Final Fantasy 16 and we proved that tornadoes definitely win.
If only you were doing fire raptors.
I read that.
I got added melee fire damage.
To
It's
be
still
honest,
something.
I'm not super enthused about Fire Raptors because I prefer the bleed of them. Maybe eventually.
I do have to admit, can I have my item, please? Oh, hey, Drew, I found my favorite item.
Which one?
Falcon!
Ah.
Actually, I found a very good version of it, too. That's the scary thing.
Wait, did I hear a unique drop?
Mm-mm.
I'm in
still
the past
there.
waiting for you also.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to teleport over to Boot real quick.
Remember, I left the room, I left the area, and it reset.
Well, that's if it was.
Forgot of it.
That depends if it was a unique or a residence. If it was residence, that might be why it disappeared.
Yeah, that would make sense. It
By
probably
the
was
way, the
just
door's
resident.
closed for me, so I can just walk through it, apparently.
Yeah, that happened to me too when I went to
that
go
happened for me also. I walked over there and I went to, oh yeah, I can interact with the door. It's an illusion now, I guess.
Damn illusions.
I'll just run around the corner real because I don't think you got that
Tiny
far,
Buki.
right?
It's tiny, tiny Buki.
No, I didn't go that far. I'm not that small.
Tiny
Okay, yeah, I don't
Buki.
see anything.
You'll
Now I'm
take your
sad.
ankles.
Well, it would not have been my dagger yet anyway, but it could have been my body piece, and that would be very sad if it was.
Ooh. I didn't know necklaces could have extra AoE.
I think
I
it's
like that.
necklaces and gloves can have that.
I might actually want those on mine.
I mean, there still is space because about the whole like the what you call it, the seal day fix.
Yeah, but good luck on actually getting the ones that you want with that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or even resistances too as well.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as the resistances are fine, it's not half bad.
I'll say it is very nice how pretty much any build can reach in game in this.
Is it what?
I said it is pretty nice how pretty much any build can hit in game.
True.
If you're using it right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, as long as the game isn't completely against you, I think I got a golden resident. Go.
Hey, that's a
You know,
chest
I like how
armor.
Raptor, you run towards us when I go to hit the shrine, and then right when I click the shrine, you turn around, like you do a nice little U-turn, and run right out of the shrine's range.
It's because I found a chest armor with plus summon raptor. Unfortunately, I don't want to replace what I'm using.
I just find it hilarious. By the way, I do love how these things just pop in, and so far haven't actually been all that useful.
At some point, the boss will live long enough.
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Where?
At some point, but so far these things have been popping in and been like, hey,
Hey, how you
how you
doing?
doing?
I'm here to ask you about your Lizard's extended warranty.
And I'm gonna go back to my old necklace.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tear apart this armor for.
Mm.
Wait. Actually, I'm gonna store this armor for throwing onto something else later.
I
So,
like the
new
skill,
stash
though.
tab.
Like, I love the skill, but like the +1 skill. I think if it was a +2 skill, I would keep it. But because it's only a +1 skill, I'm not gonna bother. 'Cause, I mean, let's be real, +2 to your skills is ridiculous. That's the point.
Oh yeah, like I really only use the skills if it's tier 5 at this level or tier 7 at the higher level.
Yeah.
Like I would pass on it. I would keep a tier 6 until I can get a tier 7. But when it comes to legendary potential, 7 or nothing.
The heck are you talking about?
The tier of the skill for as a mod.
I'm talking about the +1 to your skills.
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
Yeah,
I thought you were
but-
talking about like, yeah.
No, I was talking about the necklace that gave me +1 to all of my skills.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
I
no,
like
no.
it, but
Yeah, I think that's really only good if you're doing an actual like minion focus build.
oh, that's cool. It blinks to let you know which skills it removes. I do wish you could pick which skill it removes, by the way, because it removes
Yeah.
both of my Maelstrom skills for gaining Maelstrom.
I think it goes in order of when you pick them up, but I'm not 100%
No,
sure
it's
on
not.
that.
No, it's not.
And I have no idea.
Smile upon you.
I think it picks from your highest
Possible.
picked attribute, like your highest picked skills, because it took from both of my max ones.
I think it mainly does it as a safety thing of in case of how many it can take off.
Yeah, but I don't like when it does that.
Me neither. Okay, now I shall step through and wait. Yeah, I would say this is now the halfway point, at least. And I see Buki playing Tetris.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, isn't this the catacombs with that guaranteed chest that has the legendary idol? I need to grab more idols.
I can
later on.
cast avalanche on melee hits now.
Rip mana.
Is it
Double key.
actually does? It says 3 times a second, by the way.
So,
Nope, it doesn't use my mana.
Oh, nice.
question. Is the scorpion's name Scorbuki?
Corbuki? I like the name. Let's do it. Nope, okay.
Buki and Scorbuki.
I don't know what's the chance of this one to be avalanche. Oh, it's a 14% chance, so it's not that big of a deal.
Hey,
Unless
Nemesis.
you could stack on a bunch of those idols to get like that increase your chances.
Yeah, but then also at that chance, I would probably want to build for having avalanche as well.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not a half bad idea.
I don't know if you can make it lightning though. I think you can make it cold though.
I would hope it's cold. It's called avalanche.
Well,
No, you can.
no, it give you a lot of fire damage on this at least.
Oh, you can change it to purely physical though.
Okay, and oh, where'd my frames go? Where'd my frames go?
True, I can make it give me storm stacks.
Oh, for Avalanche?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a Road Relic. I want that, though. And
yeah,
challenge.
Avalanche has Stormcaller. Ow, can this guy like not almost kill me as soon as he spawns?
Get him, boy. And it's dead.
Right.
It tried. It threw a meteor at
But yeah,
Force, so it did
so-
something.
Boulders have a chance to grant you Storm Stack. So, per point, so I can get up to a 45% chance.
There you go, Raptor.
Thank you. I kind of completely forgot about that, honestly.
Kind of sad I rolled fire damage, but oh well.
Well, I'm replacing my Euron's penance I had on.
Oh, you can make it channel. Well, I'm not going to. Because I don't
Yeah,
think it's
'cause
very
that-
free.
That would only be for direct cast, not the
Yeah.
proc one.
Damage before, so swap that over.
Yeah, I can swap it over to a purely cold too. Like I can remove all the physical damage from it.
So anything that can be triggered by an evade is triggered whenever you summon the crab.
Crab. Crab.
So I might start summoning the crabs more. Just so I get the bonuses from using
Oh,
my
you
quote-unquote-
might want to wait for Buki.
Oh,
Why
sorry.
now?
Sorry.
I was looking at the beautiful avalanche. Because then I like how then my storm call, or my gathering storm can summon avalanches, and then my avalanches can cause storms.
Trying to go a completely self-sustaining build.
Well, I mean, I'd have to still swing, I'd still be using Warcry and Gathering Storm, but everything would be benefiting from just using Gathering Storm. Like, technically, I wouldn't even have to really use Warcry. It's not actually a half bad way of doing it.
No.
And it's not like I plan on actually really using Fury Leap very often anyways.
I'm using it quite often because it makes me immune to damage and heals me. It makes me immune to melee damage for a second and completely heals me.
I'm talking about Fury Leap.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, it
some
only
of
makes you
the stuff
invulnerable while you're jumping, not like for time afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
But it does give you
But-
frenzy once you level up more.
Yeah, which
And
isn't
the
half
boots I've
bad.
got on. The boots I've got on make it come back faster. So that means more healing, more invulnerability while in the air.
There's quite a few things that will decrease the cooldown of Fury Leap. It's weird that I'm also freezing things. I guess I am doing quite a bit of electric damage, aren't I? Oh,
Electric
look.
damage,
Nice.
freeze.
You know what I mean. I'm doing damage. Things are dying.
Yeah, well, yeah, because the Maelstrom is going to be doing a lot of cold.
Yeah. Like, I don't really care about upgrading Avalanche very much, but if I'm using it just whenever I'm attacking, who cares? It's extra damage.
Okay,
So I
yeah,
think at
these
one point I
boots
was
are-
looking to having Avalanche because of those idols too, until I saw, oh, it's only cold damage. I thought, well, nah, screw it.
Yeah, but Maelstrom's also cold damage. And now my Scorpion's cold damage. Technically, I could just lean more into doing cold damage, but,
You could.
Stormbolt doesn't do... But Stormbolt doesn't do cold damage anyways.
Yeah, 'cause I think you can convert Gathering Storm to cold, but not Stormbolt.
Yeah. No. Oh, it changes, it changes both.
Oh, it does do both?
Yeah, it does do both. But I have my hammer!
Yeah, that's the only thing holding it back is the hammer is increasing the lightning damage, not the cold damage.
Right?
Oh, 39. Yay.
And I mean, like, it's a really, like, what weapon would I need to use instead?
Well, here's where we
I know there is a cold hammer you could get.
That's not as bad. I get to hit things with a hammer. I just don't know what hammer it is.
I have to look it up again. Actually, I think it does have like cold or chill in the name or something.
Whee!
Oh no.
Like, the only thing we've been missing out on is how this hammer dramatically increases how many those stacks you can get.
Yes. I am getting a lot of... Well, to be fair, Avalanche will be giving me stacks too.
True.
So, we have to be getting... It's only 45% chance, is it?
Well, I guess we can. Well, if we do have to find that other hammer, we can have you switch to it and see how it does.
That's true. But we have to find the hammer. But I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry guys, I got this.
Okay.
That's it. I got it.
Let's see, do I get my dagger?
Yeah, I have to
I don't get my dagger.
maneuver my way back down.
Yay, the small idol that I have no care in the world for.
That's a power.
Let's go.
I'm banishing mine because I don't want the bee gloves.
What's wrong with the bee gloves? Do you
I
want
already got a
bee
pair.
gloves instead? Are you trying to get, like, the best grade possible?
No.
Why not?
I can read.
Are you a bee student? Is that what you are?
No, I'm not a student anymore. I have bypassed such restriction.
Oh no! Why would you do such a thing? Thor hammer? Yeah, we got Thor's hammer. What would an ice hammer? It'd be Loki's hammer. I like that actually.
Maybe Hela? Isn't Hela cold?
No, I don't think she is.
She's supposed to represent death.
Yeah, which I believe in Norse mythology, death isn't represented by cold.
No, it's not really
It
represented
just
by cold, but
happens that that planar area is cold.
hey, I stop and my beast immediately starts helping. Nice.
How'd that go? I don't think your beast did
Well,
anything.
Oh, okay. I still have the scar on the map. That's a visual glitch.
Not really. It does hang in for a while.
Did I really? I got another Pebbles belt. I got two in this. I got in this area.
I actually got the set ring.
Oh yeah, I'm actually wearing one of those.
Oh, I can't
I'm
equip
wearing-
Singularity because it's higher level than I am.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm actually
4.2.
using it because it increases shock on spell hit. And then
I got the other
my
half of that.
hammer gives me shock on lightning hit, so my lightning spells. It's why I have such a high shock chance.
Do you want the other ring in that movie? Because that's what I got.
The red one?
Yeah, I got the red one.
No. No.
Okay.
I did take a look.
Just
It's
shut
not
up.
actually that good for me.
Excuse me.
That's like,
You guys look how big my scorpion is? It's big.
I think Zarek's bigger.
Only for now.
I want to see how big my T-Rex is.
Right? That'll actually be interesting to see.
Hey, this time he's actually... Never mind, it's dead.
Hey, I mean, he got probably a hit off.
Nope, it didn't, because it went for the bite attack that has a small delay.
Oh, well. He tried. He got closer to doing damage than he's ever gotten before.
Actually, no, I think it did hit once because the meteor's only supposed to spawn after it hit.
Okay.
Grab waypoint and keep going.
We're making really good time, I feel.
This is the
We
quick
are.
Right?
on my signal.
Because I think we just entered chapter something or other. Chapter 6.
Don't. You're over. I will. Hopefully, I will see you soon.
Make sure you have the hammer. What hammer? Right?
Yep.
What level is that hammer anyways? Not the, well, the ice hammer, I mean.
Oh, that's like a level, extremely low level. That's like 4 maybe.
If it's the hammer I think of, it actually doesn't have a level requirement, not a hammer requirement.
Really?
Exactly. I know
What?
it levels up with you because I think it's like it adds cold damage based on your character level.
Oh, that's actually pretty good then, no?
Yeah. I don't know if it's like slowly build good, but for now it'll be okay.
Yeah, I wonder what I would want for a weapon then.
I have to check to see if there's any other hammers to use or just an exalted one.
Honestly, it doesn't really matter what weapon I use, as long as it's a good weapon. But I do quite like this hammer. But I mean, technically speaking, right now I'm using a mix of cold and cold and lightning. So it'd probably be better to focus more on one.
Yeah, 'cause I remember I was looking for like, a lot of the uniques for, like, for the bill. I'm like, there's not a whole lot that actually would work perfectly for it. So yeah, you actually do have some of the freedom in that.
Isn't this the
Yeah.
guaranteed unique relic from the boss here?
I believe
The
so.
flower.
Yeah.
Yes. Whoa. Oh, over here, guys.
Oh, it's level 38 area, so my dagger can finally start dropping.
Where did Buki go?
Is the most important thing on this map.
Yeah, I just don't remember. I don't know which direction
Hey,
you
Fruit.
went.
I like how you went
Spring necklace.
completely. Oh, the spring necklace.
Yeah, I went to the most important thing on the map. Sorry, could I have not come over here?
This is good.
Oh no, I just didn't know which way you went because I'm extremely bad at map.
And
Oh,
power.
Stormbreaker. Yeah. Does anybody even need Stormbreaker?
What?
Stormbreaker's my unique item. So I was asking if anybody needed Stormbreaker. If not, I'm just gonna go ahead and banish again.
Which one was
I'm
it? That one?
literally using Stormbreaker.
Oh, that's
You
the one.
want
Okay.
me- So, do you want another one, or
If it's better than the one
I mean,
that I've got.
I would say empowered to see what we can get.
Lizard.
Lizard!
Lizard.
Yes! Lizard! Lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard.
lizard, lizard, lizard.
Lizard.
You're a lizard. I'm a
Lizard. Lizard.
lizard, lizard,
Okay, and I'm-
Lizard.
lizard.
I think I'm gonna
Lizard.
go ahead and try throwing back on the loot filter soon because I'm starting to get way too much loot on the ground.
I'm
Just
not
trying to
getting
look
anything
through
I
it all.
care about. I'm also not paying attention
Oh.
to anything, but I know I don't care. Oh, hello. Wait a second. How does this work? How does this
Oh,
work?
It's just a call it, not go in.
We're already in the ancient era.
Yeah.
Hey, whose has two heads?
Fruit.
I honestly don't remember what mine gave. I just saw it gave horns, so I wanted horns.
Yeah, this one's not mine. Because mine gives fangs. No, shake the boogie! No. No, shake the boogie! No. What level am I? 40. Ah, we're almost level 50.
Yep. We are making it very good now.
Actually,
Hydrate, you bastard!
hydrate, Sheldon. Let's once we're done this area, I'm gonna turn on a loot. I'm gonna make a quick loot filter.
Okay. I might adjust mine.
Just for totems. Oh look, gorilla! Who could have seen that
Lizard.
coming?
Right?
That poor lizard. It keeps on showing up that we're killing things too quick. Every time.
Right. It's like, hello, wait a second, why am I here? Okay, goodbye.
I'll get to play
Hello.
sometime.
Yeah, probably when we get into maps.
Yeah. Could be super useful there, actually.
Depending on if it's buffed up or anything.
I would hope so.
Confirm. Add rule. Let's see. Add condition. Item type. Item.
I'm gonna double check my loot filter and see if it's good for this character.
Is it large idols that have, what am I
Which
looking-
skill are you looking for?
The avalanche one.
I'll take a quick look.
Okay, not large.
Okay.
Ornate?
Oh, it's ornate?
Yeah, and there's another one.
What's the button that you press to show items on the ground when your loot filter is enabled? I can't remember what button it is.
Yeah, X.
Okay. I couldn't remember. I thought it was Alt or Control. Okay. No, I remember. Thank you. And we'll see how this filter works.
Okay, yeah, it looks like it's only the ornate ones.
Okay, that's fine.
I
So,
will be right back.
it's show, and then I can just put in show all, right? For everything else?
Yeah.
How do you do show all? I still want everything else to show. But I want to make sure that I know where my titles are that I'm after.
I know for mine, I do mine as showing things and then hide everything. So if you're just only aiming to highlight an idol, like highlight that idol and then hide all other idols if you want.
I'm not looking at hiding all the other idols.
You should be good right now then, because I'll just highlight that one to be that color.
Okay. That should have been good then. Yeah, okay.
If you want to test, you can just like throw something on the ground, see if it pops up.
Yeah. Hey, look! The idol! How about that?
And then throw something else down to make sure that still appears.
Okay, so I'll also need to I realize I can only have 2 of those idols.
The forward ones,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I just realized that. That means that I can only get up to a 50% chance of, casting,
I mean, 50% is still good.
actually it's more like 64%?
That's still good.
Your first rule in every filter's hide everything? Ah, okay. Yeah, it's... Actually, hold on, Ferb, hold on. So, one of the other ones is on spell cast. If it's spell cast, do I have to cast the spell?
Yes. It doesn't have to be a direct cast, though. I believe that should count indirect casts.
So that means that my Maelstrom and my Stormbolt should cast it as well then.
They should.
Because one of the other ones that I can get instead in the loot filter instead of this one is instead chance to cast an avalanche boulder at nearby enemy on spell cast.
It doesn't say
said
direct
melee
cast,
attack.
right?
It does not say direct cast.
As long as it doesn't specify direct cast, you should be good.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just have it set for both anyways. Ideally, if I could get an ornate idol with both of them, that would be ridiculous.
I don't think so, because I think they're both a prefix.
If it weren't for you,
Okay,
Or they're both
they
a
can-
suffix.
Okay, and idols can only have one or the other.
friends with Sarah's
Yeah.
victims.
Okay, I see. Well, one of rather than two of. We are... Okay, we got a raptor. Oh no! This is the area that makes me nauseous!
Please run it.
Well, yeah, we'll go quick. We'll go quick.
I hate this area.
At least we only have to do this once a season.
Elgaria! Thank you for joining the guild! Welcome, welcome! I'm skipping the guy.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, they're not really that great anyway. At least not this.
If it's the dinosaur, I see the dinosaur there. I'm okay with going there. Especially since we don't have to fight him here.
Oh, someone's a mad kitty.
It's not a kitty.
Someone's a mad puppy.
It's not someone. There's 5 of them.
Oh dear.
What are they fighting over?
Mama Boogie's outside.
They
That's
want to go
literally-
outside, so they're crying. I see.
Or she just came home. One of the two. If she's not home, that's what they do. They always do it.
And I believe the chest is down here. Yep, yes.
She doesn't believe that they do it either. Kind of annoying.
Oh, I'm now a witness because I heard it.
Don't tell me.
And all of chat is a witness.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
It was quite squeaky.
They also bark at, well, 2 of them bark at me whenever I go upstairs too. This one is, I think this one's mine, I don't remember.
I don't see horns, so it's not mine. Oh, I do see a horn.
Well, it's got 2 heads, I don't remember adding another head. I think I added, no, I added something different. What did I add? Oh, I did add, okay, that one was mine, I did add the
Oh.
magma head.
No horns.
Start gathering up feathers.
Yeah, it looks like I'm gathering up feathers as well.
I'll take shards.
Fine choice.
But it's kind of annoying because I'm trying to get the plumes, and I can't get any. I might have to get plumes for the petals for trading fangs, and that hurts.
Good trading with you.
Man, does that hurt.
I wonder if there's something we could sell just to get the bones.
Impossible.
I mean, we get a lot of bones by just upgrading the creature.
Yeah.
I need more bones.
My guess is the bones are probably gonna be like the Weaver's currency, which I remember last season we had so much of that.
Yeah.
Right?
I just want that T-Rex stuff ASAP. Harbinger. Sorry, not Harbinger.
Yeah.
Nemesis.
Look, and I might get nauseous doing some things, but there are some things that are worth it. like
He died, didn't he?
jam. Yeah, I did. But thankfully, with all of us being in melee, it doesn't really matter. Keep going, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
Ah. Empower.
Too much stuff in the
Not even
way.
gonna look at it.
Yay, level up.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'll do the level up later.
Whee! Whee! See, I told everybody streams would be a lot longer, starting today for a bit.
Yeah.
Look at what happens when that feedback comes out.
To be fair, it happened with Path of Exile 2 until this game came out of Slumber.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I love these types of games. It's just,
Yeah.
there's not a lot of...
I mean, there's a lot of them, but not a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
I know 3. Oh no, there's Torchlight as well.
Yeah, Torchlight.
Yeah, there's
I've heard
there's
of,
Torchlight,
Titan's
Grim
Curse, which is another
Dawn,
good one.
Last Epoch,
Mhm.
Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2.
I haven't heard
I've
of
heard of
Grim
Titan's
Dawn.
Curse.
I see Grim Dawn being mentioned constantly in the Last Epoch forums when they have the Rage Bait Wars.
Okay.
I don't know anything else about it. I just know it's another one of this style.
I see. Yeah, I didn't know
How's
about
my aura now? That's not too bad.
I don't know if Titan's Curse is multiplayer though.
that. I'm interested about not having a multiplayer one.
I'd have to check it. But it's one I've saw recently because I was looking through games like this, and it kind of piqued my interest because it's like ancient Greece.
That would be a very odd
Mm.
choice to have a game like this that does not have multiplayer.
I'd have to check. I know they're making a second one also, so
Oh, I would also have to change over Stormbringer to grab Windbringer for 1 point of that, and then grab Hailbringer instead. Yeah, melee
Oh, if you want to
kills
start to be
penetration for-
completely cold?
Yeah, because Stormbringer isn't as useful. The only downside is the shared cold damage is in Windbringer, and then the shared cold resistance is in Hailbringer. That's the only difference.
okay. So my crab has pretty much no HP.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Where did it go?
I don't know.
Every time I turn around, you got to go on.
I was just making sure I
You have
didn't go
to
too
see
far
how
ahead.
I was testing out to see how much because I've noticed my crab's been disappearing a lot. So I was just walking over and like it and my raptor aggro, and I could see its HP bar being choked by a
minute.
single normal enemy.
Are you talking about the weird water?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're kind of like hovering over it in that one section.
Yeah.
yeah, I saw it. It was kind of funny looking. Oh, there's more. I don't know, the water physics in this game isn't exactly stellar.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
need to
but-
be. There's like a couple maps that have water physics.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not complaining, it's funny.
All right, come on,
I
come
love
on.
when
Give me
games
the
are-
dagger. Give me the dagger. Not the dagger. Dang it.
Damn, this guy's got, I got this friggin' necklace for you. You want this friggin' necklace for your friggin' build?
Oh, if you don't plan on using it.
I don't. It's also got, 84% void resistance on it.
Oh, well, okay.
Okay, so Buki, the Stormbreaker rolled with legendary potential.
Damn.
I mean, it could roll for 2 now. It could roll for 2.
It's at max. this ultimate challenge. I'm gonna go ahead and challenge. If you don't want it, I'll just slap it in my storage for a later character.
Well, if it's better than the one that I have, I'll be all for it.
Okay.
And then I can give you
But
the
yeah.
one that I have. Then you
Okay.
still have one.
E-
Is the ice one the sword through?
Oh, I got sealed
I
iron
have-
greaves.
That's a really nice crit strike chance.
Well, I know there is an ice sword, like the Battle Mage's Endeavor that I was using for my ice build.
Would that be
Hey,
good
Buki,
for
you
me
want to hear
then?
the stats?
I'd
Oh,
imagine you'd still be
actually,
able to proc the skill that you don't have.
Okay, so the stats are plus 64 melee lightning damage, 30% chance to shock on hit, 19.2% of lightning damage leeches health, plus 36 lightning resistance, plus 74 mana.
It's basically exactly the same.
Oh,
it has a little less shock chance.
yeah.
By the way, for the two-handed sword I have, has plus 319% crit strike chance.
Oh, that is actually a very good sword. You want to hold on to that.
Right?
I'll probably just hold on to this one then and just store it. It's got a legendary potential, so there's that. But it's
Yeah,
only
it's got
one.
a tier 7 crit chance on it.
I think that's a near max crit 7 tier 7.
Yeah, it's 1% off from max.
So yeah, that would actually be really good for any crit sword build.
You mean how that's why I asked if I should move over, if I'm doing ice, if I go over to Battle Mage's Endeavor, and I'm still doing crit, because crit was one of the things that you put for me. That means
Yeah.
that I'll easily hit the 100% crit chance.
I'll have to check to see if there's another cold sword, but I know Battle Mage's Endeavor was one of them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously I won't be using it for a while. If I maybe save it and then use the new... I mean, in that case, if I did that, I would have to use this sword then.
Yeah, because the issue is you can't. I did check on you cannot use the primordial affix in a legendary potential.
Yeah.
Okay, this
Since
is
since it goes to a sealed affix instead, which is sad.
True, we have broken off from the Buki,
We did.
Hold on, guys, hold on. I
and
need to
it's
check
also
something.
returned it earlier. Yeah, that reminds me. Have I gotten any runes of ascendancy at any point? Nope. I still have not gotten another. Those two I got in an early game are the only ones I found.
They are pretty rare until you get to maps, and even in maps, they're not that common.
That's fair. I hit a bird and it exploded. Yay.
Oh, I can't even forge it until I'm level 43. Okay. True, I'm using the Glyph of Envy on it. If I can turn it into an Odachi,
Oh,
that thing
I see
already
your plan.
has a plus like 100% crit chance too. I mean, that thing will
It
have
wasn't
like
the
a
door we needed?
400 No? Yeah, we gotta go up.
Where does that door go?
I don't know. I have no idea. That
Side
crit
quest area
chance
that we
it
find later on.
would be...
There is no other area linked to this though.
Wait, isn't that where we go to kill the thing that injured him?
Oh, maybe.
Injured who?
I think that's further ahead. 'Cause there is a Nest of the Fallen. There's a side area coming up
Yeah,
ahead.
there is. We should probably go grab the fast travel there to save on time.
Yeah, fine. Where you guys can?
Okey-dokey.
I still have no idea what that door is because that door. There's no other map that links to here.
I'm pretty sure that's where we get the side quest to recover the guy's ring that was stolen by one of the fallen aspirants.
apparently taking a while in order to enter this area. There we go. Oh yeah, that's right. As soon as playing, apparently some game came out. Oh hello. Very recently that as soon as like obsessed with. Apparently
Oh, I
they've
guess that's
been, like, coming.
all over the Discord right now.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just got snowblind too.
Oh, this is the place with the hole.
The hole?
The hole. That's literally the whole area. There's just a hole and a chest.
Okay.
That's literally all that's in here. I thought it was somewhere else, but it's not.
Was there anything
I
good in the
don't-
chest?
No. If y'all want to come here, there's 2 more chests. There's smaller chests though.
Nah, I don't care.
Okay.
Do I want any of these? Well, my relic might upgrade to something good.
I wonder if they're going to add more skips.
No, I doubt it. I mean, technically, as more chapters come out, probably, but I doubt it.
I wonder how many more chapters they plan on making.
If anything, there would be one more.
Wasn't there supposed to be like 12 or something?
Oh, my scorpion's name is Sandy?
What?
The scorpion has a name.
Ooh, Rune of Ascendance. Does anybody have a dagger?
Actually, yes I do. I've been hanging on to a
Oh, I
dagger
got one.
just in case.
I actually have one on the
Fine.
ground.
Fine, you're too good for my dagger. I see how it is.
I'm banishing because none of us
Dang
are
it.
using bows. So we
I got
don't need
full
quivers.
great shard again.
I see how it is. You're too good for my dagger.
I'm gonna cry if your dagger actually upgrades to it.
Oh, whoops. Wrong ability point. My bad.
Well, whole build,
I'll
go.
put a point there.
Reset from 0.
Well, I gotta remove... Oh, I don't need Tempest Storm either! But Tempest Storm gives me mana on Gathering Storm, and I'm still spamming Gathering Storm, so we're probably gonna keep that one. Alright, there will be respecking for more ice. Screw this.
Oh. I did disconnect. Odd.
Raptor, don't go anywhere, please.
Okie dokie.
I see you running off already.
And I think I told Raptor, I'm like, Raptor, leave Buki, and I was like, I'm waiting patiently with Buki.
Impossible.
I gotta swap the aggro setting for my pets. Because I had them set for the far range aggressive aggro instead of the stay close aggro. It's swapped now.
Alright, so I need to swap over to Windbringer. How do I want to do this then, Fro? Because Windbringer gives me the shared cold damage, and Hailbringer gives me the shared cold resistance. I guess I don't really need the cold resistance.
Let me pull up
But
your
then there's
tree
also-
again. Okay, so we're Shaman.
Yeah, because I'm in Shaman right now. And then I have
What?
5 points in the first one. And then the second row, I have the 5 and I have the 4 point. And
Well,
then
what we
that's
run through,
it
let
that
me
I
go walk
have
the dog real
so
quick.
far.
I will be back shortly. Go walk the dog.
I don't need the 6 points for shared dodge rating because I don't care about that.
Actually, who's giving the dodge rating?
I get dodge rating from Windbringer.
Oh, okay. Well, I think you'd still want Windbreaker so you can upgrade that to Frostbite, because Frostbite would be damage over time, which is insane.
Wait, which one's Frostbite?
Shattered
you need to
Heavens.
get the- Oh, okay, so I'll be... Okay, so we grab the 2 points there. And then should I grab 3 points?
I would
in
basically say,
there?
I would say do 5. Oh, cause you need 6 for dodge, right? Okay, yeah, we don't need to care about that one.
Yeah, we don't care about that. So it's how many Windbreaker should I put versus Hailbringer? At least 2 in Windbringer.
I would say maybe 2 and 3.
So 2 in Windbringer and 3 in Hailbringer?
Yeah.
Okay, so I put the 3 in there. And then I have 1 more. Okay, so that means I don't need Stormbringer, which means that I don't need Avatar of Thunder.
Yeah, basically, you're
means-
basically moving that line up to the top line.
Yeah, hey Charlotte. Except, I feel like we're gonna put more than 3 points in Shattered Heavens.
Yeah. Well, you don't necessarily need all 5 in there, because that would just give you more frostbite chance. But the more frostbite chance you
Okay.
have, the more dots of it you can get.
Yeah.
Because I just did that for that split right now, just for the points we had, and then I just had the 3 for the penetration.
Okay.
I'm a little sad that there is no cold penetration.
Yeah, there is. Oh. Oh, yeah, there is.
Well, because that one was shared lightning penetration per attunement. There is cold penetration, but it's only for you, and it's that glacial
Oh,
strike.
no, there is. A glacial strike. Melee cold penetration per free strike.
But I just wish it was. I wish it was shared instead of only you.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's only for my my minion's not that great anyways.
Yeah, that's true.
Crowstorm. Okay, so I don't really need a lot of the points in Sky Warrior either then, though.
Let's see, which one was the Sky Warrior?
That's the one on the far left, the 8
Oh,
points
the
that you
left
have.
one.
Okay, it was an easy walk in the dog.
I mean, it'll be a good thing anyways.
Yeah, that was maybe there for like the sheer damage and then the Fury Leap. If you're not using Fury Leap or Crows even, it's those 5 points
No.
probably could be moved around to elsewhere if you wanted.
I mean, to be fair, you have 8 points in that, and then technically I could move those 8 points so that I could get more increased cold damage, or, well, at the very least, we can fill up Shattered Heavens, and I can make sure to grab the 5 points for Glacial Strike, too.
Yeah.
Because this build's gonna have a lot of strength anyways. Hi, Charlotte.
Like the Shamanic Infusion, I would still keep that for the 8% penetration. That's going to be a decent amount of the damage. But Sky Warrior,
Mhm.
yeah, I'd say you could drop Sky Warrior.
Right. Thunder Strike sounds pretty cool. Okay, so... Wow, my Avalanche would do 10k DPS. That's insane.
I'm also good for an invite now.
Alright.
I mean, I was good this whole time, but we were looking at the tree.
Yeah, I got to invite you right away. That makes me happy. Hi, pretty kitty. Hi, meow meow. Meow meow meow. Well, oh! Damn it.
What?
Because I'm using the Snowblind helmet. But that means I can't use... Well, no, I can use the bear helmet. I just have to... Wait, can I use the bear helmet? With Snowblind?
No, you can't put set thing into the legendary.
Oh, I know why I'm getting hit a whole bunch. 100% chance to club enemies, nearby enemies when you stun something. Makes sense.
I mean, Snowblind is I would classify at least for our builds as just a leveling unique.
Okay.
Like it's nice, but not major.
Okay, so I'll still want the bear helmet upgrade anyways. But
Yeah.
Snowblind will be better in the short term.
You don't have the set bonus for the bear yet, right?
No. Heavens, no.
Okay, yeah, no. Then yeah, you can replace it.
At least once we get the upgrade. Where's Raptor?
I said I was going back to town real quick. Oh, wait.
Oh,
I'll be right
okay.
back.
Okay. We'll wait for Raptor.
I even walked the dog,
Wait
too,
for Raptor.
while I was waiting.
Oh, we're distracted, okay?
It's fine. I wasn't accusing her or anything.
I'm bugging you, don't worry. So 5 levels
Beetle.
for the next one. Okay, so... Okay. It's turn.
Excellent.
Nice.
Got a lot of skills to upgrade now.
Oh, did you just pick up a whole bunch at once?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see if I can get this sword turned into an Odachi. If I can, oh, it's gonna be... Hold on. Here you go, Raptor. You might want that.
What'd you get?
It's nice.
It's a chest. It's a bleed chest piece. It also gives, I think it was like 40% additional duration to aspects of the shark. What's up,
It's
Kevin?
nice. I like
It's
what I have,
nice.
though, right now for defense.
It's nice. That's
It is.
all.
For the love of Fubuki!
Nah, Buki doesn't suck. Buki
Hello.
stab.
Yeah, Buki stab.
Stinky.
That's it. Stinky? Yeah,
I'll be
right,
stabbing
you are, Stinky.
once I can get the Stang Dagger.
Eventually.
Sorry, I'll be stabbing people without the dagger.
I mean, I'm stabbing people with the sword right now, but I want a dagger.
Honestly, if I get an Odachi, do you think it'd be better for me to just use that instead?
That would get your crit higher.
Like a tier 8 crit Odachi is what I mean.
Theoretically, if you get all the right mods on there, yeah.
I just realized if it's tier 8, that means that I can't use the
Right,
because
because that'll be your new primordial unique. So you won't be able to use the relic.
I mean, what's the relic do again? I kind of forget.
The relic. The relic upgrades all of your idols.
Oh, which means that it will upgrade the 2 idols. Which
That are
means
giving
that
you
I-
avalanche chance, yeah.
Everything other than unique items.
Not like I can use a unique idol anyways.
Singularity.
Not like I can use a unique idol anyways. Remember, I'm doing crit, so singularity is actually dreadful for me.
Oh, yeah. I forgot Singularity gets rid of crit.
Yeah, you'll use Singularity if you're not doing a crit build.
Which is most people.
Yeah, I'm not really doing a crit build either, I don't think. What? Crits on my Raptor.
You are a partial crit build, because I got you. I think I got you a little crit, but mainly for your minions.
Yeah, and if that disables crits on my minions, that's gonna make my Raptors
No,
less
it only
useful.
disables your crit.
Okay.
Yeah, it should only disable yours, but if you have anything that gives your minions crit based off of your crit, which I believe is the main thing for it.
Mm-hmm. No. Raptor. Your Raptor has additional crit chance.
Raptor.
I honestly can't remember if there's anything that transfer or that I put in there that transfers your crit to minions. I really
I don't know.
can't say.
I might just go ahead and store it then for a different character.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, since we're in a town now.
Not that,
Yeah.
but it's completely free anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
You can't have more than one singularity, right?
Oh, you can.
Okay. Can you?
You just can't have more.
Or
than
or
one.
did singular specify you can't use multiple?
It specifies
You
you
can
can't.
only.
You,
Yeah.
Okay.
you only get the more damage if you only have one singularity. But
Yeah.
Giving you a chance to strike.
You know, I like how she talked about how we have this lovely,
Spear.
this lovely spear, and not once do we try to correct her about saying otherwise. Like, we just don't.
Okay, so we need to go to Nest of the Fallen.
Impossible.
If I upgrade the sword, it can turn into an Odachi right away, right? Even if I can't
I
use
guess
it?
so. I would guess so
I don't know.
because I know the root of ascendance does the same thing. Like we both got a level 70 dagger.
That's true. Because once I level up, I'm going to be... Because it only has 3 things on it, I want to change it. Oh wait,
Isn't
it's
the
a level
fallen
42
nest up?
weapon.
are you at the nest? The fallen nest?
Yes.
Oh, cool. I can dash in
Oh,
town.
it has to be 40... Okay. It has to be 43 in order to change it. By the way, I like how there's a little tab on the bottom that says Forge contains an item. I know.
Oh no, you say that, but there were so many times I forgot I had an item, and they're like, "Where did this item go? I
said
swear I
I
had this."
No, I love how it actually says it.
Oh, I thought it was
It used to.
sarcastic. Yeah.
No, I like it. I'm only being partially sarcastic right now due to the fact that I purposely left it there. I want that Odachi.
And there were so many times last season, like this season, I'm like, "Where did this item go?"
Right. Like, I'm sure that it... Oh, there's nothing over there. Like, I'm sure that it existed at some point in time. Yay. Bugarashi, thank you for joining the guild. Welcome, welcome.
Champion lizard. He's stuck in a corner.
Yeah, wait, where'd you guys go?
Lizard deleted.
Lizard.
I was the champion. Lizard!
Not yet. Now he's
Oh,
dead.
it's Skritter again.
Ooh, Flame Reeve.
Lizard.
Lizard! I need more critical strike multiplier.
We're missing a Buki.
Yeah, I'm looking for stuff that I need. That's it, I need critical strike multiplier because I didn't get the Odachi. I got a Claymore instead.
Aww.
Which is fine, it's just I don't need cold damage.
Oh no,
But you are
because
doing
moving
cold
it
damage
in.
now.
I will bring them back to the booth. There we go.
Wait a second.
Oh.
Wait, I think that this is actually probably better for me then. It's 40, oh no, it's 45% cold resistance, never mind.
Oh. Okay, then yeah, who cares?
Yeah, okay. Wait a second. Wait, hold on.
If it was cold damage, I would say 100%. Yeah, it's better.
Kill this thing! La, 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 la. Another glyph of envy. Unchant.
So we can go back to town or keep looking for a nemesis. Hang on, there's a beast.
There's a primal.
So this we're gonna do at least.
Yeah. You guys can do that. I'm gonna stand over here for a second.
Okay.
Okay. Wait, is mine the one with 2 heads?
It's got 2 heads and wings, so I don't know whose it is.
I don't think mine has 2 heads, but I'm not sure.
Mookie! Mookie!
I'm busy.
He's jumping at you again!
I'm busy.
I'm thinking it's Buki's based on this.
It keeps chasing you!
Don't worry, my lizard's here to help.
I hit me for 600 damage.
Whew.
I was busy.
Oh, huh. 12% chance to cast an avalanche boulder at nearby enemy on spellcast up to 3 times per second.
Oh, I needed to level 46 to forge the weapon again. I was wondering why I couldn't do anything with it. Look, I was busy. I had
Oh, it's bleeding hard
important
again.
things that I was doing. Alright, we can head back to town now.
Oh, I can't use your portal.
Well, because I used my portal. My portal.
You killed him? If we pull
I
this
teleport to the Buki.
off,
Man, I just wanted Odachi.
Alright, before we leave, I will be right back.
Every time I say Odachi, I think of the Sword Art Online bridge. That's not a sword! That's an Odachi! What's the difference? That's great. Goes in the long spiel about the difference between a taller and Odachi. Hurry up, just tell it's a little bit longer! Oh. That was good. That was probably my favorite abridged. Dawn Fluffles! Meow.
Yeah.
Charlotte would be a Dawn. She'd be in charge of everything. 'Cause she's cat. Let's see. Put 1 point there, increase elemental melee damage. That's attunement, mana regen per attunement. Okay, that's not bad, but I
What
don't
happened to your
really need
scorpion?
that. What?
Your scorpion's gone. There's Scorbuki.
There it is. It probably died when I left the area. It dies so much.
Yeah. At least it lasts
Oh,
longer than
I
the
see.
crab.
Right. Poor thing. Really? You can
Well-
make Earthquake into a storm attack?
Mhm.
That's cool. Oh, it turns into a
How-
spell as well.
Based on how quickly this crab dies, would you say it's an Imperial Guardsman?
Probably. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Let's see. I think I need to replace the... Oh, thank you for the raid on Kicks. Hello. How are you? How's everybody doing? Hi, Suki. Thank you for joining the guild. Welcome. Hello. For those of you lovely raiders, if you don't know who I am, I'm Fubuki Shingo. Draconic Lizard VTuber. We're currently waiting for Faru. We're playing some Last Epoch. We're playing 9 hours of Last Epoch. We're going probably to a bit longer. I don't know how much longer. Looking at build
How much longer are we
stuff.
playing? Yes.
So, Faru, I just noticed something dangerous.
Yeah.
Earthquake.
Yeah.
Earthquake is
Or,
Fury of the Elements, which allows you to expend 5 points of your Storm Bolt every second.
You're gonna
Terrifying.
pick up Earthquake now, aren't you?
It does electric damage. Since I'm swapping over to cold, it's not as bad,
Oh,
unfortunately.
yeah.
But I mean, that would be pure insanity. Especially since you can swap it over to electric. I can just make it just ruin everybody's day. Raid! Hello! I didn't know Kick could do raids. That's actually really neat.
Yeah.
Brew, are you
I can't even understand the message. I just have to add
Oh,
my
Arma
meal
the
stuff to my
Mecha Brain.
water.
Mm-hmm. I know quite a few people who... I'm out of my drink, too. Give me 1 moment to grab a drink.
Yes, I think I had Mecha Brick on my wish list, but I think that was mainly PvP, right?
I
Yeah,
think
it's a PvP game. I've seen Tuna play quite a bit of it.
I know Kaiga
I-
playing a little bit of that
We're
recently a
fruit.
lot too.
There's no fruit. It wasn't
Yeah,
me
we're
this
fruit.
time, it's Spooky.
I'm mixing my water. God.
God, you're
I'm getting like, I just got like 3 different notifications that Manus is playing Last Epoch
So in
now.
Creator Dashboard, you'll see hosts, and you can select or search camera. Oh, that's actually really cool. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know they could do that.
You see, I know
I'll have to
YouTube can raid
eventually-
now too. I just forget like how.
Seriously? Am I gonna have to figure out how to do, like, multiple raids all in a row? Ugh.
By looking at yes.
PvP slash PvE PvP? Okay. I see.
Now, if there was a PvE only, I'd be a bit more interested.
Mm-hmm. It's still funny. I mean, I hope I'm always funny. I don't know. I don't think I'm that funny. I think I'm more annoying than anything.
I know, Buki, you are funny.
Toddler.
Funny looking.
Toddler.
Ha ha ha!
Woo-hoo! That's the person wearing a monocle. Did you know that's so 1700s?
It is the 1700s.
Where?
Is that somewhere?
Oh, my mistake. It's not the
somewhere in
1700s. It's the 1000s.
I see. What's up, what's up, Raptor?
Oh, I was saying that what Fru has basically, what Fru said there had some real. It's 5 o'clock somewhere energy.
Right. Ooh.
Hey,
So,
2 golden
if I
resonance.
if I did replace the... Honestly, I could still... Welcome home, Goblin. So if I replace
Welcome
my
home,
Scorpion,
Goblin.
because let's be real, the Scorpion's trash. I could replace the Scorpion. Reese, thank you for joining the guild. Welcome, welcome. So I could replace the Scorpion with Earthquake, and then when I build up a ton of stacks, then I can just use the ice like I can just use the ice instead.
Work.
I mean, like, Earthquake itself won't do a lot of damage, but it's not like it's that big of a deal. Plus, it's not like my Scorpion... No, because my Scorpion's still using Maelstrom, even if it is dying all the time. So never
What's a
mind.
Moshma?
I'm guessing that's a mode in the game.
Matchmaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's matchmaking.
I just
Okay.
assumed that was a mode.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't sure.
No, I'm pretty sure. I thought that laser beam was trying to kill me. I was like, oh. Oh no.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the Scorpion using a Maelstrom is actually worth it dying all the time.
Oh, well, turns out there's a set related to Avalanche.
Is there?
Yeah, because I just got a relic for it.
Oh, cool. Thanks for you,
My-
kitty.
Find
What does
more
it do?
primordial lizards.
I see the set bonus is 20 spell cold and physical damage. 3 set bonus is 100% chance to cast Avalanche Boulder at target when you critically hit with a spell, and then +2 Avalanche.
Uh-oh. Wait, and what slots does it take up?
It's the relic.
Oh, well... It's really wanting me to use an Odachi, isn't it?
Hang on, because I'm kind of playing because there's also that primal ring that counts for all sets.
Is it? Is he? Can I have the screw?
No, not portal to player. Gift item.
Yeah, like, can I use the
Something.
portal? I can't use the portal. I want to use the portal. Oh, yeah!
I'll just have to see which other slots those are, but I think one of them is a weapon. And it's a staff.
Critical spell. Okay, so the
Oh,
critical
I've-
spell means nothing
It's just
to
any
me.
spell has a physical tag, so.
Yeah, but the only one that does is actually Avalanche, but I'm going to be removing the physical tag from Avalanche anyway.
Okay, we did not miss any lizards or anything here.
You always miss a lizard. Hello! I am Lizard. Lizard. Lizard,
Pick the
lizard. Lizard, lizard. Wait, I just realized, how have we not got Battle Mage's Endeavor yet? We've like got like dozens of them before.
I know, right? Oh, you know what? Because now both of us want one now.
Why do you want one? I thought you were
That was
lightning too.
Oh, I was gonna be. I really want the dagger, but the battle mage was gonna be a
Mhm.
secondary holdover until I got the dagger.
Oh, okay, I see. I gotcha. Yeah, I
Well, so
remember
that's
before,
more-
like,
Yeah, if it's more building and everything for you, I would say you can have the first one.
hmm I do hope that we get your item though. That'd be kind of nice.
Would. Mainly because I'm getting sick of Shatter Strike.
Lizard.
Ooh, we got
Hey,
better
leveled
than
up.
a lizard.
Got a big lizard.
Lizard beat.
Lizard.
Lizard. No, it's not a lizard.
Your fate is to give me more bones.
Ow! Ow! Frick! Ow! Why me?
Don't worry, mine is here to help.
I'm
Ow!
kind of grateful for that.
Ow! 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 I'm okay.
My scorpion is dead.
I almost joined the scorpion.
Yeah,
Crab.
the scorpion's a little bong bong bong. Scorpion's easier to revive, so why don't you just not? You can call it a good Tuesday, but let's not.
My crab has the HP full of a dead rat.
You mean there's a dead crab, right?
Yeah. Has the HP full of crab legs.
Hey, look, an enemy. I love how that creature, like the primal beast, just. Hi, I'm here. Oh, it's dead. Hi, I'm here. Oh, it's dead. Hi, I'm here. Oh,
Oh,
it's dead.
there's a nemesis.
Nemesis. Nemesis. Nemesis.
Nemesis, nemesis.
You have my dagger? Oh, no, sorry, I was upgrading, so I'm not going to see a dagger.
Hey, Drew, you're using the Snowblind helmet, right?
For now, yeah.
What do you think of a Snowblind helmet with health regen?
I don't want health regen.
No?
Well, yeah, because I'm basically converting health
Oh,
to ward,
right.
so the health regen actually screws that up.
Right. okay.
Gladiator's Oath. Is that a good one?
Which one?
Gladiator's Oath.
What does it do?
Increased melee attack speed, increased crit strike while dual wielding, increased area with dancing strikes. So it's a rogue one, right?
Yeah, that's Rogue One.
Yeah. Yeah. That checks out for being rogue.
I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of it because I'm kind of trying to focus on this character, at least till in game.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just be playing the one character. I really want to actually get to endgame, like, through it.
Yeah.
Really.
I do want to try out other characters, but I do want to hit in-game, actual in-game all the time.
Yeah. Oh, are we not killing 3 of them?
I think
Really
Resident
good.
getting rid of his.
Okay.
Yeah, I banished mine because I'm not playing Rogue.
Okay. Gotcha.
And the only
I
really
just-
good piece of gear there was the sword.
Okay, I see. I understand what you were picking up. You're putting it down, I'm picking it up. Mine. Mine. You can't have it anymore, it's mine. No! Who's the last creature? Is it still... Oh, we killed them all, okay.
We can fed each
Out of my way,
faces.
sludge!
Honestly, at this point, I'm not paying attention to what the quest says. I'm just following quest marker and killing whatever's there.
If it's in the way, it dies. If it's not in the
Yep.
way, it dies. Since if it's out of the way,
If
then
it
it
tries
doesn't
to
get
move out of the
live.
way, it dies.
See, what area are we now? 43. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah, 43.
Endeavor, I think, was 46.
Okay, so it's not like forever since then we could have had it.
But yeah, we're at least getting close to when it could start dropping.
Maybe when it could stop it. Start a fight and then it
What?
could start dropping like a while ago.
No. It was the dagger was able to start a while ago.
Oh, wait, what level is Battle Mage's Endeavor?
I believe it was 46.
Oh, okay. I thought we
Yeah,
could have been picking up for a while now.
Yeah, the dagger was 36. We could have been getting wild. The sword is soon.
Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I was wondering why we hadn't seen it yet. And
I think somehow though we actually got it in the Nemesis a few times. Because I remember when we got to that city before, we had one.
I don't
Speaking of
remember.
Nemesis,
Right? I'm attuned
Oh,
to
it's literally the
11
belt I'm
regen
wearing.
per second. On
Oh
Snow
man.
Blade.
Plus 3 to Flame Ward. Why couldn't have you been like Surge or something?
The Snowblade helmet might actually be really good for me then. Because it's got cold resist, freeze rate multiplier, chance to blind on hit with cold skills, chance to chill and quick with cold skills, armor, and immune to blind and chill.
quick, summon the next one so my lizard can actually help this time.
Right? Yay, it's helping!
Actually doing okay. Hey, level 45.
I lose like half of my endurance threshold right now. But I guess it's fine. Wow, I have 106% cold resist. Let's go.
Come, my loyal capybara.
Why does my helmet look like a skull?
Which one are you wearing?
I'm using Snowblind.
No idea.
Snowblind's not supposed to look like that. Whatever, I don't care enough.
Oh yeah, the uniques look nothing like their portraits.
Oh,
Sometimes they do.
okay.
Well, some do, but not all of them.
Alright guys, I am invincible!
You are also got a different direction.
Everything dies to the boogie!
Our side was a dead end anyway.
Everything dies to the boogie! Me! I am the mobile chainsaw that murders all in the path.
Ow.
Oh. Well, now I'm bored because they're all dead. Dead.
Ooh, an idol.
Meow, 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 meow. Long scorpion. Wait, my scorpion's called a long scorpion? Is it like a long cat? Yeah. Hello, Charlotte.
Long bookie.
Okay, now that I'm loading, I can open my chips.
Nom, 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 nom. Hello, little cat. It was a trap! Oh no. Ren, thank you for joining the guild! Welcome, welcome! Daisuke! Hello, Charlotte Kelly. Wait, did one of the bosses just die already?
Yeah.
No, okay.
Yuria.
No,
The
no, she
healer.
doesn't count. Doesn't count. Bum, 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 bum. I love all the blocks that are popping up from the boss. It's kind of annoying. Especially since it is a merge. So he shouldn't really be blocking anything.
Oh, I almost won.
Chance. Quick. Use Herot's lance.
Raptor, which one were you fighting? Were you fighting the one that Fruit was
I
fighting?
was fighting the worm.
Okay.
I was just fighting
So
the
it
worm
was
the
the
whole
two of
time.
us. It was...
Yeah, the two of you versus me, and I almost won.
By the way, I did help you half kill that boss before swapping to the other one. Just so you know, Fruit.
Back in my time. Wait, I recognize these mountains. I must hurry.
Yeah. It wasn't just you killing that one, Fruit. Don't worry about that. It was once it hit 50%, I swapped over to the other one because I didn't think anybody was hitting it, and I wanted to build up as much stacks of stuff as I could by myself. I didn't realize Raptor was hitting it. Level up!
I mean, I saw Fruit fighting one, so I figured I'd fight the other.
How am I that far behind? I need like 4 bars.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, but there's a haste shrine back here.
You. What's frostbite do?
Damage.
Frostbite is damage over time.
It's the ice damage.
I
over
did
time.
damage over time!
Nice.
Bing, bing, bing. Unlimited power! Honestly, I love all of the lightning bolts that are just striking everything now. It's actually ridiculous. Because my maelstrom hit 4 people. I presume the crit chance on my sword does not apply to spells, right?
That's the fun part. It does.
Really?
There's already
So
level
the
90.
Adachi- So the Adachi would increase the crit chance then.
As long as it only says crit chance and not like melee or spell crit chance, it applies to both.
Come, traveler.
Okay.
Surprised there's already level 90. Impressive, but
Do
surprised.
I want Legends Entwined then? What do I want then?
Until
Dude, I don't know what I want.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think for a little bit now. Let's see if we actually can fit in 2 sets for you.
Wait, there's a lot of stuff that I want, but it's... Can I have it is the better question.
Is I can't remember what all the pieces are for the that Gift of the Mountain set.
Yeah, I think I've only really seen the snow globe. I mean, granted, getting the rest of the mountain set, once we hit chapter 9 will be super easy, and I mean,
Oh, yeah.
we're already in chapter 7.
fact, I know one is a staff, one is the relic. I can't remember what the third piece is.
Oh, but I wouldn't use the staff.
Right,
means
which
that I
is why
would
you
use
get the ring
ring.
to replace your staff.
Oh, but then I might not be able to get the bear stuff.
But the fun part, the ring would count for both the bear set and
There's
Yeah,
also the
yeah.
hit
bear.
set.
Yeah, there's a treasure chest over here. Just finish campaign Act 10 to Ages, so great. Oh, nice! Actually, Science, do you remember the ice set for Avalanche? Do you remember what the items are? There's the snow globe, but what's the other two?
Well, I know the one is a staff. It's number 3, I forget.
Yeah, I know, but, it's easier to ask that way. Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's fine. I think. I honestly don't know. I don't know if mine has 2 heads
Could
or
you
not.
please? I would appreciate it. We're trying to figure out what the last item that I should probably want is. Oh, you put wings on yours?
I think this time, yeah, because I decided I might as well grab some feathers.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I want more horns.
I need
Okay, so I do
petals.
have an additional head. You know what?
Yeah, let's go
Sure,
for
I
sure.
need-
Petal this time.
I need petals. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but the last one only got 4 upgrades. This one gets 5. So it looks like every time you
Oh.
complete a lineage, they get stronger.
Good.
Boots!
That means
Boots
I'm
is
gonna
the
get
other one.
minion.
Okay, so we just have to swap one of your We just the build plan. We just have to swap one of your affixes for that set then.
Yeah. And that's not. Wait, why?
We don't have to change the build plan itself. It's just basically we used to know. Okay, we can do it.
Oh, okay. I see. Phoenix! Mmm, spicy brat. Mmm.
So then, if you're doing that, that set, or if you're doing the set ring, we can check to see if there's another unique for cold to put in like your head, body, or gloves.
Yeah. No, because it's because I have to.
Oh! Wait.
The staff, remember? I can't.
Well, yeah,
replace-
but-
I have.
Well, basically the ring is going to replace the staff. So you basically have ring, relic, and boots for the ice set. For the last bear set, I mean.
Oh, but then, okay, what was the bear
And-
set?
I know what gloves you want if you're gonna be doing cold damage and frostbite. It was the gloves that I was using on my cold mage build.
Oh,
The frost shackles.
okay.
Oh wait, no, because I think that's more ward based, which I don't think you really.
No, I'm not very word-based. Hi, Goblet. Hi, Rainer.
But it does
how are
give you a lot of like frostbite related stuff, though. I'll have to double check what the full buffs were.
I mean, my frostbite's already 80%.
Ice water. Near me.
Nom, nom, nom,
That's the
nom,
fun
nom,
part.
nom.
Frostbite can infinitely stack, so
Oh,
you want as
so
much
then-
percentage as you can.
Okay, because then the longer battles go on, the stronger I'll be.
Well, it's not the duration, but basically the faster you attack and the more your percent chances, you can just get so many stacks.
Yeah.
I think the one ice build I had something like 500 stacks of frostbite on the boss.
Oh, damn. I wonder if I'll be able to get a lot more than that just because of how my attacks work. Because I'm not doing a terrible amount of damage, but I'm doing a lot of attacks. Yeah, we'll find out, right?
Yeah. See whose is it this time?
Not mine. I think it's Raptors again.
It's fine. Watch out, I can summon poison bolt this time.
Can you, like, chill out there, Raptors? Raptor thing? Oh, goodbye. Raptor, you're hogging all the fun. You're making me sad.
Give me a preview of what mine will become.
I hear lizard. Bottom right.
I see it.
Lizard! Good.
Wow.
Poor thing.
Poor guy.
But remember, we're not killing them. We're freeing them from their
I think
overweight
that's the
pack.
fastest I've seen a lizard die.
Right?
There, so I have a 100% frostbite chance now. Dead.
Must slay more.
I don't think my frostbite chance is too great right now. What am I at? Yeah, I'm still only at a 22%.
Red armor. Oh, I've got a 167% chance to apply frostbite on spells, and then 100% chance on melee. But technically, I think most of my attacks are spells anyways. Yeah, because even Maelstrom is a spell.
Hey, this was literally the guy on my loading screen, and he's about to die.
I am a little sad though you can't use the snowdrift boots.
Why not?
They're a unique one, so you can't get the set bonus.
Oh, right. Right.
Yeah, because let me double. Because I think they added cold penetration, right? Yeah, 1% cold penetration with frostbite per 10% freeze rate.
Yeah.
I was too late.
Oh no, we were too late. Hey look, that guy's my loading screen. So now he's corpse.
Yeah.
Really? I gotta level up again in order to use this to upgrade this stupid sword?
Poor Buki.
I got the Kopesh, which is not very good.
At least it looks cool.
Much time. We need the lance of hero. The lance is cursed from
Yeah,
bearing
Kopeshes
wars.
do look kinda cool.
It is then you will they will reveal the path to Herot's temple.
Yeah, I'm not getting good stuff with that ability, like with the rerolls. I mean, I'm getting more critical. The only downside is it has 86% void damage on it. Which,
Why do I have
don't
3
really-
dodges?
Depending on the boots that you can have another dodge.
Oh, my boot gives me a third of aid.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go this way. Because we want to go to the Champion's Gate first. Right through?
Yeah, that'll be another dungeon we can unlock then.
Yeah, I've done the Champion's Gate. It's actually not that bad. I mean, I died, but...
It really depends on what boss you get, honestly.
yeah, it really does. But I guess we want to go to the Ice Caverns first. Then we can go get the Iron Boots.
Hold up. We got a nemesis over here.
I'm 7, nobody saw anything. Fruit is the one in the Iron Boots.
I'm sorry, I'm eating
Don't worry
chips.
about it.
What was that?
Oh, I said we gotta go to the Ice Caverns, get the Iron Boots. Screw you both.
Yeah,
That's the one you hear
first
when
time.
I
Yeah,
said.
that is good.
You were making a Zelda joke, weren't you?
I was making a Zelda joke. I had to make it twice. It's not as funny.
Well, I
It's
wasn't
funnier
listening because I was
because we
eating
didn't hear it
chips,
the
and I couldn't
first
really hear
time.
you over the sound of me eating the chips.
Yum 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 yum. Spanish. Spanish, I say.
What about mine? Yeah, banished too.
Okay. I had the Quicksilver ring. I don't really care about the Quicksilver ring.
Yeah, mine was. It's literally the belt I'm wearing, so I figured might as well upgrade it. See if I get something good.
Okay, might as well, right?
Yeah. So far, it's rolled chance for enemies to drop potions. So,
Gold.
The worst.
it's more survivability at least. So.
Eat something like that. Yum 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 yum.
Okay, there's Surge. That on my bar now. Put it there.
I am seeing no. Oh, we got an exile mage here.
I need to be careful because I can't spend all of my points because as soon as I get that sword, I need to swap over to Frostbringer. Let's grab Island Cleaver and then we'll save up number 16. I see that I have been left behind.
Impossible.
I blame Raptor once again.
Right? I just blame both of you. I always feel that if you guys leave, it's both your fault. You're just both really good at ditching Ibuki. It makes me very sad. But don't worry, I'm good at ditching both of you guys too, so it's not like it's not
Yeah, we
big
learned
of
it
a
from
deal,
you.
right?
So what's your problem? We learned it from watching you.
Don't blame me. Don't blame me. No.
Well, I just did.
Let me see. What's the words again? I just got. Ooh. Frenzy after you use a transversal skill.
Nice.
Isn't that supposed to be what I'm
Yeah,
trying to
you
go
want
for
that.
my pick? I'll hold on to those. I'm not throwing them on yet, but I'll hold on to them. It also has increased frenzy effect.
Oh, nice.
Cavern.
Possible.
And I got another passive point. So
I'm a little worried that this sword is not going to turn into an Odachi, and then I'm just going to be really sad.
I mean, even if it doesn't, I would still hold on to it because, hey, that's a max T7 you can
you
slam
are in
into
ice dragons, aren't
a weapon.
Yeah. Well, yes. It is. And then in that case, I can just throw it in Battle Mage's Endeavor. But if I get it into if it becomes an Odachi, I might want to just P8 it instead.
Oh, and then not use the relic.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, no,
I
I
gotta
could
use
just.
the relic.
Well, or no, the ring. You have to use the ring because we're swapping the relic to be the other one.
Yeah. You're right. So why am I bothering? Why am I bothering to make this into an Odachi anyways? It doesn't matter at this point. I mean, I guess I could make it into an Odachi to make it into an Odachi.
Yeah.
Not like it's that big of a deal.
Cool.
Ooh, level up Shatter Strike weapon.
That's about I'm not sure if I've seen before.
Spanish.
Do you need Elko's innovation?
What was that?
What's that?
It's a belt that ward gained on potion use. Critical strike chance also applies to potion.
Oh, I remember that one. Does it convert potion to ward or no? Or just give ward on potion?
When a potion uses crit, the health and ward you immediately gain for it is multiplied by percentage of your crit strike. It gives health and ward on gained on potion use.
Nah.
Okay, just figured I'd offer. Wasn't sure if you wanted it.
Crit chance is under other, right?
Oh, crit chance is going to be under damage? Yeah, crit chance is under damage.
5% crit chance right now. That's sad. If I swap my soap to the other
I'm at
sword,
7.
it goes up to 21% if I swap over to the Kopesh. Like, that's nasty.
The big difference between the belt I was wearing and the belt I swapped to was plus 42% chance to find potions. And a little bit less reflected damage. That's it.
I mean, it depends on whichever one you want.
I'm using the one with the increased chance to find potions because more survivability.
You might as well.
Because contrary to popular belief, you're not
so.
supposed to get hit as that all the time.
I don't know, I get hit all the time.
Fair.
It's fine with me. The Hungarian Q here. By the way, we have to go back because we missed one. Impossible.
Oh, hey, I found the right way. At least
What
the
was the
door.
left way? Yeah, what about the left way? I like the left way. Roar! 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 I can shut up anytime I want. I just like the bear noises.
That's fair.
What are we looking for over here? Is this some random bat that we were looking for? Oh, literally, this is the only thing that we had to do in here. Okay.
Yep, I'm just looking around to see if there were any of the beasts. But,
Hey, loot lizards.
I'm looking for those too.
And
So far, all I found are spiders.
yeah, there's
and
definitely a lot of those around here.
And bears.
A lot of those. Well, I can almost upgrade the Kopesh. Technically speaking, if I want to swap over to Ice like nowish, I could
Level 91.
upgrade, like I could change over to the Odachi if I get the Odachi, and it won't be as big of a deal. I'm just gonna fast travel to the forest because, let's be real, we're going that way anyways.
Yep.
Oh. Yay.
Oh, it's a chance that this one re-rolled the
God
enemies.
damn it. I forgot to use the Glyph of Envy, so now I just made another Odachi. Well, not an Odachi, it's
Rip.
still the Kopesh.
Another Kopesh. Oof.
It's still a Kopesh.
Oh, hey. Speaking of Nemesis. And Loot Lizard.
Loot lizard. You want to change? Oh wait, you guys went after a loot lizard. Oh, what happened to Fru? Oh jeez!
I was busy eating chips, so I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, I see. I just appeared and was like enemies. Like, oh no. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go to. Do I want Hailbringer? Or do I want more Windbringer? Or do I want to increase cold and physical damage, or do I want to increase chill chance? What does chill chance do?
Chill slows enemies down, like movement and attack. I think.
Okay, but it also only lasts, like it's 12%. 3 stacks, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh, I have still chance for that too. I have a 55% still chance. Interesting. I'll go for urban supremacy. I still need that. I like a rapid.
I'm gonna let Warcry deal damage.
Another cruelty. Finish.
Ooh, I got the body piece for my Spriggan build.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Wow, we're really
Gonna
just
power
doing
this guy.
this friggin' aren't we?
It's trying. It's doing
And it will
its
summon it quick, then it will be useful. Quick.
Do I?
You're like,
Do any of us need the hollow finger?
what is that?
I don't think any of us do.
Don't think so.
Chill on hit, necrotic damage, cold resistance, skeleton.
I don't care. Pretty
Finish.
cool. Don't need it though. Finish. Great. Onward to the nomad camp.
Meep,
What do you mean?
meep.
Meat. 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 Meat.
Meet, 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 meet,
Meat.
meet,
Fun fact.
meet, meet.
In Ocarina of Time, the King Zora just says meat 25 times in a row. Fun fact.
Meet, meet.
I don't care if you find it fun or not. Says it 25 times in a row. What are we looking for over here? Hey, good guy.
My nose over here is towards the Champions Gate for the arena. That's basically it.
Yeah, I know, there's a quest here, but it won't let me talk to this guy. Oh, okay. There you go. Toxic copper ring. Careful guys, the ring's toxic.
That's kind of funny. Oh, one of
I guess
the
hanging around with you too much.
one your thing shot a die. I hit them and they died.
Check that.
They were
Right,
predicting
in
their own
the
future.
Hungarian forest.
Guardian
Really,
Leviosa.
really Did you know that the actors for the new Harry Potter TV series have to go under bone graft testing?
What?
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
to make sure they don't get too tall.
Wow.
That's fine. I like being friends.
My head hurt.
Yeah,
That. What?
because apparently, like, when the first, like, the movies were coming out, it took so long and Daniel Radcliffe got really big really fast and they weren't happy about that.
Why not use the same techniques they use for the Hobbit and Lord of the Rings? Perspective.
Because they don't
Oh wait, because it
care.
costs money.
Right.
We got a primal beast over here.
So yes, it's yours. It's
I don't know. I
always
haven't
yours.
summoned it yet.
I just don't know.
It is not mine this time because mine has wings.
I don't know. I think it's mine.
Honestly, I don't know what mine has.
Nor do I.
Like, I'm honestly not paying that much attention to the things I pick. I'm just looking for the rewards.
Right. Yeah. So they have to do testing, and I think there was genetic stuff that they had to do as well, just to make sure they didn't get too tall.
So stupid today.
Right.
See, that door I'm pretty sure is just... Where's that door
It
go?
costs using your brain. That's why I don't use it. Who needs to use brains? Freaking
What about
brains
brain
to
soup?
do- Nah,
Brains are
Right.
edible.
that's
What can I
right.
do?
You can do the thinking for me.
It
I
might
don't
depend on
need
how
to
it's prepared.
I don't want to think either. I just want to go brain off and kill
Well-
things.
think. I've already brained off. Because I'm always brained off.
Is that why we keep on separating? Is because brain off?
Yeah,
Speaking of
nobody's really paying attention. If any one of us were actually paying attention, we would probably be a lot better at sticking together.
Bone harvester axe.
But let's be real,
A
not one
two-handed
of
axe.
us is really paying attention to the others.
I mean, to be fair, I do follow one of you. Problem is, you're both the primalists. It's hard to tell you apart.
I'm the one with the axe.
I'm the one with the crab. And the raptor. And the capybara. I'm the
Look,
one with
my
the
brain
non-related animal.
ignores minions because it looks like an enemy and just washes it into enemy. Just swing at enemy. Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, these guys actually hurt. By the way, I am not using
They do.
axe, so... Oh, wow.
They really
That
do
is
hurt.
true.
You know, you said they really hurt.
Yeah,
Get 'em, boy.
yeah, apparently they, like, really
I think I
hurt.
actually got the kill this time.
I don't think I got a kill, but I think I actually got to hit something.
Yee.
Oh, did we miss an item?
Yeah.
You alive there, Fruit?
Oh, it's on the way back. See, I'm alive.
Out of my way, nerd! Who's coming through? Oh, actually, can you guys be like really cool and put in your loot filters for me? The primal thing that I'm looking for?
Poopy. What am I
Yeah.
playing?
Yeah,
If
you're
it's
not testing
primalist,
it.
my loot filter it won't be removed by my loot filter. If I'm playing a primalist,
Sure.
and I've set mine up for primalist. What are you
Except
trying to
I'm looking
find?
I'm looking for a specific idol that casts avalanche, on spells.
One of the rules I have set is just don't hide idols.
Yeah, but so that it pops up and says, "Hey, idol that's being looked for."
Well, considering I'm picking up every idol I find,
I guess that's fair. It's
Because,
one of the big
honestly, the
idols, so it's not.
yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the 4-slot ones. 'Cause I need 2 of them. Hopefully with a high chance of idols.
I could put it in mine, but the odds of me getting one for you is going to be incredibly small.
I mean, there's still a chance.
If I find one, I'll let you know.
Boogie, out of all season last time, how many Primalist items do you think I got?
I'm gonna say at least 10.
No.
At least 100. That checked out.
No, I think I only got like 1.
Damn.
Like, 'cause the idols, like, the jobs tend to favor the class you're playing, and so it's incredibly rare you get something for a different class.
You say that, but I actually tend to get a lot of, like, I found a lot of rogue idols. Like,
Which is very
Yeah,
surprising.
Rogue and Sentinel.
yeah, rogue and sentinel, like, we got a lot of.
Hey, we got another one. Oh, this is such a devastating combo. All we need is your whirlwind one, and it'd be even better.
Oh, you're talking about the 100% crit chance?
Plus Warpath, plus your whirlwind. That'd be an insane triple combo.
I didn't get a
I
war.
always
I only got the
do.
crit one.
Oh, don't be so slow.
I can't fit
Ooh,
movement
no.
speed into in this build. It makes me sad.
It's too slow. Quick, summon the thing before it runs out.
I clicked on it. Oh, he's mine again. True. No.
Oh, hey, we also
No,
got a nemesis nearby.
Yeah. Ow. You know what?
What
Think right
happened?
there. Yeah, I got hit really hard, really fast.
Hey, Buki.
Oh, you
I
did
glanced
too,
over
girl.
to chat and
Rookie.
immediately died.
Yeah.
Buki, guess what?
What?
Guess what?
Did you get the idol that I was after? Really? I'll take it. That's not the idol I'm looking for, but I will most certainly take it.
What was it?
Chance to cast Maelstrom every 3 seconds.
Ah,
That's what I thought you were
Wait.
talking about. It's
wait,
passive.
Are you sure you don't want it though? Because I had bleed
I don't.
on
I'm not
melee
spec
hit.
into it.
No,
I'm not
but it has
spec into
bleed on-
Maelstrom.
It has bleed on
But you're
melee
expecting to
hit.
bleed.
Yeah.
Basically,
I've
this
already-
this idol is half good for both of you.
I'd say Buki
Nice.
could use it more. That way, Buki can get more stacks. Because
I
there's a lot of bleed stuff I could get. You don't want it?
have room. No, I don't have room for it right now.
Okay. I can. If you give it back to me, I'll throw it on. I guess I'll lose some elemental resistance, but that's not that big a deal.
Oh, because is that a 3 tall or 4
it's
tall?
snowing. Do you want to build a snowman? Always want to build a snowman. Yeah, I can't use it right
Lizard.
now. That's it. We'll learn.
Lizard.
Well, if you want to hold on to it, go ahead. It does not bother me. Okay. Never
Lizard.
mind. I'll throw it on.
It's because it's good for you. I would rather you have it. I guess urban supremacy.
Hey,
Oh,
do you
wow,
want one that?
Mm.
Hey, Duke. I've got another one that has
Uh-oh.
bleed chance for minions, but it's a 20% chance to cast an avalanche builder at nearby enemy on spellcast up to 3 times per second.
What?
That's
have
the one
an
you wanted.
That's the one you want?
that's the-
Oh,
That's the one I want.
I've had that for a while.
The one I want.
Here you go. It has bleed on
Mhm.
minions, also, but
Oh, that's actually a really good bleed on minion for you too.
meh. Oh, that is a
Wait,
very
well, then
interesting shield.
Bye, Papa Giorgio.
Bye. Have a good night's sleep or nap.
Yeah, I don't
Either
know if I'm casting avalanche because I can't see.
I heard things hitting the ground, so I think you were.
Ow.
All right, I'm not gonna hit this time. I won't hit.
Is the Grim Constitution shield good?
Alright, can both of you like move? I wanna make sure that it's being cast.
Okay.
I don't see any.
I'm seeing like the aftershock stuff going off.
Yeah, that might actually be it.
You sure?
Yeah, if you actually look at the ground, you can see like little spikes coming out of the ground every once in a while.
Yeah.
I don't know what avalanche looks like.
Well, I know what the aftershock looks like.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Are you casting a spell or?
Hey, man,
Hey, Manus.
Always. The amount of times I cast a spell is ridiculous.
It might be active cast. Is Grim Constitution worth it? Shield
Group
cannot
Constitution?
gain ward in combat. 151% of max health gained as ward decay threshold. 43% of max health gained as ward per second.
What item is it again?
Grim Constitution. The unique type
Really?
shield.
Oh, it's the shield. The shield. Because you can't gain ward in combat is the problem.
Yeah. Okay, I'm banishing. Not worth.
Okay. Give me a sec, guys. Don't walk away. Do not walk away.
Quick, we must lick the Buki. Come through. Let's lick. Wow.
Well, I do have an idea of how to test because Maelstrom is a spell, right? In that case, you can just
Maelstrom?
you can just self-cast Maelstrom if that's as a spell to see if you do see the avalanche thing to see
Maelstrom
just to
does
see
count
what
as
the
a
effect looks
spell.
like.
It has to be at an enemy, though.
As does Tempest Strike.
Yeah, but I don't use either. Well, I don't use it.
In fact, Tempest Strike and Maelstrom are the only Primalist least for just Primalist. Shaman has Tornado, Earthquake, Avalanche, stuff like that. Oh, Edira's Blessing is also counted as a spell. So the heal, and so Warcry counts as a spell.
I mean,
Wait,
the other
maybe
thing
just try
is, guys,
casting
when
Warcry to see if you can see it.
I have to have an enemy nearby. That's the thing.
Oh, oh yeah.
But I'm trying to see if it counts as a indirect.
So I was saying we can at least spam Maelstrom or something, since that we know that's a spell, just so we see what the effect looks like. So that way,
Yeah,
you know what
that's
to
what I
look
was
for.
gonna say.
Yeah. Well, the problem is though, it also causes the storms, which doesn't help. Also, Warcry is not a spell.
Oh, Warcry doesn't have a spell tag?
No.
Warcry
I don't
has
have
the spell tag. I'm looking
No,
at it right
doesn't.
now. Scaling tags,
Yeah,
physical
because-
spell area.
Because you have the offensive version of it. I do not.
Oh yeah, because I threw on they can deal damage. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that would add the spell tag to it.
Yeah, it does. It makes it because so you can do offense. That's
Yeah,
why.
because I'm chaining the damage and the bleed on it.
Oh
no,
wait,
it
there's
jump over
dummies.
the-
There's dummies here. You can try on the dummy.
Oh, that actually works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can deal damage to the dummies. Yeah,
Okay.
You got,
enemy training dummy counts as
you got
enemy.
these guys over here. You got these guys over
In
here.
case my raptor's over there going berserk on them.
Okay. Let's see. So I got Maelstrom. Where is? Okay. You're gonna need to become
Oh.
a raptor kill too.
You got more
What?
dummies over here. If you want to get separate ones.
Okay, so I saw it pop up one. Yeah, it looks like it's only on direct cast.
Oh,
Yeah. So I want the melee one then. That's too bad. If it was indirect casting, that would be ridiculous. Because you can see it there. The globe, however, if I get the full set there, is 100% chance to cast Avalanche at target when you critically hit with a spell. So that one's actually different.
And so that one should work then.
Yes. Which, by the way, speaking of, Avalanche is a spell. That means that Avalanche would, if an Avalanche crits, it drops another one. Just saying. Fun fact. So, if... Wait a second. This is broken. Yeah, because now
I have
you can
another
see
one
that
of
I'm...
them.
Do you have a
Yeah, I
melee
see like a
one?
little comment fall from the sky. Yeah.
Yeah, I have another
Alright,
one of the avalanche boulder if you want it.
Do you have it? That's for on melee attack, right?
Nope, it's another one that's spellcast. I
love
have
how you just
aftershocks under a nearby enemy on melee attack. I have 2 of those.
I can't use aftershock because that's earthquake, which is hilarious. Could be
I thought you did
funny,
add. I
but-
thought you were gonna add an aftershock.
I was looking at it, but then I gotta get rid of the scorpion. But Maelstrom is just so much better. Also, aftershock isn't actually like the damage of earthquake, anyways, so it's not the same.
Wow, someone already defeated Aberoth.
Wow.
As in, that means someone got to 300 corruption already and killed the endgame boss.
Wait, but nobody hit level 100 yet.
Maybe we missed
Scary
it?
part. No,
You don't
because
necessarily
they're-
have to be level 100.
Yeah, I know. That's as I said. That's the scary part. That's right.
Someone's got a broken build.
Right. Alright, give me a sec. I gotta use the washroom.
I'm gonna double check on the sword. I said, oh, okay, yeah, because the catalyst I need can also has a chance to start dropping now too.
Oh, hey, Void Knight level 92 is the max right now. So they beat her at level 91. Or Abyss,
Or
whatever.
91 or less.
Yeah. Yeah. I will be right back.
I mean, I could see 91 because that's. I could see like in the 90s because that's only like 10
Yeah.
levels. It's not too bad.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
still.
10 hours. 10 hours isn't that big. It's just 10
No,
hours.
10 levels, not 10 hours.
No, Ninja's like, hey, I'm 20 hours, I need 10 hours.
Okay, let's see. I'm just going to double check on the level 4 Battle Mage's Endeavor. Okay, yeah, Battle Mage's Endeavor is 46.
Okay, so
Also
we'll
with
be
a
getting
50% chance to be chanced.
Hmm. Okay, so we'll have actually a pretty decent chance of getting it. And then we'll get Battle
My
Mage.
catalyst is only 10% though. That's gonna.
Oof. I need better gloves. My gloves are level 6. I need better rings.
I've
too.
honestly just been reforging mine.
Oh, I'm using Afra still.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, I'm still using Urin's Penance for my weapon.
That's fair.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi, back.
Welcome back. I didn't feel like doing it this time. Alrighty, moving on. The reason you've been gone for so long is because you've been feeling a little down. Oh, I'm sorry that you've been feeling down. Get that for you.
Idle slots.
Did we get some idle slots?
We did.
Oh, we did. Even
Time to
better.
go rearrange my idols again.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can fit any of these in.
Poison resist. That's kind of nice. Brr. Brr. Brr, brr. Let's see. Avoidance, don't remember,
Oh, that was
don't
easy.
care. Storm stack, avoid. Ooh, cold damage, cold minion.
What's my resistance?
I like cold minion.
Yeah, crit
Fire
chance and
resist.
cold resistance with that.
19.
I'm up
lightning
to.
damage and
Ooh.
light resistance.
I have 8% chance to crit now.
Nice.
Ooh. Fire damage, no. Physical damage, no. Necrotic resistance, cold damage. Minion cold damage. There we go. Wait a second. Damn, I can't put this in yet.
I'm actually
I
gonna.
have a Glacial Huge Nomad Idol of the Stars, which gives 48% spell damage. And minion spell damage, which means my minion will be as busted as that will be even more busted too.
I might have to do a little light respecking at some point too.
Variant here. Okay. Oh, okay. What's that?
Look, I kind of split off these other points, but I'm realizing I'm gonna need this crit one instead soon.
I gotcha.
Yeah, it gives me 1% crit, base crit chance per, is it 10 intelligence? Oh, per 15 intelligence, okay.
That's pretty good.
Onward for a
Especially-
liver.
For the livers! We just, we got a raptor over here that I could just, hand over, liver, right? Right?
It needs
Yeah.
an ever liver.
I mean, you don't need that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
I don't have an
right,
ever
right.
liver. I'm not an ever.
Yeah. I don't know what an ever is, but, have
Well,
you ever
maybe your
heard of one?
scorpion has it.
I think it's actually like a leopard, so it doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
You're not taking my capybara's liver.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, the Evers are the
Hey.
mammoths.
Oh. The big liver. You know what? I don't think my scorpion might have one. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot that I removed the scorpion from the toolbar.
Oh.
Oops.
That's like half of my damage right there. Ooh. We got a nice vengeful person up at the top. Impossible! Bruh! Ooh, melee cold damage. The transcriber grabber, melee cold damage, spell damage. It's for fire though. But it's got elemental penetration. Excuse
That's
me.
good.
I was talking to him.
You were taking too long.
But I needed to know what he was telling me. Oh, my voice sucks.
Oh, hey, Glyph of
Ooh,
Envy.
Grand Constitution. Cannot gain ward while in combat. 120% of max health gained as ward decay threshold. 55% of max health gained as ward per second. That's kind of weird, but okay.
Yeah, that's one that Retro was talking about before. I don't like it.
I can see why.
Like, sure, you get a lot of ward out of combat, but you need the ward generation in combat.
I'm going to empower this not for the unique, but for one of the armors to tear apart that armor later.
Okay. Why not? Any reason's a good reason, right?
Oh, look, my big beautiful boy is here again.
Yay!
It's too bad
I love
that the
it.
replacement is going to look really ugly.
That's true. I mean, you can always build the next one to be even better. Like, there's nothing wrong with building one to just be the one that you're going to use for a bit, right?
I mean, they'll all get cycled out eventually.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean, though. Is like you can build one that actually has like good stats and stuff for actually like fighting.
Yeah, there's a big chest down here.
Yeah, no, we're heading to it. The only downside with that, though, is they kind of have to actually be, like, part of the fight. That's the only downside, is they're just not
hey.
part of the fight right now.
For the primal things.
Yep.
If we get up there. New season? Yes. Yes.
Hi, Listless.
I
Listless.
love Woof.
Over here. There's one of the big chests.
Yeah, might as well go for that.
Time lost outcasts remain. Oh, still fire bastion key.
I got one too. Cool.
And an ice beetle shrine.
Well, I guess you'll reinstall it. Oh no, pulling your rubber arm. What will you ever do? The
I can
new
get a T-Rex.
Stevenson
I have to.
is actually pretty fun.
It's fine.
I wonder how many times we can evolve a Rift Beast though.
Come, Mr. Crab. Pinch. Come on, Mr. Lizard is here too.
Come on, give me the dagger! No. No uniques. Still holding out hope that we'll see it soon.
Right?
Eventually. All things in time.
I'm sure we'll get it soon. Let's jump back and in the side quest. Cause we might as well since we're here.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. We can keep going. 'Cause it'll send us back to the okay.
Do it. I'm already standing in front of her.
Yeah, I figured.
And we get 2 more idle slots, so there's that too.
Well, time to go throw on some more idols.
Right. So I can get the huge. I can get the spell damage, but if I get the spell. Really? That's annoying.
Oh, can't Tetris it right?
Can't Tetris it at all. If I want the Glacial Fuse Nomad Idol, which is a 4-up, then I can't use my 4 across one. It's just impossible.
Oh yeah, you basically have to have like 2 tall ones or 2 long ones. You can't mix and match.
Well, I got my Swarm Kings one, which sounds really bad because it gives Swarm Strike and Locust, but it also gives 34% to both cold and lightning damage, so I mean it's not half bad. So I mean it's fine for now. What are you up to though, Listless? What are you up to? Mana regen, healing effectiveness, avoid resistance, stun. Yeah, let's pop that there and then I can sell this stuff. That's supposed to be trashy to me.
Yes.
Ah,
I can move this one.
buy those.
Oh yeah, which side did the
I see.
fire aura go in?
What do you
Well, I want to see which idol I could fit in fire aura area.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's the 3x1s.
Rude. I got attacked as soon as I teleported in.
That is rude.
Let's see. Oh. It actually takes a lot of EXP to get the little stick, and I forgot about that.
So what do I have in my 3x1s that I could sacrifice for fire aura area?
Increase dodge rating for Maelstrom. Duration. What is it?
Well,
Who
I think I could
almost died.
sacrifice a little bit of the crit
My
chance and that
Raptors
melee
triggered
spell
something.
damage. Oh, actually no, I'll just give a lot.
Brew, don't be surprised by your HP amount.
We do. Oh, I don't think Crew's ever worried about his HP.
Oh, it was lower. Though he was almost out of ward also. My Raptor was set for long aggro and triggered spiders, and they started shooting at Fru instead of the Raptor.
Ah. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can get the fire aura on my idol. I'd have to sacrifice either a lot of lightning crit chance or spark charge chance. Those are two things I do not, I cannot lose.
Hey, my gathering sword's finally at 600 DPS.
Nice.
Wow.
It's so hard to, I wish I knew what my actual DPS was.
I have a crab. And it does.
Crab.
I'm just
Sophie,
looking
are
for
you
mine
using the crab?
because mine does include, like when I do switch over, it'll include the spark damage, it includes frostbite damage.
Why does yours include all that? Mine doesn't.
That's what I don't get.
Go forth, Crabulon. Finer.
Where is this?
Because I think mine also back for Mono Strike when I put in the spell that it triggers. I'm pretty sure it counts that as Mono Strike's damage.
Primal
Mine
Beast.
definitely not, because my damage is so much higher than it shows. And you can tell how fast I'm killing things.
Yeah, isn't this a go into pastime?
Open the
Oh yeah,
right
yep, you gotta travel.
Let's do time warp again.
Wait, I'm only level 50. Damn. We're like really.
Yep.
How are you so big? You're like 4 bars ahead of me.
About 1.5 more than me.
Look, breathe slow.
I require more skeletons.
You
Give me your
go
bones.
Yeah, I'm not gonna wait for you anymore.
But I need Fruit to wait for me! I'll be sad. I'll be sad, Fruit.
I am
don't wanna
resing your
be sad,
scorpion.
Fruity.
There you go.
Yes, I do because you don't wait for me.
I don't wait for anybody. You know there's hypocrisy at work here. You know this.
Yeah, and that's why I don't care if you're gonna be sad. I'm gonna keep running.
More.
But I'm always sad. Don't be sad. But I want to be a happy Bookie. You want a happy Bookie. Yes, you do.
No, I just want my dagger.
I can't help
Why
with
not
that
both?
one. To be
You can help me with that one if you get a Rune of Ascendancy and did on a dagger.
for your friend's name. So the one on the left, the one with the monocle who thinks he's all that and is really cool is Peru. Hello,
I
Peru.
don't think that. I know that. It's a
Yeah.
fact.
And the one dressed as a raptor is a raptor. The raptor.
Hello, I'm the
The
Raptor Prince.
Prince.
Yeah, you met me before. Yeah, it was on Tuesday. We were doing Baldur's Gate.
Yeah. They're both
Whereas this is the
moderators
first
here.
time I've been on
Where's
stream
the
since
ghost?
you've shown up. I'm pretty sure.
You don't actually show up on stream very often. That's the sad part.
Well, there's not, unfortunately, well, yeah. I would like to show up more, but, well, it depends on what games you're playing, you know?
Lot. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Any horns? No horns. Ooh, class specific idol. Yeah, we'll go for some of those.
Ooh, okay. Drops a
Yeah.
chest, drops a set item, and primordial horns. I guess I'm going that.
Oh. I like the
Ooh,
sound of that.
ooh.
If you think of any of my stuff, do let me know. Wait,
Okay.
so what am I... Okay, so I need the ring. By the way, I'm not gonna have an easy time getting this stupid ring. The game's
I
only
need
giving me
3K
pains and
more bones.
feathers.
3,000 more bones, and I got a T-Rex.
Yeah, I'm
That's
still swinging on
actually-
horns.
Wait, you're like really on. Wait, have we just been getting a lot more? No. Actually, yeah, we have been picking up the pace on the amount of bones that we've been
It
getting.
does seem like the more we kill it, the more we get.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's higher level and all that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Fruithead and Raptor Prince. Yes. They're very lovely cookies. Cookies. You gotta go the wrong way, by the way.
Yes. Well, remember, I have, as I said earlier, I have the directional sense for maps of a dead lemming.
That is understandable. So, the biggest question is, how much longer do you guys want to go?
I'm
Yes.
fine for however long you want to go.
Well, because I presume we're playing this tomorrow, too.
I might be a bit late to show up, but I'll definitely join on as soon as I can.
I know. How long are you looking at being late, by the way?
It shouldn't be too long, I don't think. I'll probably be on within the first hour, unless if something goes drastically wrong.
Well, we would prefer that not happen.
Yeah.
We would definitely prefer that not happen.
And there's even a chance I might not be delayed. We'll see. I don't know. I can't.
Sure.
I can't say. But the fact that I'm having to go to Walmart to return a monitor, it might be.
Oh, yeah, the monitor, that's right. You'll be catching
Yeah,
up tonight
3
if
days
there's
then burn out.
downloading. Oh, Oh, this is gonna be great. Alright. So now we got Avalanche. I can't actually really use that. Okay, how do I want to upgrade Avalanche? First off, I need 3 Harsh Winters, 2 Groundings, then we got 3 Storm Callers.
Yeah, I noticed I'm starting to get a little left.
Come on, give me dagger. No dagger.
3, 4, 5.
What dagger are you looking for, by the way? So if I find it,
Dagger
actually,
Raft
if I see
Claw.
a dagger, I'll ask. If I see if I get a dagger to drop, I'll ask.
Oh, I have
It basically has a
daggers
bunch
on
of
me.
mage skills all over it, so you'll know. What the? Did I have a dot or something?
Ghost, I think, dealt bleed. Or frostbite. Should we... Actually, I'm gonna go check what's in my shrine. Oh, yeah, I was empowering something. It didn't actually empower it. Halfway.
Challenge! Challenge!
You know, I think it's been over an hour since I've actually used one of my skills at all.
Oh, do you just not use skills anymore?
No, I just haven't been using the shockwave ability. I forget what it's called. I just haven't been using it.
By the way, I like how you can see the big avalanche just falling now.
Yeah, we're gonna banish.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No,
I got
I'm good.
avalanche now. My avalanche now gives me 45% chance for storm stack.
Hey, Stormbolt Shrine. I'll let you take that. Actually, no, it's not this way anyway.
Okay, I might still build up upheaval because if I build up Fury Leap right, I can just cast upheaval whenever I jump, and I'm jumping a lot. So.
Oh, there's a pair of fire gloves over here. Cool. I thought something was left for me. I didn't see anything.
Crap. Yeah, the crab is definitely a lot less tanky than it was last season. At least last season when I played. The crab is a lot squishier.
Oh, yeah. Wait, was this the boss of the area? That's sad.
Well, mini boss. Yeah.
I don't remember Farwood at all. Welcome to the Divine area. Alright, so before you guys run along.
Wow.
What should I build for my meteor? Well, my, avalanche.
I have no idea what the tree for that looks like. Give me a sec.
Complete map. I know, Raph. Elemental Bond could be pretty funny. Then I have fun elementals. So I'm down right now because I grabbed the 3 points of Harsh Winter, 2 points of Grounding, so that I can get Stormcaller. I have Stormcaller maxed out.
Okay, so you went down.
Yeah, I spent 8 points heading down.
Oh, it's a shame you don't have totems for to take care of advantage of grounding.
Yeah, I know, trust me. I know. But I could go for Elemental Bond, grab the 3 points there, and then
Blizzard.
grab Blizzard, yes. And I could go for Intensity, which would replace all the 20% chance at max, replace large boulders with small boulders with large boulders. Which could be funny. need more minions, do I? No, because I'm only allowed one minion.
Well, you're not allowed one companion. Minions are still like
okay.
unlimited.
Okay.
Yeah, there is a difference between companions and
Well, unlimited based off of whatever the actual limit for that skill is, which looks like is
the-
9.
The other thing I could do is I could grab Dead of Winter, 3 points, which is to the right, and then grab Frost, which will turn all the physical damage into cold damage.
Yeah,
And
that's the ones I was
remove
kind of
that-
looking up there.
Yeah.
Oh, you can leave behind frozen ground, which can
That's
cost
really-
frostbite.
Does it leave Frostbite? It says chill.
Well, no, if for the after you
Oh.
take frost touch, you can then get frosted fonts, which in the
Oh,
frozen
okay,
ground
okay.
can proc more frostbite.
Oh, and it can get 200% Frostbite. Oh no, it's only 2. I thought it was 4 stack. Okay, so it'll probably be worth getting the 3 points above, grabbing Frost, and then grabbing Frost Touch, and then Frosted Font. Mr. Cat and Green Dino, you guys cool with that?
Good enough.
sure,
Good
works for
enough.
me.
Alright, I think we're good for now. It'll be a while before I need to pick anything else anyways.
Hmm.
That doesn't cost mana, right?
No, that's the best part.
Yeah, I'm still debating whether I want to go for upheaval or if I want to ditch that part of Fru's build and throw on the healing skill to keep my minions in battle more often. Since, well, I'm
I like
going for
watching the big
minions.
avalanche fall. Quite fun. Upheaval can be interesting.
Yeah.
I think you can combine upheaval with earthquake too.
I can't. Maybe. I like Edra's Blessing because not only does it heal, but also buffs me and my minions,
That's fair.
and it can also heal other
Yeah.
players.
Yeah, I mean, I don't heal anybody else because I'm a very, very selfish person. Super
Part of it is also I can make it so it also heals me whenever I heal literally anybody else.
No, I know, I know. I have the same ability. I'm just saying that I don't share.
Hey,
Oh.
it's mine.
Oh, I think this one's mine, actually.
Now,
I gave mine
does the
wings
two
because I
heads,
didn't
the
really have a
poison
choice.
pool? The poison pool's for mine.
Nope, mine's lava, not poison.
Yeah, that's poison for that one.
Ow.
I still have no idea
Also-
what I'm building mine as. All I know is I'm looking for horns.
Another reason to
Well,
build into the healing thing is so I can heal your scorpion.
Right?
Oh,
this thing's hurt.
okay.
Maybe you should heal yourself.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at my HP bar. I'm on my way. I know what
Well-
would have saved me. Crap.
A crab, yes. Can I just, like, resummon my scorpion? No. No, you actually just have to get them up.
If you
Okay,
take the
so I-
skill off and put it back on, you can resummon.
Yeah, I don't care that much. That's too much effort.
That's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, these primal beasts are, like, absolutely terrifying for these poor minions.
Where'd you guys go?
North.
Next area.
It put me in a. My loot's gone. I got nothing from that.
What?
Odd.
But you were in our instance.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah, because you.
Oh.
I even respawned before it died, unless it separated me into a separate instance, but it shouldn't have because the map's the exact same.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, you should be in the same instance.
Yeah, I got nothing from it.
Well, that's sad.
Yeah, so I'm gonna work to y'all. No, don't die when you're
Oh,
fighting those, I
God.
guess. Because they apparently decided that your rewards are not yours to have.
Hmm.
Because I think that's the first time one of us
Apparently,
has
if I use
died
my transcriber's graver, It doubles my Gathering Storm DPS.
Oh yeah, because that has a lot of spell damage, doesn't it? I think.
45 melee cool. Yeah, 21 spell damage. Only 21. I should not. Oh, but it
Well,
has 15% elemental penetration.
That's what's doing is the penetration.
Hmm.
Hey, Fruit, guess what? I'm healing Fruit. Fruit's going to be a constant receiving of the healing from that.
I kind of don't want to get healed once I get my body piece.
Oh,
Okay.
because it's based off of your missing HP, right?
Yeah, because I gain ward based on missing HP. So if I have no missing HP, it's destroying my ward
Oh,
generation.
Nemesis. Uh-oh. Guys, it's Nemesis. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hey, level 50.
Minion melee
Uh-oh, there's a
attack.
nemesis here.
I know, there's a Nemesis here.
Well,
Oh, no.
sorry, dude. You have drops that we want.
Yeah, we gotta get ya. We're gonna get ya.
Honestly, I might just throw on Maelstrom for more damage since, well, Fruit doesn't want me healing.
Well, it's not that I don't want you healing. I don't want you healing me.
The problem is it will
Right.
auto-focus, one of the upgrades auto-focuses the ally with the lowest health.
Oh, it's gonna
Oh,
always
it's
default
always-
to me because that will always be the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite hilarious.
That's one of the
actually.
upgrades. I don't know if it's a forced upgrade. I'll have to look real quick.
That would be pretty unfortunate and funny at the same
Uh,
time. Like builds that don't work together is one thing. Builds that
Okay, it's
actively
not a
hinder
force.
the other.
I don't have to take that.
Okay, that's
It's
good.
not in the way of something else that I want. So the only
it
problem
always
is that I
sucks when-
still might heal him in the middle of combat.
Oh, for being like near Fruit. Hey, look, speaking
Yeah.
of a Nemesis. Well, I knew we'd find that Nemesis sooner or later.
Did y'all go up?
I just
Yeah,
teleported to
you
Boogie at this
did.
point.
Yeah.
Dagger?
probably.
No dagger. Dang it.
No, I'm gonna banish mine anyways because I got that stupid book that I don't need.
Yeah, I'm banishing too.
What'd you get, Raptor? What'd you get?
I'm on my way.
You could just teleport to us.
Why
Primal
do that when I could bring
Scorpion.
friends?
Oh, cool. I have a Primal Scorpion now. Yeah, I get the feeling the only reason my Scorpion is alive is like 100% because of Raptor.
Well, so I can't really use Surge yet. Let's. Ow!
You're fine. Don't worry about it, Fruit.
I was not fine for a moment there.
I'm better
Hey,
than that
lunar
guy
removal.
now. Well, nothing there that matters.
Okay, now I can open up the thing.
Scorpion
too.
died.
That's one of the big reasons why I'm thinking I might want to get the healing thing is because I can actually heal your scorpion while it's down,
Oh, that's
which will
actually
take
lucky.
part of our. Yeah,
To be fair, at this point, my Scorpion might be dead more than anything else. I feel like it's a Primal Scorpion. That thing looks really cool.
it also whenever I
let's-
heal one of my minions, it buffs them,
Mm.
increasing size by 20% and damage by 100% whenever I heal one of my minions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
By the way, I like
problem-
how... Oh, you know what? I think my Scorpion actually uses my Avalanche a lot more than I do. Because I have a 20% chance, but it has a 30% chance. Actually, I have a 20% chance on attack, but it has a 30% chance on hit.
Where's teleport? There's teleport.
Is there a healing ability for my poor little Scorpion? It doesn't look like it. Poor thing. Oh, I might as well give it, oh, have bleed chance over the frostbite. It doesn't have bleed chance. Oh, but if I grab the venomous maw, which doesn't actually change over its poison chance. Okay. Did I miss something? Hello. What are we killing up here again? Yeah, I really don't recall this
I think
thing
there's like the old. You don't remember this?
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what I want to build. Debating between
I mean-
upheaval and
Raptor, we might want to stop attacking for a second because I don't think Raptor's here yet.
Yeah,
Wait.
I was in menu. I was trying to.
Oh, it's dead.
It's alive on my screen.
On guard. On guard.
Am I hitting it? Am I hitting it for you?
On guard. On guard. On guard.
No, I got 0 drops, but at least I got the spear. I
I'm
didn't
sorry.
hear that you all had gone because I was trying to figure out build stuff.
I thought you were with us.
No,
Yeah,
I was
okay.
trying to decide what to throw on for my build because I've unlocked my last slot.
Oh, because you just hit level 50.
Yep. And I have no idea what to throw on. I don't want to
Oh,
mess
yeah.
up Crew's build.
I gotcha. Preparation.
I mean, you could just
The problem
grab
is-
Avalanche or not Avalanche shot. Whatever skill you were. Oh, no, sorry, because you said you were going to move away from the healing thingy.
Well, I would like to use the healing skill, but like I said, I don't want to mess with your build, so I think I might just go Maelstrom and set up to try to be as passive as possible.
I mean, Maelstrom's still a good ability.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll probably just do that. If I play solo, I'll swap to, or without Crew, I will swap to the healing one.
That would suck.
Mhm.
Swapping your build all the time would suck.
I'll just
Hey.
respecialize.
That's what I mean. That'll suck. I mean,
yeah.
I guess
This
if you're
level, it
too-
does kinda suck. It doesn't get really fast until we're like late in maps.
Yeah.
At that point, yeah, you can basically re-level a skill in like a map or two.
Yeah.
Which that one's not so bad.
I just don't want to mess with Crew's build. So I throw in Maelstrom, and now I have it so that every time I hit a rare or elite, I have a chance to cast it.
So there used to only be 9 chapters, right?
Yeah.
We're almost there.
Yeah, because we're about to get to Lagan now.
God, really?
Yeah.
Yep. The next part of the chapter is going to be the Lagan fight.
I thought that was
After
all
we
the
fight
way...
the bird. Right? Don't we fight the bird?
Oh, because we're going through the burning forest to the gate, and then the gate takes us to... Oh, we've already
Yeah, we're
been to
basically-
the gate. Oh.
We go over and we hop on a boat.
Yeah, we're
We just
basically
go
going over
down.
to talk to the dying god. Then we go over the boat to the Lagan area.
Okay.
There's one other thing also. With me throwing on the whirlwind, I actually have a use for my mana.
Oops.
Maelstrom doesn't use that much mana.
It was Buki.
Yes,
or did we
but
leave Buki
nothing I
behind?
was using before was really using
That
mana.
was kind of my fault. I actually teleported somewhere else.
I see.
Like, yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Increases aspect of the link. Turn.
Nummy shards.
I'm still trying to figure out how I'm getting health right now. Something's giving me life leech, and I don't know what it is.
Not it.
Well, I specifically took off my thing giving health, so.
Oh no, because I've been getting it for a little while now, and I don't understand where it's coming from.
Lizard. Yeah, lizard. Ah, my scorpion's dead. Ah, my scorpion's alive. Oh my god, I just hit 40 stacks of, Frankie.
So I did get a set item, but it's not the one you're looking for. It's part of the Zarek set.
So what's that?
Zarek.
Oh, okay. How you doing, Mono?
It's a throw and focused one.
Oh, it's the
Yeah.
sword. The sword itself has cold damage leech. Okay, that's why.
Well, I can't help with that.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I mean,
use
this
a
sword's
mountain
gonna be
cat.
replaced soon anyway.
Full of food and getting sleepy. I know that feeling. Well, okay, I know half of that feeling because I am not full of food.
I see you have returned with the lance. Now it shall bear my final blessing.
Had dinner with the wife and parents at a resort this week. Oh, that sounds really cool.
Have Herod's blessing. Your will from the deaths. I forgive me. Let's end our conversation there.
Where loot?
Oh, now we go back to the town.
Something died. Where loot?
Sadly, you didn't drop any loot. No, he had his horns. I bet we can make a fancy hat out of them.
I mean, I need more horns for my necklace.
Isn't that
Right.
actually one of his drop in map? Is his horns
His horns?
as a helm
Remember?
for that boosts Warcry?
So
I don't. It doesn't matter. Like Warcry doesn't matter to me, unfortunately. Warcry is a means so that I can cast Maelstrom 4 times.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna be needing to go for that great part of the tree myself with Warcry.
Oh, so they can cast the 4 war. Well, the only downside is that you want to make sure that if you're using Warcry with it, you don't want to have the ability to shove everybody away, or you're throwing them all out of your Maelstrom at the same time.
I'm pretty sure the one I built for Raptor had the pull in too.
Okay.
The Kestrel,
So what?
the unique, the arm of the Kestrel.
What's that?
It's the one where when you get hit, there's a chance you get
Dagger?
haste. Vanish.
Well-
The riverbed grass.
It seems like my spring ability will be coming online soon.
Okay.
Oh.
I just got the scepter for it.
Wow, you all got like the entire thing, don't you?
That's 3 of the 6.
Nice. Heck. Who are you,
I already
Raptor?
banished mine. I already banished. It had a bow.
Oh, yeah, mine had river grass. Which I didn't need.
There, I've already got it open.
Everything.
I had a drop over there. Look, there it is. Oh, another glyph of envy.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to notice.
What? What's up?
I see things near us, so then I think it's Raptor, and then it's not Raptor, and then I feel bad that it's not Raptor.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's like, damn it. Why did you have to pick some poison ability, Raptor?
Because of the drops.
I get that. Okay, so I'm
How about
only
Scholar?
getting one level of the next one.
We have our last 3 relic slot.
Yep.
We've had it for a while.
Yeah, we
I
just got
did
it when
not know
we
this.
did that last quest.
And oblivious.
Boom, 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 boom.
Impossible.
Impossible. Oh, because we're actually in a town type area. Okay. I was wondering why I couldn't
That
jump.
Don't hearing that because it got
We have a
annoying.
problem. Reaching that. Are you then? They're holed up in the pier. If you think you
Okay,
stand a
so
chance.
over to my storage to grab some.
Oh, the burning
I don't-
pier is the other way. Right. So I take it people stole. Oh, because the ostrich people started setting fire to the place.
Yeah.
Ostrich
They're
people.
ostriches. Why am I losing max mana?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Don't you have the do you have the passive cast on? That shouldn't do it. I don't think.
The what?
Hmm.
No, max
Oh, no.
mana, not.
Oh, I have
Mana.
no idea on that.
Highest level is level 94. Look, guys, we're almost there, right?
We're like halfway.
We're halfway.
Well, number halfway,
Close
as we're
enough.
still experienced halfway point, I have no idea where that is.
Oh, I gotta wait for Raptor. I'm trying to keep running. Must run.
Wait, Boogie, are you 50 or 51?
51.
I'm going ahead.
I'm 50.
And I see you're chasing after me anyway.
But I can't not follow you through. I can't not. Hey, Furu. Are you? Sorry, Furu, I'm not helping.
Don't you want to get a drink or something, Buki? Aren't you thirsty?
Dude, I drink right beside you.
Don't you want to get a snack or?
Or
No, because if we're gonna snack, there's gonna be a bunch of barking dogs. I don't want to deal with that. So, no boogie snacks.
oh, there's a Rift Beast here.
Yeah, I have no idea where this came from, honestly.
You guys really don't know where the Rift Beast came from?
I didn't see the
Suki,
portal.
I teleported into it. I teleported into the map and it started attacking me.
Don't worry, I know exactly where it came from. That's all that matters, right?
Oh, 'cause I imagine you're the one that clicked on it.
But yeah. Look,
Kinda
there's a
funny.
Rift Beast.
I
I'm
think
still
you
more
didn't know.
surprised I
Pop-up
didn't
again.
see the portal on the map, was the thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, it didn't show up on my map either.
I see. Scorpion. No, it's with me. I don't know. I waited for Raptor to be here before I summoned it. Like, I was specifically looking for the health bar.
Thank you.
There's a difference between accidentally killing a boss and accidentally killing the Rift Beast. Quite the difference. Quite the difference. I feel bad killing the Rift Beast, don't you? I like super bad, but I still feel bad. Hey, Paladin. Wait, did we go the wrong way? Yes, we did.
Well, there's two
Well,
bosses we had to kill.
Oh, okay. Oh, because it destroyed the invade. Okay, I see. Yeah, I should probably just drop Avalanche on there. Avalanche uses a lot of mana.
Yeah, I think that was like 50 base cost.
Yeah.
There's a door over here
oh,
to the
and-
deep harbor.
Okay, so Avalanche looks very different if you just cast it. Because this is it if I cast it. Yeah, that's quite the difference between just dropping a normal rock. I can see why oh my lord. The DPS of my Avalanche is 25,000. A lot.
Well, mine's only 7,000. Why are you so much more damage than me?
It's Avalanche. It uses 50 mana.
I was making fun.
My Maelstrom does 43 damage.
Your what?
My Maelstrom does 43 damage.
What is 1,135?
I don't know why it's so low, especially considering I'm working on and upgrading it. Whatever.
I mean, to
Oh,
be fair,
that
it took
might
a
just be
long time
base.
from... well, to be fair, you're also looking at trying to make sure that... Oh, my Maelstrom just dropped to 100.
Okay, so yeah, I was just looking at the base number because I didn't have a Maelstrom active.
Yeah, if it's not active...
It's
Plus, don't
damage
forget, Buki is spec
Yeah.
for cold damage for Maelstrom. You're spec
Yeah.
for physical damage.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, to be
You
fair,
will want to
Maelstrom-
convert your Maelstrom to physical then.
Is there a way to do
Yeah.
that?
Down
It's
right.
at the bottom.
Down and right. Okay.
Yeah, it's called Cyclone. It turns physical... It changes the slope, well, the cold into slow,
Oh, I see
and
it.
then it... Yeah.
Okay. That what's funny is I actually had already started building that way because I went and
I mean,
grabbed
I think-
Growing Storm first.
Yeah, Growing Storm is good. I still gotta grab a few. I still gotta grab Growing Storm now. I think I'm gonna end up maxing it out.
Can I help you? Don't lose your way.
Oh, we are now in the Lagoon chapter.
Welcome to
Here-
the
Is it
Lagoon.
actually a new chapter?
I think it's still this chapter, or is it chapter?
Oh, it is.
Or is this chapter
It
8?
is.
Chapter
Still
8
7?
out of 10.
Oh yeah, it's chapter 8 now.
Hey, we've been in chapter 8 for a while.
Oh, hey, there's
I think we
Nemesis
should
here.
call it here, guys. It's been 11 hours.
You want to get to the
That's fair.
city first?
No. I know what the city entails. The city entails
might-
the rest of the chapter.
I might
And-
push forward a little bit more solo, just in case I do have a little bit of fall behind.
That's understandable. Yeah, that's like completing. Oh, because Kamita is the next town, and then we go to.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm tired. I'm pretty tired.
That's fair.
I mean, we did 11 hours. We did pretty good.
Okay.
I'm happy with our progress.
Yeah, it was good progress.
I'll probably go a little ahead so I can try to be closer to so you're not that far ahead of my level.
You need 51 and a half.
Yeah.
Like I said,
Yeah,
I'm probably just
both-
gonna push to get a little bit of a cushion just in case.
There was two people that I wanted to. Oh, I know exactly who we're gonna raid. There's two people that I wanted to raid, but they both stopped streaming.
Aw.
You gonna be
Don't
doing a raid on
worry.
Kick also?
I am way too tired for that.
That's
gotta-
completely valid.
The problem is I have to find somebody, and I don't know enough people on Kick in order to be able to do that. It's the same with YouTube. I don't know enough YouTube streamers. I don't know what's generally around when they start streaming.
That's fair. Good night,
On
Raph.
top of that, no offense to say, but Raptor, you're the only person watching on Kick. Oh, no, there's two other people. That's cool. I know, it's fine, whatever. I have I don't know.
I hope you have a good night's sleep.
game Edda's playing, but we're gonna go raid Edda.
Good night,
She said
Mono.
Edda hasn't streamed in a long time. Yeah, good night, everybody. Yeah. We're gonna go raid Edda. Edda's adorable. Other than that, everybody, thank you for hanging out for the last
11 hours.
Yeah.
With that, everybody, I need to grab the right message. Good night. Goodbye. Good luck. And most importantly, everybody, have fun. I hope to see you all in 13 hours. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Unmute. Twitter, YouTube, Rumble. Bye.
Bye.